Get in, losers, we're going shopping. This time it's Warzone Total Frenzy, and we are dropping into Resurgence with Superstore. I'm SpiderTip, that's Enigma, and we're ready to have a really interesting time. We got a timed kill race specifically, Enigma. How we feeling about it?
I mean, I cast a lot of Warzone this week. It's all been sweaty trios, World Series stuff, which sure, yeah, it has its own benefits. I've been looking forward to this one since I got the DM about it. You've mentioned a couple of bits there about it. We are indeed going shopping. We're going to be Superstore. We're going to be watching these guys slay out all day. Can't wait to cast alongside you.
Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting format, 4 hours. Let's go ahead and talk about it a little more in details, because you always see that we get that Call of Duty Warzone match point formula, but you're right. We're stepping into something a bit more fun. 20 duos dropping into Superstore Resurgence. We already talked about that timed elimination race and $20,000 on the line. And maybe you've got a couple questions on what that timed elimination race is going to look like, but Enigma's here to break it down for you.
Yeah, so it's going to be done in what we're calling sessions. Now, there's going to be 4 of those. They're going to be 1 hour each time. We do a 1 hour session. We have a 20-team leaderboard. The bottom 5 will be removed. We go into the second session. There'll be another 1 hour session. All the scores reset. And then you go essentially another 5 off and so on until we get to the end of that 4th session where we should have final 5 teams determined.
Yeah, and as you see, that score is determined by each hour session. We are going to count the top 4 performances from any game during that initial hour session. So it'll be quite interesting. And of course, $20,000 to whoever comes out on top. Well, of course, broken down as the following. We'll go ahead and pull that graphic up to you. $12,000 first place, second place 5K, third place 3 grand, which is pretty awesome considering when you think about Warzone Total Frenzy launching on Tuesdays, it's been pretty consistent. However, those prize pools have all been 10K. So we have double the action, double the fun, double the cash, Enigma?
I'm absolutely loving it. When I got that message saying, you know, we're doing a 20K prize pool, I thought there'd been a typo in there, but no, we're stepping things up here. It was on Total Frenzy, not just in the format, seeing what I think is going to be an incredible even that we've got ahead of us here, but also, yes, $20,000 and 12K if you come home in first. And we're doing duos today, so you're actually taking home 6K each if you win, if you're splitting it nice and evenly down the middle. So these players, I'm looking at a couple of you, maybe Falcons individuals who've been dominating the whole damn week. I think they're looking at that and thinking, okay, this is going to be nice filling up my pocket.
You're not wrong. We have Biffle and Soka on 2 different teams here, obviously duos. So we're kind of breaking it up a bit. So it'll be quite interesting. We've already talked about a few of your players, but maybe let's go ahead and run through our team captains and their respective duos for the evening. Selly there playing alongside Clumsy, Unrational, Dongy, Amir, Z-Dark. I mean, we've got some really fun squads here today, Enigma.
Yeah, I'm particularly looking forward to seeing the likes of Breadman and Joe, dynamic duo for sure. Breadman off on a little vacation soon, definitely well earned. Of course, Unrational and Dongy, ridiculous duo. But I'm going to, again, tuck on over towards where Biffle and Shifty are located in that bottom right corner because I have run out of ways to say that these guys are really good. So what I did was I actually hit up Google, found out how to say that someone is good at their job in a different way. And I think one of my favorite ones so far is, wow, that's impressive work. That's definitely sums them up in a nice little bow right there.
Goodness me, that's impressive work. I'm just kidding. Oh, but we're in for a long day, that's for sure. But Smixy bringing things in here alongside Puro Jackal, Huskers playing alongside Noobs, Ryda and Inno. We are going to be, I don't know, I'm gonna be shocked because I really don't know how this is going to all pan out. When you think about the pubs lobbies and kind of fragging out, especially around Superstore, people get sweaty. I don't know about you, Enigma, but I dropped in alongside Dandro maybe a few hours this past week, and we were going through it. Resurgence, it just gets wild. But let's go ahead and look at the other half of our 10 duos that are going to be on the next page, joining alongside these. FIFA and enkeo? Enigma. What?
Yeah, I'm very curious. I mean, I'm assuming Jukies is playing with Lennon. He's not doing it by himself. Honestly, it might be a better strategy if he does. He's such a solo player as it is anyway. You have to let him off his leash and go and do his thing. So maybe Superstore Resurgence is going to work for him that way. But yeah, seeing FIFA and enkeo together, definitely not what I expected there. Of course, FIFA, one of the UK's leading lights, a legend in the Warzone space over here in EMEA. But it's interesting to see him partner up with enkeo because obviously that's the young French demon that everyone's really hyped about at the minute. So honestly, I think those two coming together as a duo, I think the only slightly more terrifying variant of that would be putting enkeo with Jukies and just seeing what happens. Oh, we actually get Jukies teammate in. It's going to be gabekun.
Oh, actually, I really like that, right? Dandro's constantly talking about gabekun guy just being like one of the #1 rookies on the block when it comes to competitive Warzone. So to slot that in with Jukies, maybe they can both just go out and get the solo shenanigans out of the way and just frag on out. Granted, Resurgence, maybe you just got to hold on for that timer. But also, I want to shout out Team Rated playing alongside Gorgo Knight. We all know that Knight is phenomenal when it comes to the Resurgence style. So locking it in with Rated, it could be quite interesting here.
I love that call out. I do. I think it's been an odd year for Rated, a little bit up and down. It'd be nice to see him just relax a little bit and just go out and play for a bit of fun. But Gorgo, you said there, you know, the resurgence factor, Twisted Mind. So Aydan and zcastillo actually brought Gorgo specifically to the Esports World Cup to play for $1 million just because of how good he is at resurgence. And there was a line that Dandro used when we were out there. This guy doesn't do anything, and I mean anything other than play resurgence. He is that damn good at it. For some reason, it doesn't translate to big map. But to see him be brought in here, I think that that's definitely a duo as a dark horse.
Yeah, you have to start thinking about the pace that we're going to witness from Resurgence, because there are so many people out there like Gorgo that do just only frag out in Resurgence. But I hear our first hour block is about to get underway. So let's go ahead and kick things off here alongside Shifty and Biffle, who are going to kick things. Oh, wait. Oh my God. Do you remember when, I know that we're talking about it on Big Map in general, but here on Resurgence, there was not a buy station at Atlas Superstore on Urzikstan. So if you bring it down into Superstore Resurgence, of course we have them everywhere.
Yeah, no, it's bizarre to see that it came in without that buy station. For one thing, for sure. I mean, just the fact that it is a store at the end of the day. Surely.
You think?
But yeah, I mean, look, I don't design maps, so I'm gonna try and not be too harsh on it, but it caught me by surprise, that's for sure. Biffle just gonna look on up, gets a bit of damage into one. I'm honestly expecting the like of Shifty and Biffle to absolutely tear up these lobbies they've been playing this week, Tiff. It's been nothing short of terrifying.
Speaking of terrifying, we jump into this, right? They had to have already kicked things off because we're into the top 5. Biffle's on 11. So we are well into the final area, only on circle 3. And that man can dolphin dive all he wants, but that's not going to save you from Biffle, Don.
The thing is, after watching them play now for so long, whenever we do one of these where we get to do a bit of time kill races, it is so fun for you, me, chat, and all the players involved for sure. But I just pray for the sanity of everyone else in these lobbies. Like, these are pub players. 3 of them are apparently cuddling in a door. Biffle decides to just put a bit of firepower into the back of everybody. There's another one on the board. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, just to clear up anything on the format, top 4 games throughout each session counts. So interesting to see if you can get off to a really hot start here. And there's another one. Make it 14 already for Biffle.
You know, if you're in these pubs lobbies and this man's just turning and burning on you, you're like that girl on the airplane who's like, I can just guarantee you that person is not real. And that's how they feel about Biffle right now.
Yeah, you'd be, honestly, you come up against a guy who can do things like this, and it makes you question everything. You think you're a decent player, you load into a lobby, you match a player of this kind of caliber. I've played against a couple of the World Series players on Big Map this year when we've been running some pods, especially when the game first came out. And honestly, I thought I knew a thing or two about Warzone, and you just get reminded. You get humbled a little bit. They just show you exactly where there's a gap. Biffle. Oh, that guy is unplugged his controller, gone for ice cream. I don't know. Still has the protection from the balloon. I'm very surprised by how low that let him get to.
I was a little shocked too, and I figured he was just going to keep on throwing the damage at him because, you know, we didn't really get to talk about it too much, but we had the new weapons come in with the new update. We've got the STG, obviously the static, everything that I've been loving about this weapon. It's been so fun, doesn't move at all, puts down plenty of damage, and a little hide and seek action here in Superstore behind the box here is not going to keep you out of sight's way. But since we joined in, we finally have lost out on another team into the top 3, but he's moved up 6 eliminations, and elsewhere Shifty has been fragging out like crazy, so they have to be north of 30.
That's the thing that terrifies me usually when we talk about Biffle, Shifty, and Soka. Not that any of them are necessarily low when it comes to the kills, but Shifty is usually the top slayer. So if Biffle is sat here approaching 20, what's Shifty done to the rest of the lobby? Resurgence will be disabled soon. Doesn't really matter. There's 2 other players in the damn lobby. Surely just tucked away in a corner and hoping for the very best. Everyone else is definitely playing for second. And Biffle, if anything's just trying to find his next target. I think we've actually just seen both of them come back on in. And one of them's getting chased on down. Good luck to you, son.
May the odds be ever in your favor here, because we've got the high ground. We have control of the entire Superstore, and it's just a matter of time before we clear out the rest of this lobby. But you also want to allow them to keep repopulating, right? So you take that, but you don't necessarily want those squad wipes, because you want the most eliminations you can get. But at least running that high alert gives you that knowledge that someone else is still challenging here on the high ground, and you get some damage in. The shield crack comes through, but not necessarily able to get it down just yet.
Finally finishes it off. Has 19. You're right. Just going to continue to let these other guys spawn on in. To the team still. Just like you said there. Just continuing to pick off a player. Take your time about it. Don't end up rushing it so that you just keep feeding. Keep farming. Biffle can hear one. Biffle shoots him in the back. Biffle downs him. And we're going to get to see Shifty's point of view as well here. And I'm trying to keep an eye on... Yeah, I was about to say, I think that that's going to be another squad wipe. So there's just one poor soul, one team, one poor soul still in this. Shifty does indeed have 20 as well. So this is easily a 40-point game.
It's pretty on brand with what we were expecting to occur. Now, what you could do is maybe drop some cash. Maybe let them buy on back. We're up to 4, so we know we're going to get 2 more eliminations, but... It's funny to watch them keep continuously firing into the players respawning back down. Yes! Okay, Shifty, you and I, we are cut from the same cloth, except I can't aim like you. But maybe my brain's on par, just a little.
Biffle then gets a kill. Shifty goes back for the next. At some point, they're surely going to go... I think I've watched that guy get murdered about 4 times since we've been in this lobby. Yeah, Shifty dumped down all the money. He sees him. So, yeah, you just let him get to a buy. Let him bring his teammate back on in. It's top 4 maps, so it doesn't matter if you end up spending, obviously, it's not going to happen, but if you spent half an hour of your full hour just sitting here continually farming the same plays over and over again, it's going to be one of your big games. You've even got a bounty on the poor sod. You'd be tucked in a corner wondering, questioning everything.
It's like, why are they doing this? What do they want from me? And of course, you're going to keep buying your teammate back, but at what point do you just be done with it? It's smart to farm it as much as you can because we've got another elimination. We're sitting at around maybe 38 to 40 eliminations for this duo, but knowing that you need 4 games, that is what your initial hour is going to be based on. And at the end of that hour, obviously, we'll be eliminating some teams. Your scores get wiped, and then we'll go into the next one, so we'll keep reminding you of that. And just, here we go. We still hit the buyback. Biffle falls to a snipe. Playing him back in, though.
Genuinely think Biffle got himself killed intentionally so that this guy will push on up and try and do something other than hide in a corner. You can hear them talking, like, how do we bait this guy out? How do we get him to go to the buy? How do we... Just toying with their food, like cats with mice. It is ridiculous.
We need the tags back in the game. We would just like tag it up and just put arrows all the way to the buy station. Because I used to have all the anime girls like spray paints down the thing. And I filled. It doesn't surprise you at all. It was hearts and animes. And I would just fill up an entire room. But let's check in. We talked about FIFA, enkeo. And, you know, they're kind of getting things together. We're into the top 10. Only 7 squads remaining. But this is the difference between what we had just witnessed versus what we're on now. FIFA on 2. Engaging here on the rooftop. Grabs another. Wants 3. But I'd love to see at least 5 already.
Ooh.
Need some ammo, though.
Yeah, that was very nice. Picks Numb out of the sky. Couple more players in beneath. Need some ammo, if anything. And yeah, that's one of the things you can do when you're playing these time kill races. You can just essentially play gun game, hot swap between all the different weaponry that's out there. Enkeo's down. He'll need 10 seconds or so to get back on in, but as FIFA Kill dishes out damage and moves around the map, that brings that timer down very quickly. The Frenchman's back in. FIFA's on the hunt. FIFA actually needs to snap, and FIFA misses. And you know what? I genuinely think that when I was talking there about like these players can pick up any gun and use it or whatever, play gun game, the Sidewinder is trash. Like, I hate that thing with a passion.
Not it indeed. Unrational Dongy on your screen this time. Kind of in the same situation as FIFA Kill and Enkeo. Dongy down and out. There goes the timer. But in terms of ground loot, if you find the Horus ground loot, It is pretty solid. I have definitely gotten deleted by it a few times, and I think it's smart to keep the SMG for the close range play here. As much fun as it is to drop in and play the roof and kind of run around quick scoping with the Kar 98, that's just not going to be what you witness here.
No, I'm fully with you in terms of keeping an SMG for when you're chasing these teams down inside. You are no doubt going to see a lot of loadouts that contain the STG as well as the static. Superi is still good, but I think that static has just got a little bit of extra about it following the recent nerfs. STG is ridiculous at mid-range, which is perfect for resurgence. But you're right about this Horus, by the way, especially with this conversion kit on it. It absolutely slaps as his opponent finds out there. And this is one of my favorite things about these time kill races, by the way. The voice comms that come out of a couple of players. They are so frustrated, so lost in the sauce trying to deal with someone like Gary.
They just like to assume that this person is just genuinely not better than them, right? They will come up with anything that you can say except admit that they're better. So if I just sometimes when I drop into pubs and I just get absolutely dumpster and I'll just be like, yeah, those are some amazing shots, bro. Great job. Like, I hope you feel good. But no, not today. Not for these people.
Well, you're a streamer. I also do a little bit of streaming, nowhere near to your capabilities, my friend. But one of the things is that when you get when someone absolutely spins on you, hawks on you, absolutely destroys you on stream, you got to dig deep. And like, I tip my hat to you, sir. Every part of you wants to launch your chair out of the window, but you're trying to, like, you know, good sportsmanship, set a nice role model, you know? Rated, the janitor on our screen. Gorgo, what on earth is that name?
I can't even. Oh, it is the janitor. I mean, he's cleaning up resurgence this time. Every superstore needs a janitor, and they gotta make sure every part of that area is squeaky clean. But look at Rated here, going through the cache, has tons of it on 18 eliminations already in map number 1. So that's what I love to see here. And honestly, something that they did, are they duo quadding? Because that's smart if so.
Oh, and Rated as well there. He absolutely snaps onto the second player almost out of instinct. And I think he actually wishes he hadn't. Tries to leave the player up, but unfortunately that player just decides to give on up instead. So that lobby ends early. It's one of those moments where you're just kind of hoping for things to continue. A Guardian actually being useful. There's something for everybody today, apparently. As Unrational pulls out the Deagle to finish things off. That's just delightful as well. Straight into a cluster.
He's not even phased by it. I don't even know if he blinked. He's just like, yep, okay, pubs, lobbies, here we go. We go ahead and throw some more damage out. And we're inside, taking some angles. And honestly, it's the nostalgia for me, finding the loadout crate, just kind of diving in and out of Superstore. I don't know how we found Joseph there, but we did. We made it work.
We've been talking about this through the week, and it is that nostalgia factor, right? Like seeing people as well like Huskers and Jukies, these people who dominated back then, absolutely like coming into Superstore and tearing things up. It's a wonderful moment. No doubt people in chat are going to have a couple of their favorites that they remember from back in the Verdansk days. I think this is a wonderful addition, not just because of the nostalgia either. I think it's a great POI to just have on the map.
Oh,
for a second.
One shot. I love that we checked in with Bread there.
I thought we went from Unrational to Donkey and they both died. My heart leapt.
No, good thing it's just a kill race, right? You just drop into another one. Jowo here tries to put them on skates, but can't get around to them. Now, you talk about this, and you talk about having Superstore as that POI on the map. And granted, this Superstore Resurgence is just highlighting Superstore. If you haven't checked it out, go ahead and drop into the playlist. It's pretty fun, right? There's great ways to kick things off. Start on the roof. You can grab a gun and shoot at everyone. But here's the deal. Breadman put out a really nice tweet on the timeline surrounding the importance of having Superstore on Big Map and what it does to break up and have that notable POI that puts it on the map similar to, you know, Observatory from Al Mazrah. And you think of Peak on Caldera. Like, you just have to have that. And I mean, as he's frying, we'll just keep talking nicely about what Breadman does. I think this is what we gotta do.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. He pulls out the STG. I was about to say he's only got 17 bullets, but he only needs to hit about 3 to finish off his opponent there. Drops another who's trying to rotate on over. Sees another on the heady who decides to step on out for sure. Gets absolutely cooked. I think we just watched Breadman pick up 5 in a heartbeat. Make that 6. Up to 12 now. And putting those keys to absolute work. I interviewed him actually when we were out in Saudi, and he said that he doesn't play like a typical AR on the mouse and keyboard. He's not as aggressive. That's why it works so well for him. Tell that to the rest of the lobby as he just continues to fry out. Good luck getting your loadout, son.
I mean, that man even stimmed. He stimmed, and Brad's like, wait, it's over? You did it. You won. Good luck. Keep improving. If you could already throw 4 decent games down in the first initial however many minutes, right? You just kind of fly through them, similar to what we've witnessed from FIFA Kill and Enkeo, Rated and Breadman, Unrational and Dongi, like that we've witnessed so far. Then you can go back and work on improving those games that you've already locked for the first hour.
No, I agree. I fully agree. I think that you can sit there and as you go on through the afternoon as well, sit and think, okay, well, what kind of things worked really well for us earlier on? What kind of things have we not tried yet? Because it's all fun and games right now when we're talking about all of our players being in this. Once we start getting down to like the last 10, the last 5, you're going to see the mood shift considerably. We've both been in plenty of these kill race events. They start off, we're all cheers, we're all jokes, sure. Once these boys lock in, it is different out there on the map.
It is, and it's so wild to think that after this first initial hour, which we're, 20 minutes into or so, that they will basically from here be slit down to 15 from 20. And you talk about that mood shift, it'll change once you realize that you are in that bottom 5 and you just have minimal moments to drop a banger game to improve on that. But we're sitting at 5 eliminations with 7 teams up here, and you just think back to what we witnessed from Biffle and Shifty early on. They were neighboring a 40 elim total game.
It's just ridiculous. Like, I'm trying to keep an eye on our feed in the back here. I'm seeing Rated and Knight put up 55 in game 1. And now, I'm not 100% sure if that is accurate. I'm not 100% sure if that has been confirmed. FIFA kill. Those are like 19 of those on the floor right next to you. What are you running at, my friend? You can hear them. There's no flex. Thief's gonna get shot. Thief actually manages to get on out, so might turn this whole disastrous moment into a nice bit of a play. Checks back on through his smoke, static in hand, so he can get aggressive here. Lies down in wait. Baits his opponent in. Both of them cross at the exact same time. Gets to stick with the thermite though. Should get the knock. Should get the kill. I think it will just about leave that opposing player one shot on the deck, and Enkeo's too far away to do anything about it.
But he's able to just hop that by immediately, grab FIFA kill back, instead of waiting for that resurgence timer to kind of tick down. You want to keep your feet on the game and going as fast as you can. As you see, we've got that in-game standings over towards the left. Now, these are only the reported score lines thus far. These are not going to be live updating. So you can see Breadman's squad, they've got 68 points, Rated's team 55, and it'll scale accordingly. But Team Swish'em, Careless Kitty, off to a pretty solid start.
Yeah, and they are indeed. I feel like I'm seeing Careless Kitty in particular, a lot of these Warzone Total Frenzy events picking up, like, big performances.
Yeah.
Picking up maps, picking up, being involved when we start talking about the money conversation. And then, it's also wonderful to see Swish bounce back after unfortunately falling, a little bit short when it came to the LCQs at World Series. So, yeah, love seeing those ladies putting up those kind of numbers. Looking at the rest of the leaderboard, some of those scores may well not be updated. And again, this is scores that collect over the hour. However, only your top 4 games within that hour, within that session, count towards your overall. And again, I go back to that score that I'm looking at from Rated and Gorgo, 55 in one game. That is ridiculous.
That's exactly why you pick up Gorgo. Like 100%. And Rated's no slouch at all either. And I think this format will really kind of allow him, like you said, to just kind of take a step back from maybe that Call of Duty Warzone match point. And all right, PRD, toe the roof, turn and burn, smokes on out. Enkeo is just parkour and looking like a little Tom Holland out there, Spider-Man.
Oh, I'm a fan of that shout.
Yeah, I got you.
He can hit a backflip as well. I don't know if you've seen it. If he gets a victory, gets on his bed, does a backflip, drinks some chocolate milk. I don't know why.
Why is it the chocolate milk? Why does that make
Honestly,
you do
I don't
crazy
know. I also
things?
couldn't think of anything worse to do a backflip on. It's in your stomach. It's an awful idea, but he does for some reason.
Simply different.
Already has 23. And this is one of those moments where we saw this with Shifty and Biffle earlier, right? You're just hoping that they're going to go back and buy their teammates or let them res in because you've still got 1 minute and 10 of resurgence. This is stupid. What is this?
I think FIFA just said, I'm going for this kid. All right, do it. Grab one of them at least. There goes the mosquito drone. And we're going down, looking for some information. At least the buy station's on the inside with the majority of the zones that have been ending, right? It kind of centers up over that buy.
What you're hoping is if you're FIFA and enkeo, if you're trying to let this team get back in, I've just seen on the UAV that there's a ping on the ceiling. You're hoping that your drone doesn't take out the player that you're trying to leave alive. That would be so unfortunate.
Fucking like trios or duos, you know what I mean? It's not quads.
What?
It's so ass.
You good, Thief? Everything okay?
I like to think that it is for him. There's a duo and a trio. Okay. I'm trying to do the math, but there's 3 people left in the lobby aside from them. So you've got a duo and a solo in them.
I gotta say,
are these just warning shots?
Yeah, the protection is really quite low in resurgence, much lower than I expected it to be. We saw one earlier, Shifty and Biffle. They both put a full mag each into a player who was just hanging out in the sky, and they were still fine. So, man, you do need to have some sort of protection coming back in. I'm not sure if it's supposed to be that strong.
I know, it follows it pretty far down, and you would think that it makes sense, but they just keep on going through. Juki's gets picked up, and you see Gabe kind of immediately chowing the roof. High alert gives him that information that he's forced down onto that low ground. Doesn't have enough cash to get Juki's back, but hey, in Superstore, hopefully after restocks, you can find maybe some supply crates to get the cash back up.
Gabe doesn't even care too much for it because he's going to run into his next opponent, his 21st victim. There's another team in here. Still lurking around somewhere. You can hear him stomping about. Gabe's fully aware. High alert did ring off towards his left, although that might have been actually from above. It might have been a delayed ping. The deployable buy coming in above. He shoots it down just to try and speed up the process. Avoid it landing on you because I've seen those things bounce off and do exactly that, but manages to get the buy. Gets Juki's in. And he's just trying to bait that doorway. I love what he's doing here. Unfortunately, it'll be a moment where he has to breathe, but he checks on up and over. Movement too good. Shuts down another squad.
I mean, the cape was just asking for it, right? Juki's on the roof, falls yet again, and back on to Gabe. Has to find the last remaining player. We'll do it. I want to see the score line on what we got from that, but I wasn't able to see.
In this back room, careful.
Ooh, comps coming through here. Iceman Isaac and Skullface. They're locked.
Interesting to see the different ways in which these teams play these out, right? Like, some of the squads are coming in. You've got, for example, Biffle and Shifty. They're just having fun, toying with people. I also tip my hat to the squads coming in that you know, we're playing for $20,000 today. You want to come in locked. You want to make sure you clean this up. Put yourself through to the next hourly session. I have nothing but respect for that. As Isaac moves himself onto 14, if you can confirm this. And a moment, and a breath, and there we go. And also, Skullface picking up a kill in the back as well. So, got to assume that his numbers aren't looking too shabby. So, it's got to be north of 20, potentially pushing a 30 game. And, oh, Isaac, though, mistimes that. PA up on over the top. I think he was actually taking in the notification there. Checks the corner, sees absolutely nothing. Player must have zipped out of the window. He dives on out. He dives after, and I thought for a second that was the red man, but no, it is an extra N rather than an extra B.
Also, we got the clan tag, my mom, so, you know, maybe a British red man.
I was trying. Look, I got in trouble for doing one of these tournaments earlier in the year where I read out a name.
It was sussy, wasn't it?
I read the wrong name of the day for sure, but I'm trying my best not to say the player's name. Skullface doesn't care about their names, just absolutely hawks on them regardless. Deals with one. Isaac with yet another in the back. Skullface is on 17. Make that 18. So, Yeah, this is potentially pushing a 40-point game as Goldface makes himself 1 off 20.
All right, we just broke that player's camera. That's the way to completely do it. We're getting to 20. However, into the top 3, and you want to start making sure that they're getting repopulated. You do have a couple portable buy stations. You've got the one still inside. And we're going back to the roof despite that PA, just looking for any angles that we can get. And, you know, fake Breadman still trying to put it to Isaac. Not going to be able to do it. Now, I'm really curious, though, if we will see some of our teams get into the same lobbies. It seems to happen anytime we do these kind of TKR style of tournaments. But for now, we got fake Breadman.
Yeah, no, I'm absolutely with you. At some point, we always see that where these top players run into each other. And the thing is, in today's format, that would be so difficult because we're playing the kill race. We're not head-to-heads. We're an overall leaderboard where you've got to get your top 4 games to count towards your total. So honestly, if I'm in that lobby, if you and me are in there, we're like slaying out, right? And we run into like Dandro and Goch, and there's also a team that could slay out. Probably not because, you know, Dandro's in that team. But if we did that, I'd be like, yo, should we just go and find another lobby? Like, we've got time here to kind of go and pick up a big game elsewhere rather than us bleeding through the lobby and then Dandro and Goch also bleeding through the lobby.
No, it's smart. You kind of just make sure if you see someone else, you just leave, go next. Like, you have plenty of time to drop into another one. And I'm looking at Swish here. This is a banger. 24 eliminations. You know Brolic is putting up big numbers. 51. Okay, we see you.
Wait to see if he buys at the bottom. Okay. If not, then we just kill him.
And they're trying to bait the buy too.
Tell him money on the buy.
Okay.
51 is insane. I mean, I'm again scrolling through here. We've seen a few north of 50. We've seen a 54, a 55, and a 53. Those are from teams like Soka and Scummin, as well as, of course, the one mentioned earlier by Gorgo and Rated, Adrian and Aydan. But welcome to the 50 Club. Swish'em and Brolic putting up the numbers. I mean, obviously, we're going to talk about this a lot as we go on through this. We've got these 4 one-hour sessions. If you are, you know, one of these teams, you don't want to peak too early, but also to a certain point, putting up 52 at this point kind of reminds you, it sets your temperature a little bit, kind of shows what you can bring. And if you need to later on have a big pop-off game, you've shown you can do exactly that.
Yeah, and I think that's really solid. We're already starting to like look at some of the pop-off games. You mentioned a couple other 50s, obviously that Rated 55. I even see a 53 from Soka and Scummin. So let's go ahead and pull up the leaderboards while we kind of get into our next match. But Amir Zedark, why is it we always talk about them? We know they're good. We know they're epic. And yet they always seem to be slightly underrated. And then we pull up a leaderboard and then we see things like this.
Yeah, I mean, Amir and Zedark as well, it feels like they need this one as well, right? Like, they kind of need something to make them feel a little bit better about things recently. That's why I absolutely love that this event has come on. It lets everyone kind of relax a little bit, and Amir and Zedark clearly taking full advantage of that. But there's the Swish'em score coming on in, up to 97. By the way, just to confirm that Team Jukies do not have 0 points. It's just that Jukies has not put in any scores yet, young man. Get it sorted.
Get it together, my man. We want to see what you're working with. Mind you, halfway through that first initial hour, we'll move from our initial 20 down to 15 after this. So if you want to lock it in, get into the top 15 and stay there, I need 4 really solid games over here and 7 with top 5. See, this is where things get tough. You almost have to have a bit of luck when it comes to dropping in these public lobbies, that you just find a ton of eliminations off drop. And this is a good way to string some things together out here.
It's not bad at all, right? Gabe moving out here. I think that exactly what you've just said there. 1 second, I'll come back to it. Never mind. It's just dealt with immediately. Like, Gabe doesn't even blink. Checks on out the next door. Finds yet another. Moves on to 11. High alert pings off, and all that says is that there's more prey for him. Actually, it's going to be the player that he slapped down earlier on. So what I was going to say is, when you're talking about, like, when you start to understand the temperature of the lobby a little bit, you start to understand if this is a high kill one or not. I think, honestly, someone like Gorgo, he's going to be the perfect person for that, right? Considering how much Resurgence he plays. He could just start off a game, play the first minute out, and go, nah, this isn't one for us. Let's find a better lobby.
You know what? I think you have to do that. Assess that lobby super quick, because what happens, maybe you're in public lobbies, you find someone that's just an absolute resurgence slayer, and you're like, this is not worth our time when we only have an hour, and Selly try to put the works onto the guy over there, has to double back down, because once you start fighting around those vehicles, someone can come out of nowhere, and that's how resurgence, right? You land back in with decent weapons sometimes, especially towards the end, and they very well can shell you and completely change the trajectory of your game.
No, 100%. Fully agree. Clumsy, Selly, on your screen here. Selly's just come back in. Says the whole team on top of her. Clumsy with the drone up above. Drone, if it doesn't impact, it at least works as a scout, unless you know where players are going to be. There's one. There's two. Do you have a third potato in you as well? Actually, you're going to turn. You're going to try and burn. You're going to push up close with the static. And, well, the player has seen your movement, seen what you just did to the rest of those players on the roof, and just decided, hell no, and gotten the hell out of there.
Yeah, I'd be running, especially from this squad right here. We know Selly excels in this type of lobby. You think of all the 2v2s that we witnessed from Crown the Queen back in the past. She's also duked it out in some co-ed. She plays in, like, all the customs and such. But when you put her into public lobbies, there's something about Selly going crazy. And I want to see some massive numbers come out from this duo. I was trying to look and see what their best game so far is. Looks to be about 38 between the two.
That's not bad, but we want to see a couple, you know, we've already seen a few teams breach 50. I'm seeing reports in chat of a possible 65
oh my.
from Biffle and Shifty, which is insane, of course. But anything north of 50 seems to be the kind of game that's going to really start to lift you up there when we're talking about your top four. Again, usually we do a lot of these time kill races. It's kind of like however many kills you can get over the hour, or you know, kind of just accumulate them. Whereas now it's about having those 4 bangers. The rest of your games could be terrible. Does not matter. As long as you have 4 absolute bangers, you'll be through to the next stage.
Gotta get things moving on double digits, but still not gonna be comfy with this. If you wanna eclipse that 50 that seems to be kind of the staple from what we've witnessed here in Superstore Resurgence, you have to put up 25 at least each. So we need double where we're at. And can we farm the remaining teams to be able to get there? There's a good chance of it, because you think back to how many we can see some of our players get. We're looking at 5 to 6 eliminations, especially if you've got angles on the roof and can grab them as they're flying back in.
Yeah, and super efficient shots as well to just ensure that you can transfer from one to the next. Drops down, doesn't matter about it because you got Mountaineer. And by the way, if you haven't seen how good Mountaineer is at the minute, you should 1000% be running it. It's always been good. It's always been a great perk, but right now it is for some reason overly busted. You can drop from pretty much any height, even parachute height. Oh, and just be completely fine. Clumsy takes damage from a mosquito drone that someone else brought in, but doesn't matter. Selly's also there for the coverage, and unfortunately, it's a little bit too much. Wait, both Clumsy. Oh my god, they go out. That felt like a good game until then.
It was a good game.
Feels like a miss
until it wasn't.
Oh no. 53. Ah, that's one of those where it's like, you said it yourself, right? They needed double, but there was still a lot of lobby left to play. If you've already put up that kind of performance, you're hoping to see that one out. That's going to feel like a missed opportunity if they miss the cut. Ooh.
Ooh, this could be a good series. Those players are not even looking over here at the angle on the roof. We're just like, how are we living? We're going to reach out. We're going to get the knock. There's at least 2 more. We got 30 bullets. We'll have to use every single one of them. Machow comes in, and we just get ripped off the angle from afar. No way we get that self-res. Wild Wolf takes down Huskers.
It was almost like a kid in a candy shop, right? He was kind of like, which one do I shoot at first? There's about 4 players just stood in front of me. You could see that he was like, please, something, reload. Give me some ammunition so I can keep shooting at them. That is an annoying moment, unfortunately. There's confirmation, by the way, of Team Biffle breaking the 100-point mark. Team Aydan will join them as well. And I'm just going to quickly triple check that score.
2 games.
Yes, it was 43 from Biffle and Shifty in the first game, 65 in game 2.
65. Well, I feel like we can't just casually say 65. That is insane. We're talking north of 13 eliminations from some of the best we've seen thus far. And we're just getting started, right? We have 4 1-hour sessions. And if we're already pushing the limits in the first hour, can you imagine what we're going to witness when we're looking to kind of dictate who gets that $20,000 by the end of this?
Yeah, I mean, 1000%. As we go through this, they're only going to become more efficient. You know, Biffle and Shifty, of course, spending a lot of time on big map right now, not necessarily on Resurgence, especially not Superstore Resurgence. So right now they're kind of figuring things out. How do we best maneuver around this map? How do we get better at this as we go? One of the terrifying things about them, and well, with their teammate as well, and Sokers, they always get better as tournaments go on through as well. So I'm expecting them to put up some ridiculous digits when we're talking prize money. Last time we checked in with them, they were having a lot of fun, and it seems that that hasn't stopped.
Nah. We've got a good flow going through right here. I mean, we only have 6 eliminations with 7 teams up to show for it. But knowing what Huskers was doing on the rooftop, we're going to ignore this. Right here, chances of us getting the self-res off are slim to none. I see the smoke's coming out. They want to push this, but we might actually get a clean reset here.
Gotta be... What was that?
It sounds like me.
What? I didn't want to say it.
What do
I was
you
trying
mean?
not to say it.
It's only 20 grand?
I thought that's what I heard.
Brother, I was trying not to say it. I was trying to find a more respectful way, but sure, yes, he sounds a lot like you. But Noobs checks back out. He is indeed playing for 20 grand, so he's gonna pick himself up a couple more knocks. That should move it on to double digits. And you can hear people screaming, he's down here and he's down here. Yeah, don't push him. Don't come anywhere near him. Stay away. If anything, I like this from Noobs as well. He checks away. Again, you want to try and not bleed this lobby out. You don't want to kind of like pick up every single kill on the map super quickly, because then you're just down in teams and you want them to continue to resurge. So I like this. Get a knock, maybe 1 kill, and then try and find something else elsewhere.
I mean, you have to think, we are just an absolute menace to Superstore down there. You're putting levels of All Might up down there. You're just like, all right, come at me. Let's see what you've got. And for now, well, we got Scummin. Looks like he just moved. New room for him. Kind of still in the process of getting things decorated, and you could buy some things here at Superstore. Maybe throw it in the room. Cash will help.
Indeed. I love that. Oh, wait. Oh, for a second there. Never mind. I totally misread that. I thought that Scummin had a bounty on Soka, and I was like, wait, aren't they teammates? And then it turns out he's actually got to protect Soka. That makes much more sense.
Protect
We're good.
the president.
We're good. We're locked in. We're fine. Yes, exactly. Scummin gets damage onto the first, knocks the second immediately. But again, oh, wait, no, there's 3 players here. Scummin gets absolutely fried. Will be fine with the self. If anything, I think he'll be quite happy to watch this player try and push him. Bye-bye. Just reads him like a book, of course. The thing is, the second he got knocked, he almost looked over at his chat and was kind of like, all right, here we go. I'm going to have to deal with one of them. And does, of course. But there's more company beneath.
Very much the keyword in what you just said was try. You can try to deal with Scummin, but it is not going to go over very well. Dude is firing on absolute all cylinders right now, putting up double digits, letting that STG go crazy, and throwing down a suppression mine right there on the climb up to make sure that if someone does try to push, we've got all areas covered and we can keep on fighting forward. I also like positioning yourself in this cluster of buildings over here, which gives you more angles. And splitting up, just in case someone does go down perchance, you can just restabilize from afar. And it's less likely when teams look to go somewhere to regain, they're going to come out here first.
Yeah, absolutely. You think it's safe, and it is absolutely not. Scummin finds another up to 11. Soka trying to pick off a player on the roof. I like the fact that they're split as well, because we were speaking about it earlier. You know, you want to make sure that you're not killing off the team super quickly. If you're both on top of each other, relatively covering the same landmass, you run the risk of accidentally picking up. Oh no! Wait, Soka, can you get out? No. Okay, Soka and Scummin deleted. They will fall in 5th place. Felt like a solid game, but that's going to be another missed opportunity for them.
Okay, Aiden. Adrian here alongside you now. I'm really excited to see Big A and Little A kind of cranking into Superstore together. We're looking for double digits, and we're going to find it here. And you've got the bounty straight on to Adrian, which is going to allow teams to completely fly here, straight towards him. Doesn't matter. We're still putting up numbers of our own and consistently farming, and you can try to play around the outside, but we are going to reap all these eliminations.
Oh, you are indeed, Adrian. Beautiful tracking. Difficult work there because you're getting shot in the back. Up to 9. Once every bit of the smoke this player's trying to deal on out. Actually, you know what? With the STG in hand, that guy's dead. I'm pretty sure he's dead. No?
Yeah?
Yeah,
They
Adrian
confirmed
continues to
full
go on
dead.
back. Yeah, Adrian's just lost in the sauce, paying attention to absolutely everything except for the kill confirmed there. And rings out plenty of bullets as well. And to be honest, he was probably holding back for a moment because Aydan needs to come back in. That player decides to try and land on Adrian. Decided to come back in at him for some reason. Awful idea. Adrian goes on up, gets another crack. Flies back up yet again. Wants a piece of this. Player tries to lie on down. Not gonna matter. Gets absolutely smoked. Adrian moving on our screens, ladies and gentlemen, up to 11.
Now that I think about it, I know why we're not necessarily going for the fulls. It's because if that player is already so far away from their teammate, you're just going to say, just go ahead, end it now. You can get that resurgence clock going immediately because they're not going to be able to get there to res them. So why spend your time and your well-needed ammo when they just keep on flying back in? I mean, that's happy feet, once again, down and out.
Yep, no, I fully agree. This is one of the things, like, as the teams play in this, they're just going to be kind of like, okay, how do we make sure we're getting enough kills as two individuals rather than as a team, because you don't want to risk just annihilating an opposing team super quickly. And 24 currently for Adrian and Aydan. Still quite a bit of the lobby to go, so opportunity here. I'm gonna say you're probably shy of the 50, but maybe a 40 kill game if you can lock it on in. Likely going to be one of those that contributes to their top 4 as they sit at 103 right now, so in the top games currently averaging just over 50.
That's a pretty solid average. They do have a 10-point game that they're going to look to kind of get rid of once this hour is up. But you think about it this way, we're in 46 minutes out of our initial 60-minute first hour block, and some teams only have 2 games on the board. So I think you just get your initial 4 in and then look to best it. But you're going to have to be perfection when it comes to some of our later hour blocks. Aydan, though, 15. Still getting Mixy on the roof through the smoke, connecting straight onto him. We do have plenty of resources here, but you've got to watch the climb ups.
You know what, by the way, I completely lied. These guys are ass. Like, they had a game that they got 10 kills in. So they're actually in their 4th game. I'm so sorry. I thought this was their 3rd. That's my bad. These guys don't know what they're doing at all. Never mind. Oh, I was about to say, just as I'm sitting here trying to talk about how good they're not, Aydan's putting people on skates. 32 right now. They have had a 54 kill game, though, both Aydan and Adrian so far. This unlikely to break the 50, let's face it, but if they can eke out the rest of this lobby, maybe a 40 on the board.
Hey, what we want to see. All right.
40's not bad.
Yeah, Ryda here. Taking down Father Ray into the top 4, but this one, it's so hard to say because you see Inno on 6, but I'm like, well, maybe Ryda has a ton of eliminations on the other side. Or maybe your lobby just kind of died out a bit too fast for your pace.
It's an interesting conversation at all times, isn't it? Because you do need to find as many kills as possible, but they need to be as efficient as possible. And some of these players don't know anything other than I'm just going to murder everything in my sights. So, oh, it's a tough one. I was about to say, don't do that. Don't let that. Oh, that's Picnic. You're in a lobby against Picnic. It's happened already. Nice and early here, Tiff. We've got top teams. We've got teams in our competition running into each other.
That makes 100% sense here. You do not want to play in a lobby with another duo that's competing here today, and I want to double on back. I thought Shell Slays was just another fun name there for Ryda, but we actually have a sub coming in for Ryda. We have 8 Torin, and I feel Ryda's pain. It said apparently something to do with lightning. That happened to me 2 weeks ago. Remember, mid-cast, lightning struck outside my house. I lost half my modem. It's a good time. It's a good time.
What is it with the weather systems over there in North America? Ghost was casting with me the other day, left me solo casting for like 30 minutes while he was trying to fix something going on with the storms outside. Like,
it's crazy.
We had a storm here in the UK last night. My power was completely fine. What's going on over there?
I don't know, man. UK just different. Just different. But no, it's been wild here. I have no idea what is going inside or outside. I stay inside. It's quite nice in here. If I just,
it is.
I can watch the storm happen from a window, and I don't have to deal with any bit of the rain. And that's similar to what I get to do here tonight. I don't have to be in these lobbies with this stellar amount of players, right? Because it's not safe for anyone logging into Superstore Resurgence right now.
No, honestly, like, this is one of the things. I love when we get to do these, like, limited time modes, because obviously Superstore is the new POI. Everyone's loving it. Oh, rated. That is beautiful. Can you transfer onto the second? No. I was going to say, no, stay alive for an extra 2 seconds. Oh, that is frustrating. rated a nightfall there. I feel like we're seeing a couple more of our teams struggle when we start talking like third or fourth game. They're just not getting the fortune that they would like here. Seeing tough moments. Chelsea's will fall, but does she spend the time letting Inno get her back in? No, is the answer. So Inno has to stay up here for 25 seconds. Honestly, I think it might have been a wiser idea to give Inno a chance, especially as she's landed on, but yeah, just back on off here. Give yourself a moment. Obviously, the more you move around as well, the quicker you bleed down that timer.
I was curious if we're going to start replenishing, but we take some shots on out, and this player's going to straight challenge it. And we get second. We lose out on one elimination. Back on over to Biffle and Shifty. Mind you, the highest point game thus far, 65 dropped by this duo. And you can already see, into the final duo we've got to find. Are we going to farm this team yet again? Because we're on 28. Would love to see a 30 here on Shifty.
Put this one a little bit in zone. Oh, this one's in zone.
Make it 29. Of course, the thing is as well, they're dropping, they know exactly what they're doing. They're putting a deployable buy into the next zone. So then they're like, yo, there's a nice little deployable buy over here. If you happen to want to use it. Maybe Shifty actually does just want to finish this because those shots were crispy. Biffle, I thought he was going to try and find a route up, but unless you go deep, actually, Shifty might be considering it. Is Shifty going to go up, drop the cash at his feet? No?
No, I smoked it. See if he fucking.
Oh, he jumped.
Goes for it. Oh, he's down low.
They are trying to smoke him into the buy. Yo, there's your cash, brother. Yo, take the money. Take the money. Get your money in. No, Shifty.
He chose violence. He said, I'm not going to fall for your games, funny man. Biffle just has to take matters into his own hand and just say, all right, fine. We'll cut it the way it is. Now, granted, that's going to be their third game only on the board now, at least what they've reported thus far. And we're looking for your 4 best games. And some teams only have reported 2, and we have 9 minutes left.
This guy doesn't know I'm here.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, I was wondering this myself because, I mean, don't get me wrong, if it's Juki's, he's just slow to report sometimes, but it looks like he's actually put 3 in. So yeah, I think some of these teams are struggling to get through these lobbies as quickly as they like, because that adds in another factor. It's one of the reasons why I love this format. You got to slay out as quickly as you can, but also as efficiently as you can, and you're up against the 1 hour time, so you need to get as many games in as you can. So, I mean, a lot of these teams are going to be struggling to figure out the pace right now.
At least you get a couple hours before the final mark to really lock it in. Now, this isn't the first time we've kind of played with this format, and I really enjoy it. We start with 20, and after this first 8 minutes passes, we'll kind of send away 5 teams. So you look towards who that could potentially be. Well, the left side of your screen will definitely handle that, but we're shotgun in hand. Starlight tries to push it, and hey, we got one. Can we get a second? We do. Don't let himself here. Yeah, we get cut down in the process, but Noobs is still up.
I just love as well, Husker's getting out of his chair. Played really well yesterday, by the way. Honestly, been putting on some performances recently that are great to see. And again, going back to that nostalgia thing we were talking about before, watching Huskers pop off here in Superstore, a wonderful moment there as he gets excited and out of his chair. Yeah, Noobs is still up. Noobs doesn't really show excitement. I think that guy has like 2 emotional ranges, and that is, it's a pretty solid day and it's a pretty meh day. So yeah, he doesn't really care. Huskers is popping off in the back. He's just gonna do his thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna go fight in the fucking village.
I'll say super.
Okay.
Who just shot me?
All right, so it sounds like we're going to have one play kind of across the way. Swag's going to stay up on top of Super on 5, but a lot of teams do like to land back on the roof to hit that regain, as we've called kind of the cluster of buildings across the way. You've also got that counter UAV that's over there, so it might be more of a safe haven. But when you've got these portable buy stations being called in on the roof and teams are going to keep replenishing, you just stay here, you start farming. I'm talking, we got Miracle Grow up here. We are about to raise some eliminations out of this ground.
Oh yeah, I'm expecting hell to come out of Swag on this one. Moves himself to 7. You got quite a healthy lobby still ongoing. There's another player landing in front of you. Can you hit them? Can you line them up? Oh, no, it's a bit messy. I was talking about this throughout the week. Like, as this STG has come into meta, there is no denying that it is the meta right now. Over mid-range, the bullet velocity is basically a hit scan. It's a slap in the face for sure. However, once you get beyond a certain distance, it most certainly falls off. So, a couple players struggling with those tracking of players out of the skies. Swag here, he wants more. He wants to find a couple. He's trying to light them up on the ridges. He's trying to light them up in the car park. Give this boy something.
What the fuck are all these people doing?
Love that. I love it. You're like, give him something. He's like, what are they doing? Like, why won't they chow me? Man sitting over there across the roof, car 98. The glint comes through. Yeah, we gotta figure out the way to get him off that peak. Elsewhere, Sage here puts a couple together and finds himself north of double digits, maybe inching towards 15. Fire sale should hopefully replenish now that it's cheaper to buy your teammates back, and that's what we want for the squads. And hey, third party to the fight, and they're not even looking at Sage.
Okay, so wait, hang on a second. I just want to watch Sage absolutely tear these guys apart. I watch him take their hopes and dreams and absolutely dumpster them. And he spins and he burns the first. Does his teammate decide to push this? You would be stupid to, because you're up against a man as talented as this. Not that they're fully aware of that. Anyway, I just had confirmation from production. So you are allowed to play a last game as long as you are queued. As long as you are in queue / pre-game lobby up to the minute before the hour session ends. So that's one of the things to pay attention to. These teams that are maybe down in the bottom 5 or maybe just sitting on the bubble, potentially at risk, well, let's keep an eye on whether or not a couple of them back out to get themselves a full fresh lobby to try and lift that score even higher.
Oh, their comms coming in. Play your life. We don't want to throw away this game. At least opening those supply crates will help, and maybe if we can find an elimination, you'll have swag back in absolutely no time. Or
yeah,
it is. We get him back, and we get a portable radar. Okay, I love seeing those be used, especially with how big the radius is for a resurgence map. Once those circles start to close, you just pop it down, you get all the info, and now we just kind of work this area, but we are getting risky here. We are staying in it a bit too long.
Yeah, exactly. Overstaying your welcome is a thing at times. You make enough noise, eventually a lot of these teams coming back on in are going to like, we want to get rid of that guy. That guy's a problem. They won't intentionally be teaming up, of course, but they will find every opportunity to come and find you, and usually that only goes one way. Smixy finds herself 2. Can hear plenty more. She knows there was one on her right, one on her left. She checks left. Completely breaks ankles. Ripley Skinner not. You have been absolutely slammed, my friend. Mosquito drone up above to cover. Comes straight on down. Again, it can basically just play as a scout. I swear I heard the noise of it coming down, but it appears it did not.
No, but we do have some players just across the way. But first off, we've got to deal with who's nearby. And there you go. The mosquito triggers straight on that player. Doesn't even matter. The precision airstrike is going to be invested straight towards her building. It's going to give away the location of where that player is going to be at. So she just needs to full send that. But checking in with Jackal, her teammate here, on 7, this would be a pretty solid game. And albeit that guy wants to slide on down the stairs, but we're ripping him down.
Dude, the guy that got caught by the mosquito drone as well was someone whose Mixie had just destroyed. So they're floating back in with revenge on the mind, thinking, yes, I'm in behind, and then get domed by a mosquito. That is so unfortunate. Absolutely wonderful stuff here. Called comedic timing at its absolute finest.
It's always fun in games unless that happens to you.
Jackal, by the way, on your screen. I don't know if you've met him in person, Tiff.
I've not.
He is tall.
Like how tall are we talking about? Like 6'5"?
Well, maybe. Like he's a string bean, but he is tall. Like he is a very, like, I was like stood there with his squad when we were out in Saudi, and I was kind of like, oh, Jackal's all the way up there. Okay, all right. I had to raise my voice in order to make sure he heard the conversation.
Wait, how tall are you?
I'd love to say 6, but I'm technically 5'11".
Nah, you can say 6. It's fair. I mean,
if I put on a pair of trainers, I'm 6. So you know, I'm basically 6.
All right, so we know it. Jackal, north of 6 foot, at least 6'5", north of double digits, and looking to make it to the next round here. I'm not going to tell you how tall I am because it's just quite... I like to live in my world where people think I'm 5'7", but I am most definitely not.
Hey, look, if we're saying I'm 6, we can say you're 5'7". It's all good. We're fine.
Yeah.
We're fine there. Dandro coming in chat saying he's not 6. We don't want to hear from you. Go away. Thank you very much. I could definitely pass for 6 if I put on stilts. Smixy here. with 10. Can we move the conversation on, please? 60. Smixy here. Oh, turns. Finds one in the rocks. Does have the information, of course, coming on out. You get the pings once you down a player. Once you kill a player, sorry. Oh, that second one gets absolutely ripped. Those were headshots straight on out. I am surprised to see the players so comfortable at pushing out away from Superstore this early on. I knew that eventually we would get to the point where players started to squeeze out towards the outer edges of the map to go hunting those extra kills, but turns out we wasted no time there. In fact, Smixy's to the point where she's completely out of ammo.
It's fair. I think it's smart to split up and especially have someone play these outer edges because these are where those players are making their stance to regain. But however, we've got to close the distance, especially knowing that we didn't have that ammo, but we get caught on out. That self-res not going to be able to come through. Hopefully, Jackal's still alive up there, but we've got 25 eliminations for that game. And now that we've locked in, it's 4 o'clock. That initial hour has been kind of eclipsed. But here's the deal. If they are in queue or pre-game lobby, that game will count. So I wouldn't be shocked if a lot of our teams, about 2 minutes prior to this hour ending, decided to say, this isn't maybe a game that's going to work out for us. Let's go ahead and pull on out, get into a fresh new game like Swish'em has done here. And with 8 teams, 25 players up, let's get it moving.
Also, because players be players, a lot of them have not even reported a 4th game yet. So that is obviously wonderful. I am seeing a couple of these be updated now in the back end, so expect that leaderboard to shift all over the place yet. Pay no attention to who is in that bottom 5. Honestly, I think your only safe bet is to assume that Biffle and Shifty are going to be pretty high, as well as Team Amir. They seem to be putting up consistently big digits. Otherwise, mixed bag across the board. This is going to be super tight.
It'll come down to like the final 2 minutes or so, and we'll have scores coming in throughout. So hopefully, guys, if you haven't already, get your scores in. And if you're in chat, I'm curious who you think's about to get eliminated, because like we said, it's not going to be up to date just yet, but you're looking at your bottom 5 per se in Team FIFA, Superevan, MZ, Swag, Torin. Like, that is not going to be your bottom 5. It could get mixy, and you could feel safe until you're not.
I have loads here. I'm going to play
Swish'em is hoping not to have to worry about it at this point, hoping that this map is purely just another rep of many throughout this tournament. We saw Swish'em and Brolic actually earlier stick up an insane map. Currently sitting in 5th according to the leaderboard. And Swish moves herself in this map up to 2. But every single time you see one of those teams get eliminated, every time you see a squad wipe, it's going to be a dagger this early on in the map. You're just, again, hoping to bleed these players down, but only long enough so that their teammate gets back in the fight. So that you have more fish to fry, and that player tries to get up nice and close and personal, but Swish'em says, that's cute, but I'm going to hip fire you to oblivion.
That's cute. All right. I love that. Have that bounty up on a player just across the way, but taking angles, not necessarily overextending is the way to go. Looking for 5. Those live pings are super nice. We see that we're popping up on a UAV here, but no real chow coming on through. And I think if you find a streak, you might as well call it in on you, because you know how many players like to navigate the rooftop.
Oh yeah. Once you're up here, you're not only able to control everyone who is on the rooftop, you can pluck players out of the sky with considerable ease, but also you can just look out over all these angles. Parking lots in particular seems to be very busy with players resurging in. And then if you want to play out through that western side as well, sorry, eastern side, caster geography is difficult. You want to look out over that eastern side. A lot of the teams that we spoke about, you know, when they're resurging in, they're trying to land on the outskirts off towards those buildings, and you can just keep an eye on them from rooftops. So this is definitely the place to control. Definitely the best spot to be. Brolic tracks another. Resolute will keep them alive for a moment, but Brolic doesn't let them breathe and slams them. Problem is, you're only on 5 if you're Brolic. This lobby's falling fast.
This is not a good lobby, but we have to stick it out because this is the very last game. After this, you got to report all the scores and pray that you've done enough to find yourself within the top 15. But showing inside the top 5 is the best way to keep that odds moving.
Yeah, Jesus.
You're absolutely right. If anything, when you... Oh, Brolic pushes on through. Swish manages to trade just in time, so she will get in there and get the revive. One of those rare moments where being next to each other actually pays on off. I mean, you got to assume with the way the rest of the lobby's been bleeding out that there is another, either one of our teams in that lobby or a set of absolute demons. Gabe finds his 18th. Juki's has unfortunately fallen in the back. That kill will drag that timer down. Just 10 seconds left in it. Dodges a prox. And keeps on rolling here, keeps on moving. Honestly, on 18 already with the lobby that's still in here, this could be a huge game. Juki's needs to get back in and get involved in the thick of it. Knowing him, he already has a good chunk of kills. This could already be pushing up towards 40. These are the kind of lobbies that can turn into 50s as long as you go big now.
Especially when you're looking to replace a game that I believe is around 20 or so. So improve on that, maybe lock in another 40, and you'll feel really solid about that. But with something that's cool that Gabe did here is he went down, was buying a lot of things, getting those UAVs up for Juki's to have that information upon coming back down. But we're chucking C4s for days on the roof and wrapping up another 2. If we're on 22 alone here for Gabe, we are definitely replacing a 23.
Oh, 1000%. Makes it 23 himself. Makes it 24. Well, gets the knock at least. Oh, the PA over the top, though. As he read that warning, gets out just in time. Those are those ones where, you know, that PA comes over. You're locked in an engagement. Haven't paid enough attention. The protection is going to save that player for just a moment. And that is that dealt with. And there's another crossing as well. And look at that STG go to work. This thing is disgusting. You can build it in various different ways. You can give yourself a little bit of extra range at times, but all the same, it absolutely slaps here on Superstore Resurgence. Once you're on this rooftop, it just feels like you got that perfect range weapon to fight with. It's not heavy. It lets you get involved in multiple fights and transfer over neatly, but it also absolutely slams in terms of firepower.
It just doesn't move. And there's a couple different builds that I've seen out there. One will allow a little more recoil, but this thing is just locked in. And hey, maybe you grab a new set of weapons just to make sure that you've got your ammo on up. Let's get a 30. Let's go 32 for Gabe here, at least for this one.
Okay, so I'm trying to just keep an eye on the back end. Aydan and Adrian replaced a 10-kill game with a 47-kill game. That's the kind of thing that you want to happen when you load into those late lobbies, when you're queuing up with like a minute left to go. That's exactly what you're hoping to do. Replace one of those poor games that you potentially had earlier. Adrian and Cole bounce on back. They will currently be sitting in second with 174 points. And Gabe runs into yet another prox mine, yet another bouncing Betty. Could really do a running flex or something in this.
Okay. All right. Another one. I asked for 32. We're 30. We're going further than that. This is going to be a massive game for this duo. And depending on how many Juki's has, well, let's look. 11. So we're sitting at about 41, 42 for this duo. So we're more than doubling our worst score.
Yeah, and could definitely end up being a 50. Gabe honestly sounded disappointed about the kills that he just got. Did he accidentally wipe a team? Is that something that he wasn't intending to do? There's only 24 seconds left of Resurgence anyway. After that, it becomes a case of trying to get people to buy their teammates back in. Juki's pushes out. Juki's cleans that one. And it will love to see that it is not a squad wipe. He's on to 12. Honestly, I'm smelling a 50 here. This seems perfect for it. Gabe has not stopped.
Last is like second floor on me, or like roof.
Second floor on me. Okay, well, there's one from a separate squad here. There it is. Drop the money on the buy. Bait him down, get him to use it. Let's see if it works out. They've got all the time in the world because we've already hit the threshold of our first hour. And as long as you get to play this game out, but we're going down to a pixel of HP. That thing was going to take him out.
God, I hate bomb drones so much. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like you hear them in the back. There's so much noise that goes on a Warzone map, but as soon as that thing cuts through, terror instilled within you. Juki's gonna do a little bit of parkour, checks the right corner, but I think he actually gets shot from 2 different angles, and that was also a shotgun at point blank range to the chest. Juki's down and out. It hasn't been a wonderful map for him personally, but as a team, that's gonna feel great currently. Gabe, I'm not sure if the Resurgence window closed. It looked like it may have just done, so he might have to hit a buy to get Juki's back in to finish that off and rack up as many kills as possible. But surely, with that game clearing up their earlier poor performance, that will lift them out of the bottom 5. Again, ladies and gentlemen, All these squads that you're watching, they need to avoid the bottom 5. Once we have everyone's last game in, we will do all the tallying. And then it's only the top 15 that make it on through to hour 2.
That's a double res. That's exactly what you need to have if you're looking to farm as many as you can. And I don't know why I just had flashbacks to some Power Rangers movie when they're skydiving on down on these boards. And I don't even know if it was Power Rangers, but that's how I imagine them coming into Resurgence on Superstore, trying to get down, and she's going to take them all out. I hope this is going to replace a pretty decent game for them.
You have money, so I might like...
Okay, you want to go?
You can drop him. You can drop him.
Okay, I'll do it.
I'm loving the comms here about how they go about
There's just no portable
systematically picking these players apart. That player slowly crawling over the roof will be finished off. I'm trying to listen in about how they're trying to just scoop up these kills, because again, this was a lobby that bled fast, right? Like, this was a lobby that wasn't very fortunate for them. I don't think Swish and Brolic will be in trouble at all, but you don't want to leave it to chance.
Yeah, maybe let him kill you.
He'll get my money.
They only have 3 games logged, so this could officially be their 4th. So they need it to be as best as humanly possible, because after 3, that had them in the top 5, but once more scores trickled on in, they have quickly fallen outside the top 10.
One thing I will say, I think they're doing better in 3 than some other teams have done in 4. So, hopefully, that means they're safe. Brolic just sacrificed himself for the cause, and then the opposing player that he did that for didn't even go for the money or the buy.
Unfortunate. I think she just needs to kind of end it here, but...
Oh, no.
No, Swish! You gotta run, don't let him get you, shoot it on down. We saw what happened, but you go ahead and dispose of it with ease and end it there.
Well, that's all done and dusted. That will be their 4th game on the board. Surely lifts them away from anything serious, but, well, we will have a whole lot of admin going on in the back there, Tiff, trying to figure out exactly what it's looking like in terms of, again, our bottom 5 will be removed. There's a couple of teams they're loading into late games. Some of them just adding on their 4th onto the board, unless they've been naughty like Juki's earlier and just not logged their games so far. Or there's also a couple of squads there that were trying to improve on earlier failures. So it'll be interesting to see how all that math looks at the end, but I mean, I don't know about you. I hate doing cast math, so I'm going to leave that to all the talented people behind the scenes.
Yeah, I'm not touching it. I'm not even going to try to get into the math. We're hitting triple-digit scores, so you know that math's going to get pretty intricate. So we'll let them all wrap things up. And now that I think about it, based on our first initial hour, right, we have 4 one-hour sessions in this timed kill race on Superstore Resurgence. But are there any strategies that we think might have panned out for some of our teams that were better than others that you witnessed?
I think nice and early, it's a case of just separating. One player, for example, takes control of Superstore rooftop and then controls all of that, whereas one pushes out maybe, you know, we saw Smixy out towards the rocks. We saw Scummin playing out towards village. So I think that that is potentially the best way to do things to ensure that you're picking up plenty of kills, sure, but as these players are resurging in, you're then not bringing them down too quickly to bleed your own lobby dry.
That's true. And now we have to start thinking about what the time in each game is looking like. With only an hour to log your 4 best games, you have to keep that pace, rack up those eliminations quickly, but it really doesn't leave you a lot of time to get insane games on the board. And as I say that, we had the 65. Now, granted, that is so far the best that we've witnessed coming from Biffle and Shifty. Not sure if anyone was able to break that margin, but lo and behold, if we see a 70 today, I'm going to lose it.
Yeah, 70 would be insane. We've seen a couple north of 50. That's the only one I know of so far above 60. Obviously, we're still waiting for the last couple of games to come in. 70 would be out of this world. Like, I don't even know. Sometimes, you know, we see these kill records come on through all the time, right? And people go through and do the math of like, what is like a reasonably expected amount of kills to get in a lobby like that? And I don't even know if 70 is even being ultra efficient. I do not know what you would have to do, what god you would have to pay in order to break 70.
Excuse me, dear COD God, please let me drop a 70 bomb. I am in a $20,000 tournament. And granted, if it is going to happen, let it be in that final 1 hour block. But if you guys are just joining us in, welcome, guys. It's $20,000 on the line. We already talked about how we have these 4 1-hour timed kill race sessions. At the end, you've just witnessed the first 1 hour, and we have 20 duos. But after this, we're going to tally up those scores, and the bottom 5 are going home with no chance at the money.
Yeah, it's tough if you go out this early, right? I think that you come into this, you're trying to look for yourself a tactic that could build you into the afternoon. If you've only managed, I'm seeing a couple of teams here, I think that some have only managed like 4 games. Ooh. If you haven't had a great 4 games and don't get yourself through into the top 15, you're sat thinking, you know, did I leave a lot on the table? Did I leave a lot on the board? Did I just not find out what the ultimate strategy was? Could I have done better in this? I genuinely am curious as well if some of our bigger names end up struggling here, because we've talked a lot about how they're used to playing Kazakhstan. They're used to play a big map at the minute, a lot of competition over there, not so much time in Resurgence other than the Esports World Cup. Definitely no time here on Superstore Resurgence. So a couple of our big names that were maybe talked up at the top of the show, expecting to do things, be involved in the money, could they fall foul of just not knowing what to do here?
They really could, and I'd be curious because you mentioned let's look at some of our big games, let's look at our big teams. Let's go ahead and see what Biffle and Shifty were able to accomplish throughout some of their best games. We already talked about that 65-point game, but throughout their top 4, we get 173 points, and that's going to include a game that was only worth 16.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I had to triple check that. I was kind of like scrolling through not only the data in the back, but also Discord. I was kind of like, what? Is that real? Is that actually a thing? You start off with 65. Sorry, you start off with a 43, but your best game overall is a 65. To have a 65 and then a 16 as well is interesting. I don't think they'll mind too much at this point. I guess one of the silver linings you could put on that is if you're Biffle and Shifty, you've not only figured out what does work, you've definitely also figured out what doesn't work.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that is going to come down just towards the time crunch. If you saw that initial first game that we witnessed when we were opening up the top of the show, dropping right in with Biffle and Shifty, they were kind of farming. They were dropping the cash, and the players were actually buying back. And that's kind of taking a large majority of your time up. And when you need it to kind of keep on going quickly to repopulate and to farm, it doesn't always work out. And maybe they just ran into that crunch towards the end. But here's the deal, Enigma. 5 teams going home in just a few moments. Let's go ahead and pull up that leaderboard and see who's going to be the first to leave out on Call of Duty Warzone Total Frenzy.
Oh, we'll be saying goodbye to Careless Kitty. MZ Unrational. That is a side that we expected big things of for sure. Unrational and Dongi going home is something that I did not have on my bingo card this early. They dropped 2 37s, a 23, but then a 12 and an 11. Off to an awful start. I really feel for him there. A Swag as well. Swag and Sage, they will be out of here with just 127 points. And then it's so unfortunate for Chelsea, who comes in as a sub after Torrens' house gets hit by lightning, so needs a sub to then miss out by 1 point.
But Smixy, though, on the other end of that sword, has that extra 1 elimination that keeps her in at least towards that next session. But you start to see like a lot of real close points up in the top 5 and 6 or so, right? 20-point differential between first and 6. Now, you think about once these numbers start dwindling, right? We're going to go down towards that top 10, but what does that threshold look like? So if 10th place now is 148, and that's going to be held by Superevan, we have to think that maybe you want to be north of 150 to be safe on the next hour block.
Yeah, so I'm kind of looking at Superevan's games here, which if we're setting that as the kind of like maybe 10th place threshold, they had a 43, 44, 46, but then a 15. So if you're going to get inside that top 10, I don't think you have an opportunity to make a single like error game here. You have to have at least good games, if not great games consistently throughout this, or you're going home. And that shifts things because it's kind of gone from, all right, maybe you could have a bad one like Aydan and Co did, but you can fix that and you'll be totally fine, nothing to worry about. I don't know if that's an option going forward, and that reeks of upsets.
Well, it's the same thing that we saw when we looked at Biffle and Shifty scores, right? They had that 16-point game. So if a couple of our teams kind of use all the time, use all of the effort on 3 good games, they're like, okay, I've got a 15 to 20-point game. That's just what I'm going to throw down for my last one. It is what it is. But you are right. When it comes down to it, there's $20,000 on the line, $12,000 for first place for a duo, $6K a piece. You cannot afford one singular mistake when it comes to this. And we're just getting started though, Enigma. We are really locked and loaded, but we're gonna cut to a quick break. And when we come back, we're gonna drop into that next hour session. Well, things are just getting started here at Warzone Total Frenzy. This time, though, we got Superstore Resurgence wrapping things up with our first initial hour done on this timed kill race. I want to go ahead and refresh that leaderboard really quick, Enigma, because we did have to send 5 teams home. And, well, the margin, 183, is going to be Team Aydan with Team Amir right behind them with 175. And we didn't even get to see too much from Team Amir.
No, I don't feel like we did. It was, I think we got a brief moment maybe of Amir and Dark at the very start, but other than that, not too much from the guys out of the last tab. And I'd love to see a little bit more of them. I'm always a huge fan of watching them make things happen. Amir and his wonderful community, of course, who call him an ogre, even though he's an incredibly beautiful man, so it must be endearing of some sort. So yeah, it would be nice to get to see a bit more of them. We got to see quite a bit of Team Aydan, and honestly, it was interesting watching their strategy unfold, where it was kind of like, yes, they had that bad game, but they made sure they load into have an absolute banger in the last one. Be interesting to see how teams kind of evolve and manipulate the whole situation that we have going on here. Just to make you guys aware, by the way, I said something in the first hour session where you had to make sure that you were in the queue, or at least in the pre-game lobby, before that minute, before you hit that hour mark. It is in the plane. So once you are in the plane, you have to be within that before the next hour session for your game to count.
Ooh, so change is on up. So you're going to have to quantify really quickly if the game that you're on is going to be worth it. But I think to be able to hit that threshold of north of 150, which 148 was 10th place after the first session, being at 37 average per game, you need to come out swinging. And Juki's looking to do that just like he is on 7. Slides in, can't get that player taken out. But we are north of double digits. This could go. Oh, you hear Juki say it. Oh, no!
Well, if it's going to happen, at least make it within the first minute, right?
Sure.
Get out of there. Get moving on to somewhere else.
Just a good
if you kill an
warm-up.
enkeo, what do you have for us?
Hopefully something good. You know what? I'm not going to lie. I miss running through the crates and all the different levels on the inside. But I will say about Superstore here on Urzikstan is when you think back to Verdansk, it was dark on the inside.
Yes.
And that was when the rose skin was just everywhere. And it became very jump scare-like. So I do love that we've kind of brightened the inside of this one up.
Yeah, no, I fully agree. I think that, honestly, you mentioned the rose skin on Verdansk. So many different things are like, yeah, it's just, my brain is just flooding with things that I'd locked away in boxes in the back there somewhere. So many memories of exactly things like that happening. Because I used to love like a kind of Superstore drop, but if I wasn't fully feeling myself, maybe a storage or a boneyard, then into Superstore kind of thing. So I'd spend quite a bit of time here. And plenty of rose skins that would absolutely smoke me. What was worse, rose skin in Verdansk or Groot skin on Al Mazrah?
Oh, well, Verdansk was darker. Like, there was a lot of heavy shadows, so I think rose was just very tough. Speaking of, that was just tough. As FIFA knocks the ghost of Verdansk, which seems fitting considering what we've been talking about here. The group was pretty atrocious, though. One thing that was not atrocious is that you mentioned Storage Town, and that's top,
right?
That's top 4 right there, POI.
Great times indeed. One day I wonder if we're just gonna get like a mix, like of all these different incredible POIs that we've had. Oh, enkeo checks on out, lands a couple of bullets. He's actually running. Is that a Taki Volvier that he's got in his hand? What was that he was running?
Whatever
Can't
it
tell
is,
these
probably
days with
some
half the
ground
conversion
loot.
kits.
Oh, you're not wrong. I have been bamboozled so many times. Get those portable radars back on up. You got the static, you got your STG in the hand, and we are ready to rip through this lobby. Oak Boy Picnic on your screen. It's been a minute since we've seen them, but we're just kind of kicking things off. Looks like a fresh lobby for them.
Yeah, looks like they're just getting things started. Oak Boy here lands a couple of shots, but not enough to get the down just yet. Gonna get up close and personal. Wants to get aggressive on it. Rhea Ripley tries to shimmy left. Rhea Ripley gets absolutely slammed down. Oak needs to put some plates in, though. He does get the first pushing on up. However, again, you don't want that second plate to kind of engage you at this point. You want to make sure that that team stays alive so you can try and farm them later on. So yeah, just to avoid the fight, check away, come back once that team is replenished, and you can just continue to farm them a little bit. Elsewhere, it looks like Picnic has got company, finds one, although Picnic falls. So as Oak gets the first here, he's actually got to make sure he stays up.
And I like the way we immediately get that realization in. We can't full send this down knowing that there's multiple teams that are going to be filtering in through this segment of Superstore. So pick up one, back off. And every elim that they get is going to whittle down that resurgence timer. So of course, Picnic back in. Now we can get a little more aggressive. And as soon as I said that, well, no reset on the roof for Picnic.
A little bit of a blessed timing there, though, because literally the moment Picnic is eliminated, Oak gets a knock. So it immediately cuts the resurgence timer by 5. 3 more seconds for opening the crate, and he's back in off the next knock as well. So it turns out not to be the worst thing in the world for these two. This duo that have played so much competitive Warzone together over the years, but yeah, it sounds like Pick might be in trouble yet again as he tries to figure out exactly how to get himself out of the blender. The thing is, like, there's blenders in, like, Yurzikstan and Big Map and whatnot. Oh, boy, with the transfer. Beautiful stuff. That might be a team wipe, which would be disappointing, but I don't actually think he's finished off the one that was further beyond. So if they have a self, that's totally fine. Luke Galore then finishes it off, and that's given enough time for the teammates to get back in. That, ladies and gentlemen, is exactly how you should be playing competitive Resurgence.
And he's just like locked as the eyes get wider. Like, what do you mean we've got another Chow coming through? We are just farming the inside, already on 20. And we're doing it with a ground loot WSP9. So we were talking about the Swarm earlier. We've also talked about the Horus. But also this weapon is quite frankly so cracked. Did you just go, this player's simply the best? Just absolutely chowing. Then we come to Soka on the roof on 15, make it 16?
Man. 16. Only, unfortunately, 4 teams remaining. Scummin is an absolute demon, so you got to assume he's at least matching. Oh, Soka doesn't finish that one off. It actually takes bullets from further beyond. PA is going to go over the top of him, so he's going to have to check away for a moment. It's going to feel like the 2 that got away there. But he's not going to let that last for long, surely. Trying to bait out that loadout, but it just doesn't happen for him. Scummin's actually down, so Soka for the next 15 seconds just got to take a moment to breathe. Player trying to land on the loadout on the roof. Soka checks on over. Another PA comes out over the top of him. Oh, and that's a Mosquito drone up above as well. Soka feels like he's dodging pretty much everything right now.
Put him in the Matrix. Real Ripley, though, on the inside. We take the Chow straight to it. I just want to say, Soka from the stairways with a steel chair. No, I don't know, man. I just watch too much. No, I don't watch any wrestling anymore. I used to watch it as a kid. I would just like grab that instant ramen, get on the couch, sit cross-legged, and that was how my afternoons were spent.
That doesn't sound bad, to be honest. Sounds like a great afternoon.
Childhood, man. Childhood.
Yeah. Sounds wonderful. I shared a room with my brother, so we would fight over who got to have the undisclosed console for a while.
Imagine being console.
Scummin is in an absolute excuse me? How dare you?
I played so much console. I still have one. I have every console. So I just love saying that, though. It's so funny.
I'm offended.
Nah.
Anyway. We do get to see a bit of Amir and Dark, by the way, on our screen right now. Dark actually falls in the back. I don't speak much Spanish, but I think he said that there was 2 players around the corner. Amir actually gets caught by a mortar. So down to just the 2 plates. I'd be very wary of that. Doesn't have the prxdigy. There's no quick fix or anything in play here. The first 2 plates go in. Gonna have to take this fight weakened out. Won't matter because Lucid is looking for God knows what. Where were you headed?
You know, I just realized I think this is a picture of Amir, because I was like, dude, are we really not moving not one single bit? I think he grabbed a screenshot and threw it up for the webcam.
Dark finds 1 player. That PA ragdolled that body about 9 miles. Lucid goes down yet again. Cleaned up. Dark now to interview him when we were out at the Esports World Cup. Very humble young man. Considering all the talents he has, such a straight shooter, such a slayer, superstar for sure from his region. Only ever speaks about his teammates. Only ever speaks about his community. So love to see him pop off here. Had a great first session where his squad finished 2nd overall, just in behind Aydan. And Right now, Dark and Amir just controlling Superstore. They aren't as split as some of the other teams, but I think Amir has recognized that and dropped into a lower level.
Does get taken out, though. This one's tough. This lobby, the numbers are dwindling. We're not necessarily getting our eliminations up as high as possible. And then you start to have to think, are we wasting our time? Will we be able to put a string of eliminations together towards the end of this? Counter UAV up is going to blind them from that mini map, but still able to follow the trails where the teams are parachuting on in. But we're still looking for our first initial 5, which is not like what we saw in that initial hour.
Isn't at all. Just trying to keep an eye on some of the games from this hour that are rolling in. Gorgonite and Rated picked up a 47. That seems to be the best reported score thus far. Adrian and Adian with a 30. enkeo and FIFA with a 26. We're seeing, oh my god, a Bread and Joe 58 rocks up on the board just as I'm looking at it. That is a great performance. We've only seen one break 60 so far through this tournament, and that is not far off.
Okay, that's the best way to kick things off in hour 2. Now, mind you, if you just joined on in, we started the day 20 duos. After our first initial hour, we cut down to 5, so we've got the top 15 in this hour coming down to the final 10 after this. It's going to end at 20 after the top of the hour. So for me, on the East Coast, 5:20. For Enigma, over in the UK, across the pond, God knows when.
10:20.
10:20.
Hey, we're used to these late nights by now. It's all good. Biffle falls. I think Shifty was also getting shot at, by the way, at the same time. But, and the comms that come on out don't sound positive. I think Biffle's maybe more frustrated that he didn't clean all of those up. We do see those moments plenty of times in these TKRs where you end up with just like, okay, they've just torn the whole lobby to pieces. Honestly, what you wouldn't do to be incredibly efficient. Biffle will go straight back in for his loot. Shifty playing around a loadout. Oh, and player lands up above him, and of course that's an awful idea because Shifty is just going to turn. Shifty wants every piece of you, jumps on off. Players tries to hit a fadeaway, hits nothing. Shifty moves himself to 15.
Imagine getting home and being like, yeah, I'm going to go play some Call of Duty tonight. I want to drop into some Superstore Resurgence. And you get bested by one of the 2 best players in competitive Warzone.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. Like, the thing is, well, if you're, you know, let's say you're just coming in for some Superstore Resurgence, you're trying to have some fun with things, you have no idea who Biffle and Shifty are.
That's true.
Somehow. You're not aware, and you're just coming in, trying to play some games on an evening, you run into these 2. I would be watching, spectating. I'd be so curious about what they're doing on the map and how exactly they have just torn me apart. And speaking of which, Rated slams 1. Gorgo slams another. I spoke about these 2 a moment ago. They had a fantastic game 1. Rated's already on 7. Probably make that 8 here in game 2.
Hey, no strangers to the 50s there. Bringing in the janitor, aka Gorgo Knight, putting up some insane numbers. And love that production has added the countdown timer on the right-hand side. You can see north of 40 minutes left to be able to put up 4 banger games. And Janitor going in for the cleanup there on the roof to allow Rated some time to get that self-res off and continue on the domination.
That countdown timer is indeed sexy. I love what our production have done for us there because that's going to let us count down those final games. Remembering, though, ladies and gentlemen in chat, that some of these streamers may be on delays for various reasons, so sometimes it may not be biblically accurate. However, what it does allow is for all of us here, myself and Tiff, to sit and watch these squads kind of make decisions about, okay, we're going to check out of this lobby, try and find ourselves a new one, and that's going to make things very exciting when we get there. So shout out production. Huge move there indeed. Speaking of huge moves, Rated's already on 10. He spotted more prey land further down. He actually hears a player up above, gets the crack. Mosquito up on over to see if he can clean that up. Checks to his left and snaps. Beautiful shots from the Welshman.
So calm while doing it. Let's check in. Knight on your screen. 12 eliminations and looking for the 13. We've got multiple teams here on the rooftop. But I love that we're still able to preserve the lobby because while we're finding these kills, we're not necessarily getting all of the squad wipes. We're doing it time to perfection, which is to be expected of someone who is just an absolute resurgence reaper.
I also don't think he's blinked in the last 3 minutes, so showing just how locked in he is. Finds himself the 15th. That's gonna put rated
There are loadies there. I don't know if you want to play
a night onto what? Pushing up towards 30 at this point. They've still got 7 teams left in the lobby. It's 18 players, but it will continue to flicker, of course, with that resurgence timer still being open. And this is where Knight decides he's going to push on out into some of the surrounding territory. Find those players that are trying to resurge to somewhere that they believe is safe. Won't be believing it's safe for much longer because those shots are pretty solid. Those shots are beautiful. Oh, if he's gotten the third, I'd have lost my damn mind.
Well, for you, I'm glad that it's still in there. And, you know, we'll try again and see if you can pick up another 3-piece. Rated on the inside, though. Trying to just kind of weasel his way out of there, right? Dives back in, misses that elimination just by 2 seconds. Knows he's not alone, but you've got some rats on the inside with the suppression mine, and that's unfortunate. We're on 30. Holy.
And we've just watched both of those players actually go down, so I wonder what they could be on. Could definitely already be pushing 35. And we see those kind of games happen, you start talking, oh yes, a minimum 40, potentially 50. I've only seen one team break 60 thus far, which was, of course, Pitful and Shifty. Swisham takes damage from pretty much everywhere on the map. Only has the 2 plates. Thankfully, she's running tempered, so that will be just about enough anyway. Gromalokk finally kills off screen. Swisham can hear plenty ahead of her. Changes to the STG. Assesses the distance that she needed in that fight, sorry. Can hear a lot of players down below. I think someone's mic is also ringing off somewhere in the background. You know, one of those players that's like on a TV, and every time he shoots, you can hear it through their mic. I think Swisham's suffering from that right now.
No, I got stacked on it.
Oh.
It's hard. It's hard, but you just gotta lock it in. You've gotta channel it out. Put the blinders on. Cover up the ears and just be like, we are focused here. There's $20,000 on the line. We just gotta make it to that final 5, that final hour to play for it.
I gotta say, ladies and gentlemen in chat, we've been talking a lot about how one team have broken 60 points so far through this afternoon. Let's make that 2.
Ooh.
As Huskers and Noobs drop 61 here as they try and book their place through to the 3rd session of the afternoon. A ridiculous performance in map 1 that will be the best so far here in hour 2.
That is exceptional to kick things off for hour 2. And I think once you get into that final hour, that is really going to dictate if you find yourself taking home 12,000 for first place, or if you're just going home with 2nd or 3rd, or even outside the money. To land yourself in that final hour and walk away with 0 is very tough. But for Swisham, we're still trying to lock it in. We've got to find ourselves into the top 10 after this. And hey, 1 HP and a dream. We're still surviving on the rooftop for now.
Oh, I gotta respect the movement because this player has oh no! She stopped shooting! She did all the movement. She broke ankles. She got the plates in, and then unfortunately falls foul of one of those old classic ones that you and me have been through and everyone in chat has been through. You think you've already gotten the kill. The synapses in your brain have told you that actually you can let go of the trigger because you've killed that player already, and it turns out you actually haven't. Brolic trades with an opposing player, decides to land his body on top of theirs to then do that and put his gun through their skull. So yeah, sure, fair enough, Brolic. On to 11. Spots another land out in the parking lot, wants to get aggressive. C9, Breadman, Jowo, on your screens right now. Look pretty good in hour 1. I actually haven't tracked how they've done in hour 2.
I was still like traumatized by the fact that you said if you just stop shooting. It's true. You're like, I've done enough. My finger has come off the trigger, and then I'm dead, and that's unfortunate.
So many times.
It happens to the best of us, but this is going to be such a nice angle here for Jowo. But you still have to make sure that no one's coming at you from that right-hand side. And finally, we get a knock out of the air. Only going to be protected for so long, but now we're testing the limits here.
By the way, went and checked how they've been doing in hour 2. This is actually where they've dropped the 58 in their first game. So, yeah, feeling pretty good, especially considering Jowo was on 25 in this lobby himself. Oh my god, and Breadman's on 28, so that's 53. You've still got 2 other teams here to potentially farm away at. Getting all the UAVs for all the information. I mean, we're talking mid-50s here. I'd be impressed if they can bleed this out for 60, but it's not out of the realms of questionable at the minute.
Two bangers back to back. You love to see it. Joe coming in with the comms. He's like, all right, up top, this is where we need to approach from. Here comes Bread, looking for 30, gets it.
I'm not gonna, don't kill that guy, don't kill that guy, don't kill that guy. It is, everyone's a solo right now, everyone's a solo.
I love the comms.
This guy's close to me here. We get back on the roof. Bro, we
Especially when you know not to hit that squad wipe, right? They're like, everyone is a solo.
The guy that drops in above me, okay? Because I don't know whose teammate this is. Yeah.
One of the things is, off of these first two games, the likelihood of qualifying for the next session is pretty high, but what you get here, and I speak about this all the time when we do big map, and like how Shifty, Biffle, Soka end up with a lot of match point reps, it's figuring out how to play in a different way. What they're getting here is reps on how to bleed a lobby as the resurgence timer finally closes. So from this point on, you might see tactics like dropping cash for the other players to pick up so that they can buy their teammates back in. Bread, man. I mean, that player thinks he's got a truck to deal with. Bread says, no, I can see your tippy toes, my friend. I'm going to deal with you.
Doesn't matter as long as you've got an angle on a body part for them. They're going down. Cluster mine out. 7 eliminations for Soka. Scummin still playing split. They're carrying on the same strategy they used in hour 1 to get them into the top 15. And with 34 minutes left, still looking to string some more eliminations together. They've already put down a 34-point game in hour 2. Looking to keep things moving. But with you only have 34 minutes to grab 3 more games, time is of the essence.
Oh, yeah, you're absolutely spot on. We spoke a little bit about it in the first hour session, where it's like, okay, you not only got to kill as many things as you can, but yet bleed out those lobbies long enough so it's efficient. But you've then also got to consider that you need to get in 4 games minimum to maximize your score. And if you have a bad one, you've got to then find a 5th. So, yeah, it's a delicate balance that all these players have to consider. Fear Shadow is devastated to receive a throwing knife to the chest there. Quite unsure about how he's just died. Again, I absolutely love the voice comms that we sometimes get out of these plays and these things.
Honestly, they're some of the best, but a lot of our players are so locked that they're not actually calming all that much. But sometimes we get those nice gems, and you come over to Scum and look like an absolute evil villain. Like he's up to something almost, just so focused.
He's running up the stairs.
Drop one, if you want to pick it up and drop it again.
I mean, Scum and Hail Marys his cash to the floor. Here, son, take that. If you're one of those public players, we've had a couple of conversations about this already this afternoon. You see all that cash just like land at your feet? You and me, I think we're aware of what's about to happen, right? Like you're like, oh no, these guys are trying to farm me. I'm not falling for this. But surely the average Joe is just kind of like, wait, I've been blessed by the COD gods. I've got all this money all of a sudden.
It's like, do we trust it? It's obvious it's a trap, but they're still going to take it and run with it if they can.
Yeah. Scum and Soka just toying with what is left. They have a 29. It's definitely not a lobby that they're going to be happy with. They've only got 32 minutes to play out the rest of the hour. At some point, if you're spending this much time just trying to find a kill or so, I wonder if it's just more efficient at that point than go, okay, you know what? We're just going to get on to the next one. Clumsy with a beautiful little 2-piece that we transfer over into. That was very nice indeed. Running with Selly in this one, and they dropped to 47 game 1, so a solid start here in their second hour. Clumsy's also on 17. Clumsy though needs to slip away, does have tempered, so he's only going to need to buy enough time for the 2 plays. Gets enough time and manages to slam the player who comes on through the door.
Who's he chatting, bro?
Yeah, who is he challenging? That was gorgeous.
All right, keep it rolling. If we're gonna put a sequence like that on the board and you come in with the who's he challenge, we're next level. We are looking to get ourselves into that top 10 if possible, nearing the halfway mark. Finds another player dancing around this, but with Selly down, that resurgence timer ticking, we need to be more cautious, but getting that elim would really help us get Selly back in.
I might have a new favorite for the tournament. That for the first time this week, is not a Falcons team.
Ooh.
Bread and Joe dropped 58 in game 1.
Okay.
They've dropped 67 in game 2.
Huh?
We have got a third team breaking 60. They've set a new record for the tournament. 67 kills across 2 games. They are on 125 points. Insane stuff out of Cloud9.
Wow, the bakery eating good tonight if they keep this pace on up.
In that leaderboard update there, you will see Team Bread way off in the lead. Going to be interesting again. We spoke last time, top 10 in our first hour was 148. I suspect that as players get better at playing this format, as they're aware that the competition stacks up more, that they're going to get better and better. Knight finds 2 with the pump action shoddy and then finishes it off with the DG. Here's more coming on through. This is one of those moments again, like, do you want to continue to pick off these players because you might be wiping teams that you want to go back and farm later? Yeah, sure. Go. Oh my god, Gorgo Knight, what did you just do? Absolutely goes on a tear. Has 6 kills. Could well be 8 if those are confirmed. Unfortunately gets shot from the side. Otherwise, that's one of the best passages of play we've seen this afternoon.
You've got to have every bit of those epic sequences, especially if you want to compete with the likes of a 67-point game and tippy-toeing around the clusters rate it is. Here comes the portable radar. At least it gives us that information. Now, however, that counter UAV down and out. We've got multiple players above us, and we sweep in for a flank. However, that's a squad wipe. And to burn those this early on is rather unfortunate.
You know that every time these players are getting a squad wipe early, that they're disappointed about it because they just want these players to live as long as possible. If you want to see yourself break a 60, you not only need to go massive, you also need to be very clever about how you play it out. Amir, who's on 15 with 14 players still in the lobby. That's not bad. It's not record-breaking either, but it could set you up for a solid game that contributes to your top 4 for sure. Just makes me wonder what Dark is on, who's currently holding Superstore roof by the looks of things.
Probably big. I mean, we think when we see this squad on big map, it's like Amir is the glue that keeps the teammates alive, the resets, the clutches. That's what they're known for. And Dark usually puts up a lot of numbers. However, we're currently sitting on 6.
Yeah, that's not great. That is not... it's also just not the numbers you expect out of Dark, who gets shot from 2 different angles. Tried taking the first shots there, and unfortunately that heady's just going to not play ball with him. So he's going to stay on 6 for now. It's going to be frustrating. Sometimes, you know, this is another one of those questions, I guess. Like, if you are getting off to a game here where you're struggling, you'll break 20, but maybe not 30. Do you just bow out and decide to just go straight to the next lobby? Oh, that's gorgeous out of Amir, though. Plays around that smoke, plays around that buy, slams his opponent, plucks another one out of the sky. Will likely move himself up towards 20 here, but just needs a little bit more out of his teammate.
And now I'm thinking about that, but I don't think we do it just yet, considering if we come down to the final few moments and we're like, okay, well, we only have 3 games, you would rather have that 16-pointer and kind of lock it in versus not having a final game.
True. Well, if they wanted one of those, and they've already got one from game 1 because they dropped 17 points in game 1. It is tough at the minute for the duo from LATAM. So yeah, they need to find a few more here. Maybe that's exactly what this is as well. They don't have time to go again because they're already kind of going again after how disappointing map 1 was. Amir finds that one. Opposing player losing his mind over it. Malding. Could feel it through the voice comms. Amir spots another from the sky. That player's going to be protected, though. Dark is weakened again. Feels like he's just hasn't gotten himself going. Has found 3 more kills over the last few minutes. However, backed into a corner. Here's footsteps. Can you maybe push this in from a different angle?
I was gonna say, since when has that stopped any of our players with that little protection?
Oh, no.
Not the riot shielders. It has come to that time of the day, Enigma.
Honestly, if I'm Dark there, as I'm fleeing, I'm picking up that breacher drone and launching it at that thing and hoping for the best. I agree with this as well. Back off, stay away from it. Hopefully at some point you catch them in the back. Those things are Another nightmare to deal with. Dark as well, who's on 9. Doesn't need many more of those.
You're not wrong. All right, well, let's see. Amir, Dark. Amir fully eliminated. Dark's gonna have to hold it together. Resurgence Tiber down and out. We gotta hit the buy station if we can. It's on the other side of the complete circle. A lot of time will be wasted, but if we can kill our way there, we make it worth all the while.
Dark is bountied, by the way. So a team is trying to hunt him down. Maybe bullets will rang out at him. Mortar will go out over the top. Won't matter. Likely not for him as he's indoors. At this point, he's got to figure out whether or not he can actually make this play for the buy. I feel like as a door here, you've invested a lot of time. That's a massive gunfight. Absolutely must win. Manages to get Amir back in. Oh, there's another team right around the corner. So although you get yourself back in, you then are bringing in a player who's got no utility while you yourself had full utility. You got to wonder about the trade-off there. Then again, it's just not been Dark's game thus far. And if Amir can't just land straight back in on his loop, it's probably a fair trade.
Fair.
Ooh.
Through the water. Go fishing. Just get him. On 15. Could be another banger. Exactly what they need. 25 minutes left. And more. Just keep on flying in to chow the Superstore area. We extend out. We take a bit of damage, but so far, so good. Able to clean up straight to our right, even on the fence line. Make it 2 for that. Get back on the roof through the scaffolding. I feel like I just saw some feet. That means we get another one.
You see him. Rated's definitely hearing him. Finds himself so many kills. Those two, by the way, are off to a fantastic start. Rated and Knight, 102 points in just 2 games. We're looking real good. We're getting across that 148 threshold that we spoke about before as the likely, well, potential score for top 10 if we're basing on that first hour. And with Empathy and Superevan, these guys are holding 114 across 3 games. So they've played a few more games. However, that does mean that this is their 4th, so they should confirm themselves that they're taking advantage of all 4 potential games. Empathy already on the 6 kills, putting the cluster to use. And as you'd expect at this point, considering how much we've seen of it, trying to fight for the top of Superstore. Gets a kill, and the cluster mine gets him his profit out as well.
Okay, Empathy. Let's get it moving right now. Superevan squad, they were hanging out in the bottom 5 until they got their scores fully reported. Now, I don't think we're going to see that occur for them out in the second hour. We want that top 10. Empathy looking for 10 eliminations already on this game. Think of the games we've seen reported for them. They've already got 3 down. And once we get that 4th in, then we have plenty of time to seek out improvements. And I think that 23-point game, I lied, 33, is going to be the first one to go.
Chasing me like a
I
fucking
think you are absolutely spot on. I'm not sure if Superevan was insulting his opponent or insulting himself there. I missed exactly who that was aimed at, but not very encouraging either way. Superevan. I actually see Empathy fall in the back. Empathy says he's likely to be dead here, so this is an important fight here for Ev. Manages to get the kill. Honestly, gets it at the time so that it's just perfect for Empathy to just bleed down that timer straight away. Takes 12 seconds out of the timer, so Empathy's almost immediately back in. We'll transfer it over to him. He's going to hit the deployable, but has very little in the way of cash, so... Does actually find a UAV out of the box, but it's just going to be the one plate available to him as he gets sniped from distance.
Not the Car 98. Not the 3 kids on the roof. Let's see what we can find. Plenty of cash. Maybe at least buy that STG so we feel more confident with it. But to be fair, the ground loot, pretty nice here in Resurgence. But I'll take a free loadout just on the other side of Superstore. It's still a really healthy lobby, and if we're on double digits, putting up a good game now, this will be a nice 4th game.
Would for sure. It feels like there's a squad looking solid to improve on last time out. They were the team actually in 10th. Superevan were the squad that were sat on that 148 last time. 114 across the 3. They'd need 34 points to equal that Feels like they're on for a game there that could go better than that and push them higher up, which means we're seeing them improve. However, Huskers also looking to do exactly that. As he finds 2, he wants to spend enough time here. And that won't wipe the squad, I don't believe, either. So Huskers buying just enough time for his 21st kill to not bleed the lobby either. We're still in 4th circle. You're down to 5 teams. These guys have absolutely fried. Huskers has already had a 61-point game and a 49-point game. In just 2 games, 110. Feels like they found their rhythm. Feels like they found their flow. Noobs on 19, looking for 20. So this is going to be north of 40 already. It's absolutely insane performance here in our second hour.
We saw Rated working this area of Superstore from the roof with this kind of guide alongside the sign from Superstore. This is just such a power position. It gives you the ability to work the waterway. You can double down and kind of look on the other side, and you can farm so many eliminations from right here. Huskers actually joining Noobs up on the roof, finds one of their own. We just need a little bit more ammo or a munitions box, something.
Oh, that'll be lovely. That'll be exactly what you're looking for.
44.
I'm not sure if Huskers has slowed down at all as he continues to ring out bullets in the back. So he's going to be pushing mid-20. So this feels like it's probably already around a 45, Tiff. So
45?
a 50 potentially on the board here, which would go alongside a 61 and a 49. In 3 games, they'd hit 160. My God. That would be something absolutely ridiculous. Try and pluck a player out of the sky. He's going to be protected. He's going to be protected. Eventually, that will break, and eventually, you will get shot out of the sky. He will actually survive the fall, but as players try and rush in from outside, Noobs will find them. Does have another player just down below. Decides to pick up on that player's teammate as well. We'll just knock him so that it's long enough for him to come back on in. We're down to our final 4. Noobs has moved himself into the mid-20s.
And we find another. Look, you get high ground, you take the roof towards the end game, and you just let it rip. But I think they're hyper aware. Obviously, Resurgence is closed now, so despite them being split, we need to be more cautious. At least know that they can work that buy station down below. The chow on the roof comes through, and we are playing Ring Around the Rosie. The chase ensues straight into the stairway. We get our cameras broken, and Huskers flies on down because I am so shocked that we lost that player, but I might have been Huskers the whole time. Where's the name tag? Not me. Constantly shooting my teammates, I swear.
Oh, Huskers just about manages to stay up. I think the supporting shots in from Noobs will help him there. But Huskers hung on by the skin of his teeth. Noobs finishes that one off as well. So he's on 28. You can hear the flex going crazy, by the way. Something...
Oh, fuck. He was the one that's going to buy. God damn it.
Huskers. And yeah, these are the kind of comms that... We're starting to see out of these teams as they recognize how to bleed through the lobbies and how to put themselves up those absolutely banger games. It's why we're seeing more 50s here in hour 2 than we did in hour 1. Oh, I love that. Huskers.
He's locked. Like, we are looking all different areas. See, can we get him by and back? Can we work 2 eliminations out of this? Is he?
Did you drop
Just
money
throw it.
over there?
Maybe like $500. Maybe leave a trail of cash to the buy.
Just hold your breath.
I don't want to drop money and
pray.
I mean, look, I'm telling you, scatter it out. Hansel and Gretel it straight to the buy station. Once in college, I did that with Cheez-Its to find my way home. Don't ask.
That's a visual. Sure. Yeah. I don't know what Cheez-Its are. I'm assuming they're like,
oh my God, that's right.
What's-its, but
Wait, what's
yeah.
it? You're so
that's
British.
what I'm assuming. I'm gonna Google this off to my left-hand side here and check if that is the case. But no, they look They look awful. I'm not gonna lie. They look terrible. Never in a million years. Anyway.
I'm done. I can't do this with you, Enigma. Not anymore.
Anyway.
I'm gonna put you in the bottom 5 here after this. You're going home. No money for you.
Speaking of the bottom 5, by the way, currently looks like Team Biffle are currently in there. I'm assuming that's because they've not reported a couple of scores. Although they did only get a 35 in game 1. Currently only reported the 2 scores. It's only 47 in game 2. So no pop-off. And we are seeing more of these 50s come on through. You know, we've seen Team Breadman have a north of 50 and a north of 60. Team Huskers bring in a north of 60 and then a 49. So 1 off the 50. FIFA and enkeo have also had 2 games over 50. Aydan one on 50. Racing and Gore go over 50. And Jukies and Gabe over 50. And then a 49 too. So Team Biffle might actually genuinely be in the bottom 5 on merit right now.
They've only got 2 games in, so we'll see what they kind of start putting together. They still have plenty of time, but you remember what happened in that first hour, right? They had that final map only worth 16 points, and we're changing things up. You have to be in the plane for that last game to count. Now, I just want to let you know, I Googled what's it's, and I spelt it completely American. And now you're basically calling WOTSITS what's it's? Those are Cheetos Puffs, my man. Cheetos Puffs. And we lose that gunfight, bro. We lose it.
That is tough. That is a 21-point game. You only have 15 minutes to fix that up. Currently having a scan through their scores. They've had a 30, 38, 46, so it's not been awful. But they will definitely want to replace that 20-point game with something far better here. And the thing is, with 15 minutes to go, you load into a lobby now. What you want to do is fire through that lobby as quickly as you can, replace that 20-odd point game, and then get into another lobby just before the timer strikes so that you have a chance at going big in order to improve on your other scores as well.
Honestly, if I get like a 28 and there's still time to be farmed, I might just leave that lobby. Gabe.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's the definition of a public lobby if I've ever seen it. Suppression mine, reclaimer 18, being a little recluse in a back room, setting the trap and making it work for him, but Gabe is back in it.
Even more insulting that it's the reclaimer, by the way. Don't know if you've given it a go yet. It is not good. Gabe's looking, probably can't believe his eyes. Not that he blinked much. He's just gonna chow with absolutely anything. This player shot at him. He checked back with loot that he'd come straight in with, which was just the 9mm. Uses the tank eradicator instead and finds himself Giggly Sniper. Love the name. Hip fires into the next as well. Transfers. Oh, looking for a third. Doesn't happen. Those flow state moments. You said epic moments earlier. 100%. Those are the kind of things that you want them to come on through when you're in these resurgence maps. They've had a couple of great maps. As I said, they've had one north of 50 in this hour session. They've had one on 49, I believe it was. So they have been having a great session. However, they do have a game 1 11 that they need to replace.
Should be able to get that done given the time being. And now we've got the standings here on the left side. Once again, Picnic 114 is going to be 11th place. Now, mind you, after that first hour session, the 10th place cutoff was 148 points with a 37-point game average. Jukies not able to work that player, has some words about it, but we'll tune in with Biffle and Shifty, right? They were kind of a staple of putting up some really high point games in that first initial hour. Hour 2 is nothing like that first session. We got a 35, another 35, and a 47. It's not bad. Should be enough to keep us on that average, but I want to see an improvement for the final 4th game.
Yeah, 100%. Feels weird after, well, I was going to say, oh, okay, that's more like the Shifty I know. Absolutely slams into that next fight, up to 7. Transfer is absolutely gorgeous. Oh, I'm just asking a little bit too much there as he hops in through the window. We're going to see the kill cam. No, we won't. I lied to you. Biffle instead on our screens. Trying to get him and his teammate back into this a little bit. I'm going to assume that the 0 up in the top right corner is not correct. Oh, maybe it is. I don't know. What's going on with Biffle and Shifty right now? I've spent the week talking about I'm running out of ways to describe how good they are. I'm not going to say it's refreshing to see them struggle. Yeah. It's just different.
It's just something very uncharacteristic about that duo. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure we'll see them in the next round. They just have this kind of plot armor-esque style about them. It's something to do when you form a super team. you think things are looking bad, and in the final moments, in comes the plot armor, and they qualify into the next sesh.
Honestly, plot armor is a wonderful way of saying it. I'm going to use that more often when describing those guys, because don't get me wrong, they are truly generationally talented. They make their own luck. I keep seeing all this stuff on the timeline about how it's boring seeing them win all the time. I don't know what you're watching. They are anything but boring. Also, to have a dynasty, we've had one previously in Warzone. Whenever we talk about them in any game, could be COD multiplayer, could be so many different things. We talk about them in the past tense most of the time because eventually they fall. Eventually the throne is reclaimed by someone else. So to see them performing like they are at the minute is truly a blessing. It's just, yeah, bizarre to see them not at the top of our leaderboard. They will be sat in 10th, so technically right now they would qualify, but obviously a lot of work to go in here as we approach our final 10 minutes.
I was waiting to hear some comms because I heard you're a failure, and I was like, dang. And then I realized they're not talking about me. We're just living. It's totally fine.
Oh. You good? You okay?
Sometimes you get a little sad inside. No, I'm just kidding. But for real, this lobby, it's still fresh. Noobs, once again on the rooftop. Remember what we saw out of him early on. Remember we saw it rated from this area. I think this position that you can just kind of make your pathing through allows you to pick up some eliminations, maybe not grab a full squad wipe, and kind of get back up on the roof, look for them flying back in, and the pathing has been wild to get them such high elimination games.
Yeah, as you know, sometimes we get to use Codcaster and stuff like that. I'd love us sometimes to get some like extra tools. I'd love to like heat map or have a track of the pathing, see where these guys are going at all times. We can make assumptions, sure. We've seen a lot of these guys play around top Superstore and then one of them split off. That's been a viable strategy. Trying to take on two players in the exact same fight, unlikely to be a viable strategy. Yes, these are pods that these players are loading into, but I mean, we still got some straight shooters out here in the COD community looking to farm their own way through some Superstore resurgence as well. Rated will fall, so Knight needs to stay up for the next 10 seconds. Pops out the portable. That will tell him that he's relatively safe. Couple of players above him, likely going to be rooftop. 3 seconds to go. He just needs to stay up. Actually, he reads this perfectly. Transfer. Oh, just about manages to stay up for long enough. Rated gets back in. Another one of those nearly moments for Knight where it feels like if he transfers that, that's absolutely ridiculous. But instead, he's going to be waiting, watching. He should get back in by the time Raid hits the deck.
We need top 10 for this one?
Yeah, we're gonna be good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they seem confident. Good. Yeah, that was... Oh.
I hope we're good, because we're not more than fucking 20. He's about 5 out of the no plates.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's how that works.
I'm ready to see the janitor clock it on in, but we don't have plates. We do get the res, though, so we're fine. We've got the strength and friendship, power, friendship. That's all locked in good. However, you can hear that they've got the confidence saying that we're going to be inside the top 10. We should have done more than enough. It's just when you get into those later sessions where every game has to be flawless. If you're going to drop a dud, it has to be in these earlier hours.
I got another big game to report for you, Tiff.
I'm ready.
A 65 from Aydan and Adrian.
Ooh.
To give them a 4-game total so far of 173. I think we can safely assume that they are inside the top 10. What I will say is that it's been a little bit up and down. They've had a 30 and a 28, but then a 50 and a 65. So all over the place, really lack of consistency there. Those big games likely carrying them through to hour 3 here.
When you think about the first session, 173 put you in second place. So once you hit that benchmark, that's all that you need. And we are worried about the player behind this guy, thinking we can work that. This team, we've been talking about them a lot. They're sitting at about 174 also. So I'd imagine that Aydan and Rated will be some of the top hitting squads from the second hour with 7 minutes to go. But the team on your screen, Amir, Dark, challenging Aydan in that first session, missing out on the top spot by just 2 points. Albeit, fresh lobby, don't even have our first elimination yet. So this pacing of the lobbies we've strung together for the second session has just not been what you want.
No, it just hasn't. It's tough. Struggle at the minute. You do have 7 minutes left, so again, at some point you can just, all right, let's instead find ourselves a new lobby, try and go and have an absolute banger. But looking at the games that they've put up so far. They might not have reported some, sure, but they're well down there at the bottom of things. Dark finds one, picks a second out of the sky. Those shots are more like it. Cleans it all up. Pings will ring out on the minimap. Tells him exactly where he needs to be. He needs to be careful of the precision airstrike. I don't think he got the notification. He more like ran into it. He'll thankfully stay out of that. With no ghost, no plate to protect. He stays up. Again, trying to track more players out of the sky. One of those players lands. Honestly, I think that was the same skin from earlier. Yes, it was. So he thinks more about... He thinks he's going to head off a different way instead. So many players in that little room down there. If Dark can just find a way of taking advantage of it.
Ooh, I mean, I like that we pop off that. We get lucky, find 2 self-reses there, but someone is out in the distance of the car 98. I can just hear it firing towards Dark. Granted, I don't even hear the bullets whizzing by. I just know that someone is shooting it, but they're not coming close. But back to the rooftop we go. Minimal AR ammo, so we need to kind of resupply if we can. Should be able to do so off this player. Still more. Still trying to chow, but you know that's probably the last player left of that team to go ahead and get off the rooftop.
Thing is, if you were one of these teams that's been kind of coming back in over and over again, and Dark has just been plucking you out of the sky, I think you find somewhere else to be. I think you're kind of done. I mean, some nice shots. Transfers onto the second, gets 2 knocks, so that brings Amir straight back into things. We'll clean both of those up. Only thing is, I worry that you're then eliminating a squad. Oh, and plenty of pings coming in from Amir, who's dropping in above. We'll tell Dark what he needs to do next. And the thing is, Dark doesn't want to necessarily push that because of the fact that Amir's coming back in, so he's not got the ground loot to really... Sorry, he's only got ground loot, so he's not got the loot to really fight things if Dark falls himself. But actually, Amir's managed to get down amongst it, and he's found himself a couple of knocks, so likely scooping bodies. This team looking to get themselves going here. 19 teams still in this. Amir, I'm not sure the number of kills, but I'm going to assume somewhere around 10. So if you're talking, you're pushing up towards 20 at this point. It could be a solid game. Again, nothing record-breaking, but it will definitely help them with their overall score here.
My only thing is this their 3rd game, or has their 3rd game been reported and this is their 4th? So I'm a little worried as that counter is just under 5 minutes, because you have to think we need a 4th game. Yeah. We just kind of bail out and just get something mediocre on the board and try to hit a banger in that final one.
So a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, as long as you are in the plane before that timer that you see on your top right hits 0, Dark, lovely stuff to read that. As long as you're in that plane, you can go into your next game. So Tiff is absolutely spot on. You got to consider that at this point, because this lobby will likely go on for longer than the 3 minutes 45 that we currently have at our disposal. So here, rack up as many kills as you can here, bounce out at some point in order to then try and add a 4th game on. It's just whether or not they've actually reported something, because players be players, and we can never trust that they've done their due diligence with the paperwork.
That is very true. Luckily, a lot of our players do have their mod squad come out and do a lot of the reporting for them, which bless mods. I swear, they come in so clutch. You've got to be hyper aware. Maybe the chat, because you know all of our players are streaming. You can find each of their individual POVs at the respective channels as we tune in here with Smixy and Jackal. And maybe you're watching this and you're like, oh my god, I love Warzone Total Frenzy. I love what I'm seeing. These are super fun tournaments. Well, here's the deal, guys. Go check it at WZ Total Frenzy on TikTok, Instagram, Twitter. Maybe you want to see some cool clips like what Smixy's trying to put on the rooftop here of Superstore. These are going to be all over the timeline, and we have so many fun tournaments coming your way.
Oh yeah, we've done some insane things with the Warzone Total Frenzy group over this last year. Honestly, been blessed to be able to cover some of the stuff that they've been doing. From the ridiculous, some of the downright incredible. When it comes to the games that we get, Smixy definitely falls into the downright incredible. Those shots were disgusting. Jackal finds a clean up. 15 for Smix. And this is one of those moments, again, you're just trying to farm. The thing is, you have 2 minutes 15 on the clock. So how long do you spend farming this out before you think, okay, we got to make sure we're in the plane for the next one? Because you may as well take the next one. Even if you've been playing well, even if you've got 4 good games, you never know if you're going to have a great game or an absolute banger that just lifts you even further up.
Or you just kind of have a streak of bad luck and find yourself down and out in 7th place, sitting on 20. We've seen that happen as well. Just as quickly as a good game can come together, it can even more quickly fall apart. But this squad finds themselves outside the top 10. There goes the pool with 2 minutes to spare to make sure that they can get back in and find a fresh lobby, similar to what we're witnessing here for Jukies and Gabe.
I was wondering if that music was something that production had put on, or if Gabe is just vibing. I was like, what the hell?
I think he's vibing. I think we're channeling all the aura to come into that last game.
What are they called, those things? They're like, I know the instrument from like Image, but I can't think of what it's actually called. Like the big things you hold with 2 hands. That's what, I don't know. That does not help. There's so many instruments.
Damn. Yeah, okay, Enigma. That's sus.
My bad.
I can't remember, but I know what you're thinking about. You often see it when it comes to mariachi bands. That's exactly what you're thinking. Not the cucarachas or whatever those are. The mariachis. Look, I don't know, man. I'm out. I'm not going to Google it either, because there's just no way that is going to work out right.
No, well, if I Google instrument you play with 2 hands, there you go, there you go.
Production is legendary. It saves us from a lot of unwanted things from the internet.
Yeah, I was like, if I search for instrument you play with 2 hands, it is going to spit so many things back at me. It's just not going to help the situation at all.
Good thing we're in
Crazy
Superstore.
White Girl in chat as well comes in with accordion. So thank you. That's where I went to. I clicked over towards chat. I was like, surely one of them. No, please help me.
Surely chat knows.
I get the backing. But yeah, let's see that timer enter the final 10 seconds. So again, ladies and gentlemen, if for whatever reason you are unaware at this point, because me and Tiff, oh my God, Soka, what did you just do? Finds the first, but then also transfers beautifully onto the second. He has to bounce out because scumming goes down elsewhere, so he has to make sure that he's going to stay on up. Also, you want to make sure that you don't end up wiping a squad, so you got to come back up. He just wants to find the one, but it's just too much for him to do. Unfortunately, goes down there. If the timing works out differently and scumming doesn't go down in that moment, I think Soka just cleans up the first, lets the second live for long enough so that they can come back in, or maybe one of them gets the self. And it's one of the most ridiculous 2 pieces that we've seen so far through this afternoon. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, just in case you are unsure, now that we are at 0 on the timer, we are looking to find our bottom 5 teams, which we will eliminate. All of these teams, their scores are made up from their 4 best games through this hour. So right now, every single team, if you made it into the plane before that timer hit 0, then you've got an opportunity to improve your score yet again.
Oh, that's a way to do it.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's sexy.
Oh no, Soka down. Oh, no. We're getting fully sent. Down the stairway we go. Out of line of sight. A cluster mine to kind of... I would immediately throw it down at this doorway. Yes.
Stay down low.
Alright, I'm also getting roasted in production chat for not knowing what an accordion is.
I don't know. Sure, think what you want. I think that, you know.
It's coming. Gets the kill in the stairwell. I'm going to move on. Aydan, looking to add to their current score.
Finds the ammo there.
Sat on 173. So they have a 30, a 50, a 65, and a 28. So you're looking to replace that 28. So anything north of 28 is good. Reminder, though, that you only get the profit from that. So if you're getting yourself 40, you only increase your score overall by 12. Aydan gets a lot of damage into the first, tracks exactly where the second is going to be heading to, finds him. Things will ring out that says there's a couple of players around the corner. Players need to go in, though. Striker on the deck. Looks like he's got a couple of handy attachments on it. There's 2 players with him in this room. So someone's just trying to beat Aydan to death with the butt of a gun. Aydan fell. I was about to say, yeah, Adrian took a lot of damage. Thankfully, he's managed to win his fight.
Nah, it looked like he was about to straight up get Michael Myers, but he saves himself, and Adrian down below gets a knock. In comes Aydan. Our job's not done. There's a second. I see a third. And you see the live ping come through once they got that elimination. So we know there's 2 players left on the squad. About to make it only 1.
Nice. That's all you. Nice.
Aydan finishes that off.
Last one's my height or something. I don't know.
Bombs are coming in. Aydan, though, unfortunately going to be found. Will there be a saving grace from Adrian? The answer is no. He does find a player in the stairwell at least, but 15 seconds
going to the front door right now
before he can bring his teammate back in. The knock will drag that down, the kill even further. Aydan, welcome back to the party, my friend. Adrian's on 10. Adrian wants to make that 11. Of course he does. Another ping. Teammate trying to come back out. Adrian using that planted suppression mine from earlier to just cover his escape. Didn't end up needing it in the end, but just that foresight, you know, puts the suppression mine down, and then when he needs to check out, when he needs to reload and get some plates in, just runs back over it to ensure he's covered. Beautiful stuff.
Okay, Juki's now on your screen. I like that our players just get resourceful. It's like you find something on the ground, you're like, I'm going to use this. Might as well try to see if we can use this in our advantage, and it just seems like we're finding a lot from that. You hear the res come through. We got to knock onto one. There we go. High alert. But it's the last person left on that team, so we want to make sure that we get this lobby repopulated. This is our final stance at staying inside the top 10.
On the roof with you, I think?
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
I say you go back and like from the left
Honestly,
side,
when you're one of these players... Oh, I was about to say, when you're one of these players, you hear that notification of a player landing on you. It is just the best thing in the world, but unfortunately, Juki takes that fight relatively exposed from behind. So gets cut down. Should get the 1 kill added on. Should be able to get straight back in here onto his loot, so not the worst thing in the world. Juki's on 10. Gabe in the mid-teens. Juki's just goes straight for the loadout box anyway. STG. Rocking the 4 times? No. It is a slightly more distant scope than we're used to seeing on the STG. Definitely playing that thing for slightly more range than the typical builds. Static. Comes on out. Cleans him on up. Where is the rest of your prey? Look at the pings on the minimap. So many players just beneath you, and I know that for Juki's, that's like a lit Christmas tree.
All right, pushing on in. And you can run, you can hide, you can watch your corners all that you want. And as I say that, sometimes when they get up on the second story of the inside of Superstore, inside the boxes, yeah, I always forget to check it. I really do. Your eyes just do not immediately kind of go up there when you're rounding a corner into the main area of Superstore.
You're right. One of those frustrating little deaths sometimes. Abe, oh, those are some great shots.
It's on the roof, you said?
Down 14. That 15. So we know that these two have at least 25 on the board. They are trying to improve on an... Well, I say the worst game so far that's contributed to the score is a 34. So anything right now north of 40 is probably what they're aiming for. Gabe manages to get the kill. High alert tells him he needs to bounce on out. Interesting to watch the perk conversation unfold. So many different things coming on through. Gabe actually gets caught in the face by whatever utility was thrown out there, but it wasn't enough to slow him down.
Okay, Gabe. Final game. The majority of our squads have already locked in their 4. We do have teams that have broken 200 points, so I can't wait to scope out the leaderboard later and see how everything pans out. But if you still got time to work with, keep on making it go. FIFA kill, enkeo back on your screen. Similar position from a lot of players that we've witnessed. This is a way to do it.
Oh god, I was about to say it feels like they've been quiet so far through this passage, right? We haven't seen much of them. They only drop a 26 in game 1, but it's then a 56, 58, and 63 over the next 3. So they're just trying to improve on that 26 from game 1, which, considering FIFA's on 17, I'm going to put money on them being there. This could be a 220, 230 point session.
Which would be crazy and by far the best. Now, mind you, 175 was the top performer from the first session of our day. And it's only going to keep scaling up as we get deeper into this 4-hour timed kill race tournament.
Save the buy, save the buy.
Definitely worth keeping a track on that all afternoon. Much as these scores continue to move north. Seeing so many more 50 games out of these teams in the second session than the first. We've got ourselves, I think it's 4, 5 north of 60. So, yeah, just ridiculous numbers being put up at this point. Players have figured out exactly what they want to do. FIFA kill just wants to hunt down some prey. Thinks he can hear someone. He can indeed. Checks inside. Does enough. Loses all the plates, though. Those weren't bad shots coming on back. At this point, you do have as much time as you want, basically. So you are just slowly trying to bleed through the rest of this lobby. Ensure that they're bringing their teammates back in.
I'm gonna try and let him hit the buy.
Okay. I mean, let's see if they'll hit the buy, especially if you're on 20. I'd still love to see someone drop a trail of 500s, but I'll wait. Maybe one day. For now, we get a buyback. The roof we go. Keep your eyes on that player. Enkeo's still picking up a couple.
Oh my god. Okay. FIFA kill 21. The other two teams are going to be two solos currently. There's no resurgence, so you are just trying to encourage them into the buy, just launching money out there. Trying to shower it like, what was it you said, it was Cheez-Its or something? Trying to rain them down.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the opposing player, if you're on the buy, sure, but... Ah, there you go. That comes on through. That's perfect. Oh, that's the worst, though. You've let him buy back in, but then he's picked off the other player, which means that that other team that were involved in this, the other solo, won't be able to continue to buy back in for you. So a lot of damage out of Thief and Enkeo there onto that player. They're likely going to die to gas unless they've got themselves a durable on a body that they've hit out, and that will bring it on through. That's another 2 on the board. FIFA kill, Enkeo. Oh, they didn't flash up the scoreboard, unfortunately, in the end. They were looking to improve on a 26. I think that that is quite likely. Maybe around a 40-pointer there.
Look, I mean, this is the final game, right? You have all the time in the world. The clock has already stopped, and we just have to see what we can do for the remainder. So you can farm the buy station as much as humanly possible.
And then throw it just in zone.
The only people waiting are just every other team, but to get to the top 10, knowing that there's $20,000 on the line once the final session gets here, it's worth.
It is for sure. Was that Noobs? I feel like that's the first time I've heard him swear. What was that?
I don't think that was. I think that was the game, unless it was Noobs, and that would shock me. Noobs,
Yeah.
Noobs is pretty wholesome.
Yeah, he's a like. I hate using the term innocent because it always sounds a bit like weird, right? But like, he's such a nice guy. Oh no, there you go. He swore. He
That's
swore.
what you're
He's
gonna
out of here.
get. That's what you're gonna get. He's not gonna be like, holy crap, oh my goodness. Yeah, it's not coming out of Noobs here. We're let's be real.
3 buybacks. Ready to try?
Be careful for that kid on up top on green.
Yeah. There's one diving on right now.
Man.
Yep.
3 other teams means.
Guys, I'm pushing up.
Well, right now it is 3 teams of 2, including Noobs and Huskers here. Shots go out. Shots ring out. That's another knock.
Yeah,
And honestly, that's pretty perfect. If both of those players coming back on in, you manage to get the knock on one. That will be confirmed. Resurgence is disabled, but again, you're probably just hoping to bait out a couple players to buy. The thing is, Huskers has no more money to share. So, it's on to Noobs. Whether or not he can actually pass this out. And this has been one of the other strategies we've been seeing. Deployable buys being... Oh my god! 58? Out of Huskers and Noobs. I mean, they're already running a 60, 61, and 49. I'm not going to bother doing the quick math, but 3 games pretty much at 60 is insane stuff.
This is a session for the ages. You throw something like this down in that final one, you might just walk away with 12K for first place, which is ideal. So you're kind of already learning and adapting within these first ones. We pick up a couple more eliminations, only 1 more player. There it is. Huskers ends it with a big one.
I think.
Gotta be 60 then, at least coming in. So 3 60 games likely contributing to Huskers and Noobs score. That's 180 between those 3 at least. You're talking another 49. So you're talking probably somewhere up around like the 230 as well. Be interesting to see who comes out on top there between Huskers and Jukies and co. But we check on over to Amir and Dark, and they continued to struggle. A 25-pointer to end things. I don't think that they'll be making it through to our top 10.
We'll have to wait and see what that leaderboard inevitably looks like. And it sounds like that might have been our last game to be finalized for our second session on the day. And hey, if you're new here, you're just joining me, say like, what is going on? Well, guys, welcome to Warzone Total Frenzy. We have a timed kill race on Superstore Resurgence, and we're doing 4 one-hour sessions. This is our second one, and we're looking for our top 10.
Yeah, and last time out, that was 148 points. So considering the other numbers that have been putting up here, it seems like generally across the board, everyone's improving. So it's likely going to be slightly above that. I'm going to put out a rough like 160 kind of number that teams are aiming to get to with their best 4 games. With that being said, unless Biffle and Shifty haven't reported a certain game, they're currently sat at 159. So it'll be interesting to see if they've actually managed to make it on through. Again, no confirmation of scores or nothing yet. That is currently what I'm seeing on the back end. But yeah, we saw some big names go out in our first 5, thinking of like Unrational and Dongi, for example, Swage and Sag, Sage and Swag. Hey, we did a whole round of things on this the other day. But yes, so those 2 teams, big names, they were out in our first 5 teams. We could potentially be losing even bigger names here in our next 5.
That is a very real possibility. And it's kind of crazy to think of the fact that you've got 2 players of the Falcons kind of tossing around the idea of them kind of going out before even making it at a chance to play for the potential to place in 20K. Because that's right. You know, in normal Warzone Total Frenzy on Tuesdays, we usually have $10,000 on the line. We're doubling up the pressure and the stakes with 20K, 12K for first place. And well, you've got to keep surviving the gauntlet of these 1-hour sessions. We're losing the bottom 5 after every session to get us into the final session where, well, you either walk away with the money or you find yourself at the bottom 2. And quite frankly, if you make it throughout all of this, like, come on.
Yeah, I was just thinking as we were talking on through the format there, as you were running on through, I was thinking, wait, someone's going to get to the final 5. They played all these games, they put up all these kills, and then you're going to finish 4th or 5th and take home nothing. That is brutal, especially if we've doubled up our prize pool. But I mean, then on the flip side of that, finish your first, take home $12,000. You're playing in duos today instead of the typical trios. So you're taking home a lot of money if you get yourself up there. So yeah, I mean, if anything, competition here in the Warzone space, it can be kind of brutal, but I don't know. I don't know if I'd rather fall in like session 3 or whether or not I'd want to be the teams that doesn't get the money in session 4. I'm going to toss that maybe back to you.
I don't know. Like, I either want to go all the way and lose out by just maybe a couple points than fall in the first session. Unless something just went so crazy wrong in the first session that I'm just like, all right, that I'm not even going to take blame for that, right? Because we're looking for the 4 best scores of each session. And it's coming down to the final moments for players to even get 4 games in total. Like, these are very quick sessions.
You know, they are indeed. And I'm glad you bring up about it coming down to the final moments, because we saw teams miss out by a single point in our first session. So I don't expect it to be much different here. I expect it to be fine margins. I expect it to be a case of, you know, a couple of these teams are looking back at certain games and thinking, oh, we got off to such a hot start. If we just hadn't fallen early, that would have been the difference maker to get us through here. I'm looking on over, and as these scores are being filled in, I'm so curious about what our leaderboard is going to look like, because quite frankly, I'm still seeing some big names that might be in trouble here, Tiff.
Well, let's go ahead and bring it up. Let's start things off with our overall kills leaderboard and see, well, who's going to be able to claim the top fragging position. This is just from gameplay session 2, as you can see there on the title. 215 for Gabe. And honestly, I don't think I'm going to get used to not seeing this. Like, Gabe has been constantly finding himself up on the tops or in the top 3 of these elimination leaderboards over the past few sessions of Warzone Total Frenzy. But what's great is you've got Huskers here as well, noobs within the top 5. So that duo, enkeo tied for 2nd though. So we're seeing multiple people break 200, which is crazy.
Yeah, the interesting thing here is that obviously it is post-game PlayStation 2, so it includes 1 and 2. It's seeing Shifty on like 184, but knowing how many he put up in that first hour makes me wonder just how much of a fall-off they had here in the second hour, because, I mean, I'm used to seeing that guy at the top of slaying leaderboards for sure, especially after the numbers he put up in the first session. I can't confirm, but he likely would have been up there towards the top. So it's a case of, was the fall off too much? And even though you're putting up the 8th highest overall, we reset those scores every session, and it could just mean that you miss out at this point. I think one of the other members that I'm very happy to see in this, in terms of slaying digits, Noobs at 190. I don't think we talk too much about him being a big slayer, big, you know, player who puts up a lot of numbers, but seeing him there in those kind of numbers, he's putting on today here in the time kill race.
Hey, you got to. We doubled up the prize pool. I'm talking. You get to split it with less people. We're usually playing trios, so this is the solid way to make things moving. Also seeing Adrian and Aiden both in here. Really solid. Rated picking up Gorgo Knight and, hey, putting in the work, showing why they deserve for the pickup on Resurgence and Superev kind of rounding out the top 10. But we've talked about the kills. Let's go ahead and jump in. Who is inside our top 10? And it's 2 points separating with Team Soka just besting out Team Selly. Man, that is so close. So you can see 10th place after that first session, 148. We're up by 7 points here. So I'd imagine that this is going to keep on trending upwards. But with Huskers, 232? Breadman, remember the hot start that they had and they're only in 5th place?
Yeah, no, I'm glad you bring that up because they have 58 game 1, 67 game 2, which looks on course to break every record that we had so far through the tournament. And then they drop a 35 and a 30. So things are working very well for them in the early stages of that session. Whatever it was that they changed towards the back half, they probably need to just not do that again because, yeah, we can see that, you know, the next session we're going to be whistling down another 5 going into the top 5. And currently that number would be 190. So a lot of these teams putting up 4 games, some of them getting to 5. You need to be averaging much higher than what they were putting up in those final 2 games. So hopefully the momentum that comes with those 2 poor games doesn't slow them enough because watching what they were doing on those first 2 maps was much better to see if you're a fan of competitive Warzone.
It really was. And if you're a fan of competitive Warzone, we've got more action on the way. That's just 2 sessions done. So we've reached the halfway point. We're going to cut to a quick break. And when we come back, we'll start breaking down our next session. Well, things are starting to look real crazy over there at Atlas Superstore, but our job, well, we've got to figure out who was in that top 10 and then who is going to move on to the top 5 for the final session. Enigma, Spider Tiff here on the desk breaking down all the action. Let's go ahead and run through the leaderboard real quick so we can jump into our third 1 hour block.
I'm glad we're doing this as well for a very selfish note, in the sense of I actually wasn't sure what the leaderboard looked like last time out, but it looks like we weren't getting that. There we go. Thank you very much. It's in 5th. So that's the thing that we're looking at right now. It's exactly how 5th finished last time out. So it was 190. Now, we've kind of already assessed that basically that kind of threshold of 190 will slightly increase more than likely when it comes to this session because teams are getting better. Teams are also up in the ante. So we're talking maybe around a 200 points that is needed in order to qualify for this next step.
It was pretty close there at the 10th mark, though. After the first session, the 10th was 148. After the second, it was 155. So that average was within 2 points per game. So we're seeing how thin these margins are. And if you want to get yourself into the top 5 after this to go on to compete for 20K, well, you've got to kick things off similar to what we had witnessed from Breadman and Jowo. But we're kicking things off with Superevan Empathy, finding themselves inside the top 10, looking to go the distance.
Superev taking that spot that we've spoken about when it comes to the Superstore side, just looking over the river and picking off a couple of the players that rotate on over there. It's also interesting to see that Empathy and Superevan are playing nowhere near each other. Empathy's going to be playing out towards Village, so that leaves Superevan to clean up Superstore. We've seen this be very effective throughout this tournament thus far, and with the static in hand, I'm expecting it to continue to be. Ev's giving chase, Ev will find, Ev will get the cleanup, and Empathy's raging out a bit of terror elsewhere. Is low on health right now, but I'm pretty sure Empathy just got about 5 kills back to back.
You gotta do it. You gotta find that flow. People just keep on challenge. Superev looking for some moments of brilliance on his end, but back on over to Empathy, who's kind of extended out towards this Village-esque style. When teams look to go for regains, this is where they'll often head. And usually you can control this high ground similar to what we had witnessed from Scummin, but a player up there with a Car 98 is very aware. Resolute keeps him alive, albeit does not delay the inevitable.
Empathy looking out over the edge. It's actually running the Superi rather than the static. I don't know if that's a case of he just hasn't put in time with the static to level it to where he wants yet, or what is the more likely case, considering that our streamers, our competitors, are pretty much eternally online and playing the game, is that he actually has a preference for the Superior for some reason. Did recently suffer a nerf, so that's why you're seeing everyone transfer over to the static, but maybe he just has a bit of personal preference in there. Something that he doesn't like about the new SMG. What he definitely does like when it comes to the new weapons is that STG, putting it to work.
Everyone loves the STG. It has completely taken competitive Warzone by storm. I loved it. It was actually the first of the new weapons I unlocked, and then I had a friend drop me the SMG to make my leveling a heck of a lot easier.
Yep, feeling the stress. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the way. You gotta get the homies. They've got to drop you the weapons and zombies. You get on out and you just start on leveling.
Yeah.
Empathy, though, diving below cover, already on 27 for their first game.
Yeah, that's a hell of a start. I was hoping we get a flash up of the scoreboard at some point. 27 with still 16 players in this is pretty good for a first game. He continues to shoot. Honestly, I think that this, like, across the river... Did that thermite connect? What a launch out of Empathy. Fair enough. Armed like a quarterback. Zone's eventually going to squeeze people off of this embankment, so he's looking to push that up, clear it out so that he can transfer over to someone else. Because honestly, once that side is clear, teams can't resurge into there. You can either join back up over by Superstore or get yourself onto the opposite side of Superstore for those rocks that we saw Smixy playing around earlier. Enkeo spends his time meleeing someone to death. Oh, to be fair, nearly gets slammed in that gunfight. Gets the initial shots in, but his opponent managed to slide underneath, hits the slide cancel. Enkeo just sharp enough to finish it. Enkeo and Thief, by the way, we mentioned it towards the end. We didn't get to see too much of them, but they looked a lot better in the second session than the first. So hopefully they've improved enough that that will bode well for them to get into the side top 5. Not enough for FIFA kill to avoid getting knocked. He's still got 5 seconds on the timer, but Enkeo's on 7 kills, and he's going back out for this parking lot fight.
Pretty solid pace here we've got from Enkeo, and Honestly, I feel like we need to start the negotiation tactics now for when they find themselves in the top 5, the final session. It's like, hey guys, if you win this TKR and you both grab that $12,000 first place, can we get a backflip? Can we?
Honestly, if we went in and asked for a backflip for some sort of performance, he would definitely deliver. There's a claymore on those stairs, by the way. I'm not sure if enkeo was spotted that or fully aware, and that meant that there was someone lurking somewhere. Not only concerned about the fact that he might run over the claymore accidentally, but I was very concerned about someone tucked in. enkeo, very weak there, taking a lot of bullets through the wall. Again, can't head down the stairs because that claymore will pick him up. Looks like he survived for now. FIFA kills here, finds one, plays around the second. He's probably wishing he hadn't bothered trying to fall that, because if he doesn't and pays attention to the doorway instead, he probably has enough time to pick that up and then find 3 kills overall. Or are the claymores enkeos?
You know, it's all part of the game. Use what you've got. You find them on the ground, you start throwing them around. People are going to do it straight to you. You can hear the players' feet stomping around. We get the head start on it. Unfortunately, no knock just yet, but we're just closing down on double digits. And I was like, what do you mean? We're not challenging this? We're not challenging this?
Mosquito drum. Gonna go up and above. And enkeo will join it. You can hear a player. There's a deployable blind that he is trying to use, so enkeo makes sure to punish that. Things ring out. Plenty of players beneath him. enkeo wants every part of that. Gonna play around the stairwell. To throw a shoulder, get the information. Tracks? No, plenty through the wall. The thing is, obviously, as those bullets rip through the brickwork, they lose velocity. They don't put out as much damage. C4s, though, they still go a distance. The throw connects. The C4 will do the work. It allows him to push in and clean it up, but not enough that he can escape. M-Texes come through, and yeah, Frenchman cleaned up. It's not a bad lobby thus far. You're into your 20s, but it's not necessarily the performance they were having in session 2.
Exactly, especially with that 5th place threshold being 190 from the last session, and it just keeps on scaling. Our players starting to figure things out here. Joe Bredman on your screen. Now remember, they had that dynamite start in session 2, and we're looking for them to have the same. Joe already called out how many players were inside that building, jumps on up to the roof. And Bread says, you know what, we'll play for that. They've got the big game bounty across the way, but we don't want to get caught out in between the open areas on the roof.
Saw Juki suffer that same fate earlier on, right? Starts trying to take gunfights from up on top of those solar panels. Whatever they're supposed to be. I don't know if we are environmentally friendly here in Urzikstan, but we saw how Juki's was relatively exposed, small angles, and always taking one fight. He gets caught from somewhere else. Bread gets caught reloading. Bread actually slides. Bread gets the crack, but doesn't get the finish. And Joe cover over. He actually does, and I love the comms that come on through as well to make sure that that's as clean as you can make it. Resurgence is disabled. You are down to your final 3 teams, sure, but this is where squads like Joe and Bread just want to start to blender these teams, allow them to res in their teammates, allow them to bring them back in so they can just keep farming them. It's important to get yourself those big games. I think it's already been pretty solid. I think I saw 41 there.
41? 41? That's how we're going to be starting off the 3rd session. I like exactly what I am seeing, especially on 23 now. Oh. They are coming out of it, and you pick up one, you find 2. We're getting so much closer to 25 thanks to Joe kind of working alongside Bread there. But unfortunately, we fall. But 45 is not a bad way to kick it off.
It is not, especially when I'm looking at some of these other teams. Rated and Gorgo's first game was a 24. Juki's and Gabe was a 12. Biffle and Shifty, though, put up a 56 to get us started. So, Biffle and Shifty, I was going to talk a little bit about this before. I think with the fact that they performed really poorly for their standard in session 2, but still make it through, everyone else in this tournament sees that as a missed opportunity. If Biffle and Shifty ever slip, you want to see them out of there because you're not going to get that multiple times in the tournament. They'll be looking for vengeance here. In this one, they've started off strong.
You know, it's really interesting when you start seeing mistakes from a squad, and you're right, it just... If the cracks start to form, just know that they're a team that's adapting, that they're going to be able to repair that before you even get to use it against them, and they'll come back swinging in a third session. But Iceman Isaac, Skullface, you know, kind of under the radar here on the main stage that we've seen throughout our broadcast, but they have been trucking right along in terms of getting those eliminations up quick.
Yeah, they have. Isaac, by the way, I was very impressed with him and how he played in a recent customs tournament. He actually subbed in for DJ Mass alongside Aydan and Smith.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure they finished like 3rd. And Isaac, although he dabbles in competitive, it isn't necessarily like his thing, right? So to come in and put up like such a big performance shows how versatile this man is, shows how damn good he is. Comes onto Resurgence and is also doing very well here alongside Skullface. So I gotta say, big fan of the man. Putting in work, showing exactly what he brings. Skullface goes down though. Isaac's got to be careful here. He can't get caught. The kill actually means that Skullface will get back in. So Isaac right to confirm that. I was worried about the decision there for a second, but he was probably worried about running away and then the timer not coming down, meaning that Skull never makes it back in. Biffle and Shifty must have survived. Oh no, never mind. They're loading into a brand new lobby.
Maybe not the good start they were looking for. That's on brand with what they expect for themselves. So if you go ahead and just get into the new lobby and get things moving, makes things a little easier here. AMR, Ram 9, 2 SMGs, the ground loot, it's the way, right? You just close quarters on in straight towards this cluster of buildings over by the tower. We got 2 in our sights, and look at that. Player doubles back, tries to hit the chow, but we just get caught out between too many players.
Shifty will be brought back in pretty much instantaneously. Biffle finds himself his 2nd kill, wants to get aggressive through the toilets. Checks on through the door, and the opposing player that was tucked in the corner. It's the worst timing in the world as he strafes on out, straight onto the end of Biffle's SMG. Up to 3. Shifty's in a fight. Finds the knock. Will likely find a kill. Does not. Shifty says that he trolled. And, well, Biffle will just then start to establish dominance over Superstore, put themselves into that position that we've seen so many of our top teams do, which is get this rooftop and then start to rain out hellfire across everyone else.
It's crazy how similar the POVs look, right? Once you find kind of that power position that allows you to fry the lobby, of course you're going to keep working that. Biffle, though, we saw him on the screen, was doing some work here, and at least Shifty's able to fly on back and grab weapons that have dropped all around Biffle and spread the money too. Want to make sure that you have the ability to go get your weapons if you just feel that much more comfortable with your STG, or hit a buyback with needed.
Is it? Very bright skin on the STG there, Shifty. I'm not gonna lie. Not exactly sure what the secondary setup that you're running is looking like, but Biffle falls. Is this maybe just a difficult lobby? This can happen sometimes, right? You load in, for whatever reason, you just get matched up against a lot of other demons. We've already seen a couple of our teams in the tournament match up against each other. So it's very possible here that Biffle and Shifty might have to play this differently, potentially get together. There's a guy trying to do a melee challenge, potentially, that just gets ripped apart by Shifty. Here's more footsteps. That player will push, gets cracked. Shifty attempting to read the reposition, but someone else comes on up, and Shifty now goes down. Just doesn't feel like these two can get moving at all here.
Oh, and the interrogation comes through also. And if you feel like you can't get things moving when they've already expended 20 minutes. Now, granted, they still have one of the highest scores of this session from a game 1 with 56 points. So we're just looking to slot in a second. But we jump on over with Aydan and Adrian. They have consistently been at the top of our sessions. And Aydan on 26. This is the fire start they need as well.
Aiden's going to have to do the rest of this work alone, and that will not be a problem for him. That's 27. Please flash up your scoreboard. Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Aiden, God damn it. 27 it will be for him. It's a good game to start off. On to Jukies and Gabe. Started off with 12 in their first map, so definitely one that they're going to look to replace pretty quickly. We've still got 40 minutes here. So plenty of time, no need to panic. But as we get deeper into this tournament, you have less opportunities to have those bad games and aim to replace them. You need them to pretty much all be good, and towards the end, just be looking to build on it with an absolute banger.
And we just have to keep our eyes open, though. Jukies, Gabe on 20. Remember, we checked into that early elimination leaderboard after our first 2 gameplay sessions, and Gabe just sat at the top, had broken 200 eliminations, and likely wants to hold that if he can. Players are down and towards the left. We're into the final moments of this game, and only 1 squad left. 1 player left. There we go. And Jukies makes the comm. Do not kill them. We need them to buy back.
I love it. Just whether or not you can encourage them enough. Jukies might have wanted to consider some plates, considering that he has none.
He has to go roof to res, though.
Chances are he'll be able to find some here. He does indeed. Nice 6. Hoping that this opposing player buys, but this opposing player is probably thinking, if I play that buy on the rooftop, I'm going to be in big trouble. But don't worry about it. It's safe. It's totally fine up there. Not a problem at all. He is on the roof. Does he get the buy? Has this random guy made the big play? Yes, he has. So that will be music to the ears of Gabe and Jukies. Gabe, by the way, our kill leader after the first 2 sessions, continuing to, I mean, looks pretty nailed on, at the minute for bringing home that Rookie of the Year title that Dandro keeps going on about. 44-point game out of them there, much better than game 1.
It's pretty solid. Pretty solid. Now, this is the squad that just was able to barely qualify on in Scum and Soka. There's no way there is a #1 in the top 250 in here. There is way. 100% way. It's true.
I feel like I can hear multiple bomb drones. Soka gets ripped apart. Scumming. Had plenty to do elsewhere, but that kill comes through quickly enough to drag Soka's timer down by 13 seconds. So, if anything, it didn't work out too badly. Scumming can hear a couple up here. We've already seen a couple of nice plays around these doorways, and there's a player waiting on the other side. 2 of them, in fact. They just essentially set up a crossfire in the bottleneck. The Scumming pushes it. I don't care how damn good you are. You're not getting away with that. Gorgo putting the Core 45 to work. Now that it's been rebuffed to that fire rate.
Oh my god.
It is very, very useful indeed. Not gonna lie, I love that change. That is a W for the community, because when that pistol was slower, I did not want to use it a single damn time. Oh no, this is the worst. Rate it's down. Gorgo has to win this. Manages to do just about enough and gets his teammate back in. Will actually turn as well. Can you lock on for this? Not a chance, I was going to say. God, it feels like 4 or 5 times tonight with Knight we've turned around and said, like, you're a heartbeat away from the most ridiculous playoffs in this afternoon.
And we're going to have to throw that clip right on the timeline. You know at WZ Total Frenzy is going to get that immediately on there. And guys, if you're in chat and you want to see some really cool clips, whether they're memey or whether they're just downright sick, at WZ Total Frenzy on Twitter/X, Instagram, TikTok, the works. Plus, they got some pretty sick recaps and they get them up real fast.
Yeah, but Cody always makes me look bad, so don't want to. He tweeted out the clip earlier, by the way, me calling out Dandro, so it's already started.
It's just banter, right? That's the one thing I was always told. Anytime you've got something going on, especially over in the UK, it's just banter.
I wouldn't be surprised if the accordion clip's up there by now, I'll be honest. Cody takes every opportunity. But yeah, they do get some absolutely wonderful stuff out there on socials. What? I mean,
holy fucking shit, this game is dog shit.
Behind you, enkeo, I think it's lost.
Now, rated. That's not very nice. Not that FIFA Kill cares, because FIFA Kill goes high, FIFA Kill slams his opponent. I gotta say, I was surprised by the fact that rated gets caught by both sides of that prox mine. I truly thought that he'd managed to... Once after he'd taken the first bit, I thought he was fine, but very unlucky. Enkeo's fallen. FIFA Kill's still up here patrolling the roof. Needs to stay up for the next 15 seconds at least, and there's a PA on his head.
Yeah, this is gonna be an interesting one. There it is.
Are you kidding me?
He got PA'd. I feel like we needed the timer of the moment of realization.
I I know that he runs like his audio in a certain way so that he can hear a lot of the game noise better, at least for him. I just don't think he ever reads what's on his screen because precision airstrike comes up in big letters, my guy. So you just, you know, I don't know. It's just tough. It's tough to see sometimes. Enkeo. Ground loot in hand. Already has 11. Still got 20 players left in this lobby. 7 teams. FIFA finds another in the back. Enkeo gets aggressive. There's that Groot skin. It gets slammed in the Superstore. You don't belong here. You belong in the caves of Al Mazrah. And Enkeo sending you back there.
All right. Static in hand. Looking to rack up some more eliminations. And we're on 11. Back to the roof we go. Next time we see a PA incoming, because you know it's going to happen, I just want to wait, see if we pay any attention. But we got a Guardian, and I think this is a really great way to isolate the crawl up from here. Yeah. But for now, there it is. he looks immediately at it. Outplayed.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect. The thing is, like, those things don't get used much. So even when they come up on the minimap, sometimes people are like, all right, so? And then they just get caught in it. Absolutely perfectly. You couldn't have scripted that better. Oh, Thief, that's lovely. That's beautiful. I think that will unfortunately be a full squad eliminated on the back of it. We've been talking about why these players do not want to be fully eliminating squads. But it will move Thief to 15 of his own. So he can't dodge PAs, but he can light up entire lobbies.
We take it as we can. And for this squad, still doing work here. Back on up to play around the Guardian. Enkeo elsewhere just lights up that kill feed. And we got buybacks incoming. This could be the game that we need to really solidify ourselves in the top 5. Albeit, they have not submitted a score yet, and there's someone going crazy with the car 98. And what do you mean?
I almost want to see that kill cam back. That was actually disgusting from his opponent. And we won't get it. I appreciate you though, production, for trying. I do. I love you. Enkeo on our screens. 5 seconds until Thief gets back in. A lot of cash between the two, so they'll be completely fine if they can restabilize. Enkeo has 17 kills. Thief's on the 15. That's only like a mid-30s though. Like, it's kind of setting yourself up for like maybe a 40-point game. I'm looking at some of the games that have been submitted by some of these teams. I mean, Knight and Rated is a 45 and 24, so not amazing yet. 44 and 12 for Jukis and Gabe, so again, not amazing. Honestly, it feels like everyone's getting off to a little bit more of a struggle here in session 3 than they've done in 2, or even maybe in 1.
You have to start thinking about it. And it's something that we talk about when we have 2v2 tournaments, right? It's the quality of the lobby as time goes on. Because now on the East Coast, we're looking at just past 6 p.m. Eastern. So the majority of people have gotten off work, or if they weren't at work, they're home from school, and they are just ready to lock it in for a night with the boys or girls in Urzikstan, but more in particularly Superstore Resurgence. So these lobbies could get more difficult where you're finding out that people have got full squads and they're ready to take it towards our teams, or this man just jumps down from the high ground, gets eaten up by Enkeo, and he's just gonna break top 20, but that could be what we're seeing here.
Good indeed. I like the shout. Noobs. Trying to just patrol around the outskirts. Huskers, I mean, he sounded frustrated there, but I'm not sure if he's made a huge play or he thinks he's in big trouble. Because honestly, the kill feed was lighting up in his favor. Noobs is going to punch in through a door, finds one. Player floating in behind him might be the teammate. UAV is just going to light up that minimap like a Christmas tree. However, one thing to say is that Noobs doesn't have his perks available to him. So he will also be on someone else's radar momentarily. Pushes on forward, gets the crack, gets the knock. And a ton of loot to boot as well. Noobs up to 4. I feel like since we've been on this POV as well, Hosker's just found himself a good handful of kills, so he's having a great time. Noobs joins him. Noobs finally gets knocked from elsewhere. I'm not sure who that was. Hoskers might be here to cover, though. Might be able to get the resin. Yeah, it's going to be the window up top. And they are indeed on 10 and between them.
Fuck, we wiped 2 teams already.
Oh no, not wiping 2 teams, down to 6. Now, when you log in, you sit about 8 in the lobby. So the fact that we are farming teams that are in the lobby up to the north of 60s, which we really haven't broken a 60-point game in this third hour sesh just yet. I think 56 is still the best that we've witnessed once again coming in from Shifty and Biffle, who have locked in a second game. But for the most part, some of our teams still trying to find their first couple games here.
Goes the AMR-9. I feel like I've not seen that in a hot minute. Also the M16, another weapon I've not seen in a hot minute. I gotta assume that he's found these on the deck from someone else, because that's an interesting weapon combination.
Ground loot go crazy. Ground loot is something different, and we're just gonna fall here. Can we get the self-res off? We have all the cash. No, Walt is right in, cleans it up, sitting on 14 thus far.
Huskers needs to reposition his chair.
I do it so often. I do that exact same thing. Wait, are we not happy with where we're at? Like, I was like, wait, do it one more time. Sometimes you just got to readjust twice to really make sure.
Well, let's hope it's done something for him, because he's got to come back in and start to cook. We are into the second half of our session. 30 minutes for these teams to find some form, and a lot of these sides are, again, struggling. These aren't the same kind of numbers we've seen a lot of these teams put up. In session 2, there was multiple teams breaking 60, a lot of 50s on the board. Quite frankly, we have seen a handful of 50 maps, but even then, you got teams like Biffle and Shifty, they pick up 56 in game 1, then only 28 in game 2. It's not been consistent for most of these sides thus far. Oscar's also just struggling here to get things going in this lobby. Has 7 kills.
Oh my god, dude.
And honestly, this doesn't feel like a heater. Noobs might be on 11, but with just 5 teams in this, you got to assume that right now, this might just be one of those games that towards the back end here, when we're talking about loading in for those last games in the session, you're looking to replace.
It's just one of those games that gets you on the board with 4 total, and that if you can replace it, you do. But we just need to get something on there for now. Still doing more, but you can write throughout the comms, they just don't sound too amped about it by any means.
No, not at all. Honestly, wouldn't be too excited about the sound of that bomb drone coming on in either. Noobs takes height in order to try and give himself at least a new angle. Him to real, gets slammed. Noobs moves to 14. He could still recover that into a respectable game, as you said. One of those that just gets you on the board, makes up the numbers potentially in case you need them. Oh, Biffle, that's gorgeous. Hops over the top of his opponent. When he got to the top of the ladder there, I thought for sure he was losing that one, but essentially Goomba stomps him. Beautiful work. Shifty's also trying to lay waste to a lot of Superstores. They're early in this one. They do currently sit top of the leaderboard technically, but again, I go back to it. It's because I think that a lot of these teams in our tournament thus far are just not finding any sort of consistency here in 3. Shifty finds 1, and Biffle also cleans up Gelato here in the Superstore.
Hey, look, keeping it to it. Gelato in the Superstore. Shifty, though, has to wait till that timer ticks back down to get into Superstore again. The zip towards the outside, straight towards the village. Great way to pass through a ton of distance. However, that player, the COD timing, not in Biffle's favor here. But the fact that he didn't go down says that this player is about to. And there you go. Cleans it on up. Nice try.
Here's more footsteps. Checks left. Cooks. Oh my god! Biffle with the drop shot. I thought for a moment there, he'd given himself an awful angle because he drops into the path of an opposing player. So the bullets have got to carry on through if they can. But he hits everything. Just readjusts slightly so that he's carrying his aim over the player who's on the deck. Picks himself up a lovely double. Onto Shifty then, who's doing the exact same. Finds 2 in the stairwell. There's going to be a third one backing up. Shifty has no plate, so he needs to use his utility. Gets them in. Will have a moment to breathe here, just to allow him to reassess the situation. As he's on 6. And as Biffle's putting in the work elsewhere, this feels like the start of something that could be a great game. You just got to make sure that they keep that kind of heat up.
They do. They need to keep it up. Keep that average points per game. Pretty much. We know the threshold we need. And with 25 minutes left and Superev and Empathy Trick about to drop into another game for them, now I'm looking to see where they're at. They've dropped to 50. They've dropped to 44. That is consistency at its finest, considering both of those games are within a 6-point differential, which to me, fantastic.
Superevan and Empathy loading in to a fresh lobby, currently sitting in third. As you can see on your screens there, they have a 50-point game 1, a 44-point game 2. So one of the only sides that isn't struggling for some sort of consistency, at least. I will say, the other squad, and it makes me feel real good to say this, Tiff, I'm not going to lie, FIFA and Enkeo currently stats on 103 after just 2 games. They have had a 63-point game, the only team to break 60 thus far in Session 3.
Okay, here we go. Counter UAV up, one in the distance as well, but we are still waiting to see if we can kick things off. I love that we've got one inside for Superevan. Empathy Trick on the roof. Grabs another self-res. Look at this. We're finding PAs. We got a mobile buy station. Things are looking good. And, well, BP50, it's kind of weird. This way this conversion kit works on this weapon, it's so much better up close. And these players, hello, are we going to turn around? Are you going to let Empathy do this to you?
Oh, that was disgusting. Empathy, bright smile on the face, knows exactly what he just did to those players. It is early in this one, but those two are going to give you some confidence in what comes next. He's going to go back to the stairwell that he just had the success in. Finds a player who's lurking and wait. Why on earth? If you have seen any of that previous fight that went on, then you're not sticking around. Pushes down. Finds his 4th kill in the same stairwell. As Superevan has also put himself on 4 elsewhere. A great start. Yes, 8 kills is not very many, but honestly, with the consistency that these two have already found, seems like they have no intention of slowing down in the 3rd game.
No, not slowing down. Wants a chance to fight for that $20,000 prize pool, and man, I thought for a second there we were gonna be able to work the two. We are just like 25 HP away from some of the nastiest clips of our life here on Resurgence, man.
I'm loving that you just put it like that, because I feel like a couple of times, like, we've been sat there and like, okay, this is a social clip, this is going all over Twitter, this is everywhere, and then they just fall by like a bullet, and I'm like, no, please. We just want to watch absolute pop-off moments from some of the best players in the world, of course. So far, we've been denied a handful of them, but oh, not for much longer. Empathy puts his opponent on skates. Filmed by Ray, still trying to figure out where Empathy went, still trying to figure out exactly how Empathy did that. Empathy does not want to push through that door, by the way. There is a bouncing Betty right there, unless that belongs to him. And Empathy is already on 10.
He just hits a squad wipe right there, kind of third-partying another fight. So that's rather unfortunate for them, because you want to keep all the teams alive for the longest portion of time. And with Circle 2 just 50 seconds or so away from closing, we farmed the Resurgence time for a while longer. Joe about to have his expire and get back in alongside Breadman. And the chow for the rooftops occur.
Okay. Dude, no way I'm not getting that.
Red wants all of the smoke. Reclaimer in hand. This thing is garbage, but if anyone can make it work, the Breadman can. He goes in, gets one, gets the second, and that is exactly how it can be put to use. Honestly, I'm not trying to wade into the mouse and keyboard conversation alongside the whole aim assist thing. It ain't what I'm trying to do here. But I truly think that only with a mouse and keyboard, and only if you're as good as Breadman is, can you actually make that thing do that. Tears 2 players apart who are just trying to hide away in a store off to the side, hoping that they're not going to be found. Beautiful work.
Another one done and dusted. Puts him on 5. Joe finding a few as well. And this allows you, once you kind of evict everyone from the rooftop of Superstore, you can kind of turn your attention on over. A lot of people like to play in the parking lot of where all the cars are. but the village behind it does seem to be the most. And man, that player just needed one more bullet. One more. Drops down, looks for him, and unfortunately can't find him. Elsewhere, Joe doing work.
Those are some great shots. It feels like we've seen like 4 or 5 different moments in this already where Breadman's been like one bullet away from a kill. In typical fashion, he's not flustered at all. He's continuing on. We'll be taking a short break soon, will Breadman, for a little vacation time.
Ooh.
Well earned.
Where's he going? Do we know?
I don't actually know. I wish I did.
I feel like we need to be, as much as we cast over these players, I'm like, I feel like I just want to know. I want to hype up your vacation pics. I want to, you know.
Yeah. Oh, no, I'm a big fan. I might DM him later. Find out. Join him on the trip. But Joe,
can we cast over your vacation?
Yeah, please. I don't see enough of you. Joe has dished out damage to so many different players. Breadman just killed Jugs in the background. I'm pretty sure I've seen 3 separate occasions where Jugs has appeared in the kill feed already, along with that same guy who just got downed on the roof. Right now, Joe and Brett doing a perfect example of just picking up the odd player on different teams, just then letting them be brought back in so they can continue to farm, continue to just cycle kills in an area. Showing why they've had some huge games. We call ourselves back to session 2. Last hour, they had an amazing game 1 and game 2. It was a quieter game 3 and game 4, so I was worried about whether or not the momentum would be against them. However, doesn't seem like they're having too much trouble here, I'll be honest. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Is this the time? Is this where we're getting a social media worthy clip?
Joe, just not taking a breath here. He's up to 7. Feels like there was very little time there where he didn't have his finger on the trigger unless he was reloading. Putting more bullets in, more firepower, bounces on up into the billiard room. Gets another kill. On 8. Here's the footsteps, trying to bait in the teammate. Oh, gets caught by a prox mine though. That could be the worst. Dips out using the window. I'm a big fan of it. Calls himself the king of movement. Makes it smooth. He's got to find his way in through into the lockers and slams yet another player. Makes it 9. There was another chasing. He could be pinched between 2 different players here, though, because those are 2 from separate teams. One potentially left, one potentially right. Checks the wrong side at the wrong time. Card timing absolute finest. And he is absolutely unsure which way he's going to get pushed in from first. But he wants all the smoke, and as he squeezes on out through the toilets, that will be the 10th already for Joe.
Bread there with the comms. Making sure that we keep on moving through, grabbing as many eliminations as quickly as possible. Time is of the essence, especially when you're down to the final 20 or so minutes of this hour session. You don't get to play for any bit of that $20,000 prize pool unless you can make it into the final sesh. But we are down just a few HP, but the reset comes through. Here's the chow, and we get it.
Dude, what is going on? All of a sudden, it feels like Joe is just super locked in. He's frying right now. I feel like this is when you see him in his absolute element, when gunfights are just one after another. He doesn't like the broken up play sometimes that comes with big map competitive, that sometimes comes in slower lobbies, even here on Resurgence. He appreciates it when he can just fly at everything. As long as he's got time to slip in a reload and a time to put a play in, he's happy to challenge anything in front of him. And it's a beautiful point of view to watch on top of that. STG now starting to rain out damage across the hills here. He's trying to trace, he's trying to track. That is surely just one bullet left in that player. I'm with you. I thought you'd gotten the knock there. A couple of players trying to use that balloon to escape on out of this. And I like that call in for Bread. Play on the roof from this point on is feeling good. Just now start to zone out these players that are on the outskirts.
Just play like you normally do.
These voice lines.
Just wasting so much time in this guy, no troll.
About to end. Make it count.
They're fighting out now.
Got Thanos.
Stop them together.
You got find innovator too.
Red, by the way, is actually bounty.
Good. Let him come. He's got to get so many more eliminations. You know, despite the flurry that we've seen, only on 14.
Got beat up, so that this guy broke his legs, man. No way. You
Dude, I swear I've seen Jugs like 8 times in the kill feed. That guy hates these two right now.
He's trying, and I love that they were looking to make a flank onto Jowo, but we all know how much Starlight struggles to fly in the boys, and well, maybe we can work on those ankles for now.
Really questioning at the minute how many controllers this guy gets through in a competitive season. I feel like he has literally not stopped for the whole time we've been in this point of view. He's gonna use the UAV to catch a player coming in through a doorway. Moves himself to 17. Honestly, for all the talk that we're giving here to Joe, I feel like Bread's also been putting in massive work in the back. That feels like it could be a 45, 50-point game going on right there. We're going to move on over. Biffle, Shifty, the Falcons. Kind of a standard day's work in Session 1, but they struggled in Session 2. Qualified by only a handful of points to get to this point of the tournament. I don't think you get many opportunities to see Biffle and Shifty struggle in an event at all. So, feels like they're potentially on a bit of a revenge timer here. Skynades go on up. Gonna connect with nothing, unfortunately, but it won't matter because Biffle will get the kill anyway. If the Skynades didn't connect to do damage, they at least force his opponent to reposition, and he takes full advantage.
I love that we're talking about them struggling, albeit they're putting up some of the biggest games of the day. This session in particular, they got a 56 and a 43, but we're looking for 2 games within the 20s to replace, and a pace that you need is exactly what you're witnessing, grabbing elimination after elimination, and, well, I was gonna say not finding a squad wipe, but there it is, the last one of that team.
Absolutely right. 56 is still blowing my mind. They do unfortunately have 228s, so yeah, they've got to find ways of replacing them and, well, make that kill 13. If the afternoon thus far is anything to go by, Shifty's probably going to be on the same, if not more, so this will likely be a game to replace one of those 28s. Biffle shoots at the first player, reads that the second is going to chow, because as the first tucks away, he's just aware. He knows exactly what the opponents are going to do. He shoots the first. As the first player steps out, he knows that he's going to go, I'm getting shot at from somewhere, come and help me. So he just lies in wait for the seconds to come around the corner, then comes back into things and finds a player yet again. There's enough time to ensure there's not a squad wipe between those 2 kills, so Biffle gets to just continue to farm this area.
And he does it as the silent assassin, right? This is one of those things where you don't have to get vocal. You can just like lock in and just go to town on the entire lobby. And it's worked out so well. They're very in sync.
You're right about Biffle, by the way, as the silent assassin. I feel like he comes about 3 words per map, and yet puts up the kind of digits that he does. Understands the game so well. Trying to pick another player out of the sky. It's just ridiculous. Lordy Lord will fall for another time to Biffle. 18 kills now.
I am convinced that they communicate in the mind. Like, that's the level of cohesion they've got at this point.
Wouldn't surprise me, honestly. Like, the thing is, like, that team as well that they've pulled together probably works so well, partly because of the fact that Biffle's very quiet, right? Because Shifty and Soka are not. They are very loud. But I think that Biffle balances that out so nicely. And when he does talk, he is ensuring that all of that information is as effective as it can be for his team. Scumman's been knocked elsewhere, by the way. Soka's... Oh, Gabe. Jukies. They've actually sent Soka packing here. Soka and Scumman, they are out of here. The problem, we spoke a little bit about this earlier, Tiff, right? Like, if you end up with 2 top teams in the same lobby, I'm not sure how early we were into that lobby, but if that lobby's already started to be bled down by 2 top teams being in there, then maybe it's not going to be one that contributes to your score anyway, because there's just not enough things left to kill.
You're not wrong, and they've got 3 games locked in. We still need a final game for them, and you'd still want to try and best one of your 30-point-ish games. They've got one in the 40s, which really isn't too bad, but back on over to FIFA and enkeo. enkeo on that triple threat bounty. A squad that they're looking to replace a 7-point game, and with enkeo on 8, they've already done it.
Kind of wild to think that FIFA and enkeo had a 63 and then a 7. Oh, enkeo catches a breacher drone, but does enough to ensure he comes out on top in that still. I tell you what, the breacher drones pre-nerf kill you there. Those things were awful, but enkeo lives to see another day, gets the kill. Semtex to style on him, I guess. Sure. Did that almost automatically, instinctual. That was a finisher that he likes to use on Yerzikstan. Perhaps used to having throwing knives in the pocket. He's actually running restock, which is interesting. We've spoken a little bit about the perks throughout this, seeing quick fix and the like. But restock's going to ensure that he's constantly supplied with, or what is currently Semtex's stuns. So, could well be a case of ensuring that he is able to pass those out to his teammate as well if he so needs. But of course, FIFA Kill doesn't need a damn thing. He moves himself to 7 with some beautiful STG work.
He just needs an STG and a power position, and we'll just start reaping eliminations. But you notice how every time someone gets a squad wipe, they're just like, no, that's not what we wanted to do.
I'm good, Nor.
You're the last one standing, soldier.
Good. Got you back in a solid position here. 15 seconds needed. Maybe we can find some boxes to open. There we go. One crate down. Maybe a knock to do. We're going to go ahead and full send towards the buy where they were looking to regain, and we pull one out of the sky, but we're being shot from so many different places, and despite getting the second knock. Oh, that's so unfortunate.
I mean, where does he get shot from as well there? Because he was getting shot from 2 different angles. The fact that he still manages to get the kill on the second player that he had to snap onto anyway while getting shot from 2 different angles is ridiculous. It shows the efficiency, the accuracy in the gunfights. Gabe, you see that there? That decision making right there, right? So he knocks the first player. There's 2 players over on his left. He gets a lot of damage into the first, knocks him. And then the second one, he just taps him like once or twice and ensures that he escapes. So many of us in that moment were aiming for both kills. What he's doing is just allowing that team to stay up so that they can continue to resurge in, which then gives you more kills on the board. It's nice and easy to talk about doing it, and it's nice and easy to do when you're not under much pressure. You're in session 3 here, and you're getting shot at from multiple angles. To make that decision on the fly, beautiful stuff. I see why Dandro talks up this guy so much.
Just out here on an absolute different level. One of the... do we say next up? That's what we say. Next up for this competitive Warzone environment. And hey, we got an update from production. Another banger game just hit. Huskers and Noobs dropped a 66-point game.
God. Okay, then. I feel like Huskers is absolutely in his element these last 2 days. Not trying to take away from Noobs at all. Noobs, of course, a huge part of that equation as well. But Huskers also looked damn hot yesterday, so... having himself a week. Okay. Gets the first, gets the second, onto 21, and you've still actually got 8 players, make that 22. And again, buys enough time between the kills to ensure that that's not a team wipe. 50 seconds left on that timer. Couldn't have been better timed either.
I mean... we're just stringing them together. Everything they need to do to make sure that they are going to lock it in. Now I start to think about what they've got on the board. We're replacing a 12. We need to replace an 11. But knowing that this roster likes to submit their scores at the last moment, there's a very real possibility that's what they're doing.
You hear the comm there from Gabe. We're going to drop the money on the buy station. Let these solos buy in. The one thing is, we've seen this before. Sometimes those solos can finish each other off. And that's what you've got to hope to avoid at that point. You want to be able to farm those 2 teams for a while. Lift the score up. Because it looked like it was about a 40-point game. Because Gabe was like early 20s. Jukies is in the mid-teens. So, a solid game. Definitely one that's going to contribute to your overall. But you hope to find a few more as we look to our last 6 minutes. And Rated loses that. I am stunned. I thought for sure he's going to come out on top, but as he pushes through that bottleneck of the doorway, he tries to hip fire. Hits a lot of thin air. Gorgo does not, however. As he comes up the zip, he does what needs to be done. Rated will get back in off the back of that. Over It's quite early in this lobby, so no need to be worried about the fact that Wraith is trying to rebuild back into this. And this is the strategy that these two have employed throughout this multiple times. Gorgo gets himself out onto this extra landmass over towards Village, while Wraith continues to work Superstore.
It works so fantastically. This roster oftentimes putting us in the biggest games. Still looking to improve on a 24-point game that they logged in for game number 1. Should be able to do it here. Now, mind you, are about to be in the final 5 minutes of the 3rd hour-long gameplay session. You have to be in the plane for your last game to count.
Glad you're bringing that up, because we are most certainly at that kind of point, right? Like, if you're one of those teams, you've had, like, maybe you've had 4 games already. One of them's pretty dire, right? So I'm looking at FIFA and enkeo, for example. They got a 40, a 30, a 63, and then a 7. So they're probably playing in one right now over these next, like, 3 minutes, maybe 2 minutes, just to get above 7, so that then they at least have better than that. However, you then want to make sure you get in for a final game to try and push out a banger. Unless, for whatever reason, the one that you've started off feels like an absolute banger. Then I guess, well, you just keep on going, keep frying, keep cooking.
Just keep on cooking. It's definitely dinner time for me, but I get to spend it all with the Warzone Total Frenzy, watching our players fry up some eliminations. We actually get that self-res off on the rooftop despite the mortar incoming.
Okay, like, fuck off cluster. I knocked a guy right
now. It is actually chasing you. It is like a heat-seeking mortar that is just going to follow noobs across the way.
I was going to say, that is very unlucky. But noobs, by the way, sworn for, I think I've heard him swear 3 times his whole life, and it's all during this event. So, yeah, this guy has evolved. He's in his demon era on the bad guy arc for sure. What on earth was that? That's right in my eardrum, dude.
I think that was Huskers, bro. That is not noobs. You do not get to say he's on his demon arc and then my man just pulled a full-on exorcist out of him.
It was so bizarre. Oh, well.
Yeah, we found the culprit. You said it was Noobs' demon hours. We coming over to Huskers. It is Huskers confirmed. My man's a real kaiju in the flesh.
Oscar's not only having a good week, but also was just feeling himself. You love to see it.
Can you mimic that voice, Enigma? Can we get like a British demon out of you?
You're the one who's been doing the voice over work. I unfortunately do not possess such skills.
Speaking of possess, I mean, we've got some demons out here. We're fighting demons IRL, fighting demons in lobby.
I gotta say, by the way, Huskers and Noobs, their actual like top 3 games so far are ridiculous. 66, 51, 43. That's bloody good. 24 is their other game, so just looking to improve on that currently. Sorry, say that again. Noobs does find 1, so he's on.
Dude,
he's on 8. Oscars comes back in and gets fried again. Does have the self available. Might actually manage to pull it off. No, just as he manages to get himself back up, he gets shut down. So he's gonna have a little bit of a redeploy time here. He's gonna have to sit and wait while Noobs just opens every single container in the store.
Sometimes you just gotta do it. See what's inside. Get in. We're going shopping. I told you guys earlier at the top of the show. We're looking for the goods. And Aydan, well, 1 bullet away from that turning into a different trajectory for him. Adrian on the roof. Countdown timer down to 4. We should be good. Okay, finally. Finally we get a knock.
Gave up height. Coming. Yeah, it's cool.
I like the comms there out of Adrian. Gave up height. Basically suggesting that they need to go back for it. Rated here to try and contest it at least. Or at least he's aware that there might be a dangerous team up here. In case he didn't want to push it for whatever reason. Likely low on utility considering he's just come back on in. Adrian. Beautiful snap. With the pistol. Aydan finishes off what was going on earlier. So it's very early here in this lobby, but already the 3 kills for Adrian. We saw Rated get at least 2 there. Oh, Adrian continuing to push on after this. Can he finish off the fight? No, because a second player comes in around the corner. And actually, that's a third party. That's just two different teams fighting each other. So that's just ridiculously bad luck because he ends up becoming the loser in that scenario. Out of everyone who gets a kill, he's not one of them.
That's unfortunate. Now the comms, I'm going low. Adrian coming on back to Superstore. Not a bad way to kick things off. If you're going to double back in, you grab a weapon, you get the static first, you've got tempered. We are feeling ourselves, and we grab that, breaking the camera, picks up one. You've still got so many audio cues that players are running around the outskirts of this, but we just got to take angles and isolate 1v1s.
Okay, so into our final 20 seconds here. A reminder, ladies and gentlemen, that you must be in the plane before that hits 0 for your next game to count. So I'm going to assume at this point, Aydan and Adrian, they are just seeing this one out. I will pre-warn you that you might see some teams end up going into a lobby just after that timer if they are on a delay, perhaps. Though, quite unlikely for Aydan and Adrian at this point. Seems like, yes, as you said, they are committed to this. So, Aydan and Adrian, then they're trying to improve. Actually, this would be their 4th game, unless they've not logged one, which would mean that they are looking to improve on a 152-point score currently. I will say we were talking around a 190-ish score for top 5 last time. So if they were going to hit that, they would need 48 here.
It's going to be really close if you want to find yourself in the top 5 going into the final session. You're right, 190 was the cutoff if you would have based that on our prior session.
Jukies. Those eyesights can be a bit of a nightmare sometimes, but he manages to clean it on up. Tricks out towards the van where he got shot from before. And the thing is, if you are going to shoot at Jukies and not finish them off, I wish you the very best of luck. Actually, a player landing down on top of him. Did he get that audio cue? Because I swear we did. How locked in are you?
All right. Patience here on the final game. You're right. I mean, it'll be really interesting. We've got a slew of games that are in the 40s for this roster. But to drop a 43-point game out of it, I would love to see them replace it with at least a 50.
Yeah, I'm with you. I was doing the same thing where I'm kind of like, wow, these guys have actually played a lot of games. This is their 7th in this session. They had 2 horrible ones, but then a bunch in the 40s. So yeah, I'm with you. I'd love to see something north of a 50 to give them a chance here of getting up around that 200 points or so that's required. Oh, Jukies loses the fight. Done a good job of managing to work out on that parking lot for a moment, but unfortunately will get overwhelmed in the end. It's one of the things when you stick around for long enough, especially when you don't have your loadout weapons, eventually those players come back to get you. And if they do it together, it's difficult to clear them out. Sometimes Gabe continuing to move on through. He's got himself 2 knocks. Make that a 3rd. Cleans up that one. 2nd one in through. Calls out the last as well, the location. I'm not sure if that was accidentally a squad wipe there. You heard some frustrations come on out. Gabe's been really good thus far from what we've been watching of making sure that he's not eliminating full teams, but might have misstepped it there. Enkeo has to get some plates in and escape for his life here.
I was gonna say that comm that came out, last one's on X, just means that, hey, do not shoot this player. Now, granted, someone else could clean up that squad wipe for them, but knowing that you have to be hyper aware of not trying to get an elimination in that area to make sure that you get an additional couple elims from that roster. But I was just listening into kind of like the lobby comms that are coming through for enkeo in FIFA. But enkeo going to the high ground, that player just absolutely oblivious as he was looking to eliminate FIFA. And they lose out on 2.
Enkeo just going to catch that player. Oh.
Oh, no.
That was a weird moment. I thought that the feed just froze and then enkeo actually moved. So that terrifying. Unfortunately, it looks like enkeo may have crashed just as he was cleaning up a player crossing using the zip. So I'm just going to have a quick check here about where FIFA Kill and enkeo are actually up to. Thankfully, they've got some good games in here. 63 and a 56. However, it is a 40 and a 30 after that. So for all the good of those other 2 games, it is kind of balancing out at the minute. Unfortunately, I am sat here thinking that they could have done with a good one here to finish off and lift themselves up out of that 30 that's currently weighing them down.
For Iceman Isaac, Skullface. You know, they're one of our last couple teams working throughout these lobbies. They've got a 14 they need to replace, though. And I think they should be able to do it, especially with Skullface on 11, looking for 12. Can we find 13 in the mix of it? We don't want to get the squad wipe, and we don't.
Marked remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down. Fire sale is active.
Skullface. Can head up to the roof then. New SMG in hand. It really is. I feel that this is such a good meta at the minute, by the way. Not just when it comes to these time kill races, but our customs as well. Watch the STG and the static put in work. There are, of course, other options. We do see some of them, but this is largely the dominant meta. I think it just leads us to some great gunfights between... that was beautiful. Skullface reads the incoming push from his opponent and just pre-fires it so that his opponent basically steps out into the shots. Has himself 15 with 7 teams still in this. This could be an absolute heater. Just gonna check. Yeah, you mentioned about the scores a moment ago. They're trying to basically beat a 14 game. Skull's doing that by himself already, and it feels like there's still a lot of kills left to be picked up.
You're losing ground. Move it.
Sounds pretty good in my books, honestly. If this is the way we're doing it. Quick, concise comms, make it work at the lobby.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Skull. Did this player break his legs, or did Skull get the knock, or did Skull even see him? Am I lost in the sauce?
We're just gonna pretend that it's not happened. Maybe someone will come through and I'll res it and you get a 2-for-1.
Maybe. Oh, well, guess this player. That might have been the same guy because he looked like a similar skin, but I'm not quite sure. Skullface won't care. Just going to keep moving. Has 17. 18th is currently lying behind the loadout. There's some pretty good shots coming back, to be fair, but they won't be enough. Oh, Skullface does indeed have company. High alert goes nuts. Comms in from Isaac as well. The urgency of them says that he needs to get the hell out of Dodge. I'm pretty sure a player just fired a mosquito from over in this direction. They did. So Skull has at least 2 players to his left. He's trying to catch him, though. That's beautiful third-party work. Now, can he catch a couple of these other players rotating on in? It's about prioritizing your targets, selecting which ones you can pick up now, and then fight the others after, rather than picking up the several at the back and then watching the others get eviscerated by different players. And this is beautiful shot selection right now. Has moved himself to 19. Wants to get 20. It's a lot of cracks. It's a lot of damage, and that will be 21. Fantastic composure throughout all of that. Genius stuff.
Sitting at 159 points for their current 4-game series total. Looking to improve upon that, especially when Skullface is bested. The prior score we're looking to replace by himself, not inclusive of what Iceman Isaac has thrown down here. And we whittle ourselves down to some of the final moments of this game. We just need to make sure that we don't have any more squad wipes. We've got to milk this for all it's worth in terms of the eliminations.
Yeah, that's last. In the smoke.
This feels
we're missing one team.
such
this team all the way
a
over
good game. I like the comms coming in through.
That's only 2 right there.
By UAV.
One guy's height.
Still got quite a bit of cash between them, so if they do want to do the old drop it for your opponent, then they certainly can. Oh, Skull gets a crack. Gonna try and find the stairwell from a different angle, perhaps. Has his opponent read this? No. Problem is we're pushing up these. They're a little bit bottlenecked at times, and that player will just try and do it by gun skill. But so you are shooting at Skullface, World Series solo YOLO winner. Ridiculous talent. That was never going to go very well for you.
You're like, that it's not gonna work out. Nice chow there.
3 teams left.
But at least we're keeping very focused on where all the remaining squads are. Unfortunately, some squad wipes come through, and it's just you and the final squad. But for Joe Bredman, still on the roof, still getting mixy. Joe gets caught out by 2.
Oh, those footsteps cannot be good, and they are absolutely not. Oh, wait, that's not even... this is like multiple teams all stacked on top of each other. Yeah, Joe was getting shot by 4 different players at the same time. Yeah, avoid that corner, Breadman, whatever you decide to do. The thing is, you want the kills. But while Joe's out of here, you do not want to risk it. And I agree with Joe here. I don't think you go back there. I think you live to see another day. Because that was absolutely wild. Although a shotgun out in the parking lot might not be what you were looking for. Redman gets a kill off screen. Now, we get a flash up of our leaderboard over there on the left. Remember, it is top 5. Currently, Team Breadman would be missing that by 3 points.
Not what you want. Now, here's the deal. They're in the second circle. There's 5 squads left. And you heard Joe's reaction to that early on. He's like, what do you mean there's 5 squads left in the first circle and now moving into the second? Brad was positive. He was like, we can farm this. We can still get a 30 plus out of it. And you look at their current score line, they need north of 30. That's what they're looking to evict out.
Yes. And right now, that's exactly what they need. Just Breadman to bring the positivity, by the way. God, I love that, man. Very passionate lobby. The call comes on through. Yeah, I like that. If you get in this situation where there's potentially a lot of talent in the lobby, I think one of the things as well that you can do is kind of almost... Sometimes when the way in which certain players play, you can see that talented squad. So if you can get rid of them, get them off the board, then it makes it a bit easier for you to farm this lobby. And Joe will find the second. Beautiful little snap there. He's got a third, though, coming on through. Timing's just against him. Unfortunately, took a moment to put a smoke out. And will be his undoing. He's out of here. 15 seconds until Joe can get back in. Bread will pick him his own static. Sees one coming up the stairwell. Decides to use the railing rather than head straight down. Frustrating not to finish that one. Plates will get in, but... Yeah, Bread.
Oh my god. Oh no.
Damn.
Even more positivity coming from Bread. He opens the door, finds an elimination. Looking for double digits for himself. Counter UAV up. You got the mosquito drone towards the left. Mortar incoming. Where's it going to hit? It's coming in from the northeastern side of things, and we duck out just at the last minute. Finds another elimination. The guy he just took out. This is why he was so confident, but they cannot get any squad wipes.
Oh no, Bread. Oh no, Bread! My god! That was beautiful. He had 2 choices. Try and take on his opponent or check away. He does a bit of both. And then another one tries to jump on over him. Bread doesn't even blink. He doesn't care. He's like, yeah, this is just any given Sunday to me, dude. On to 13. And I mean, positivity in words, sure. Positive affirmations, whatever you want. Positivity in your play when this lobby's going on like this. God, this man's built different.
Huh? Rips him out of the head peek. Gets it. Another one. The live pings come through. He knows exactly where he needs to focus that attention towards. And here we go. Another one. You can try. It'll take us down to 1. Can we get a broken leg counter for Breadman and Joe's squads that they're facing up against?
Oh, the guy did pick himself back up, though, so... Just negligence, if anything, to his own health. The Bread. Up to 16.
Players got glass ankles.
Okay, do on the roof now. About to kill him.
This guy is also last right here.
I love the comms that are coming on from these two, by the way. Just making sure that they're keeping these teams alive, continuing to let them resurge. Oh, that is tough. Death lurking in a corner with a shotgun. And Joe's stunned face says everything. Honestly, wasn't expecting it either.
Good lord.
They've done a great job, though, to continue to cycle this. Joe, because of the fact that they farmed this lobby so quickly, we're nowhere near resurgence timer, so Joe will get back in just fine. Still plenty of cash between them.
Another one. Another one. We knew Joe was looking for double digits, but as soon as Bread hit doubles, he pretty much hit 20. And there you go, on to 20. I think Bread is right. If they continue at this pace, he should be able to hit that 33-35 mark.
Yeah, I agree. Joe says there, you know, Bread, you're going sicko mode. He is absolutely frying, putting in a performance. Sometimes he has that webcam setup where it shows the mouse and keyboard that he uses, and honestly, I'm just mesmerized by it at times. Looks like FIFA Kill and enkeo are going again, by the way. I'm going to hazard a guess that this is because of the crash for enkeo earlier on, and if so, I love that. Again, we spoke about it. They are kind of on the cusp, our team FIFA. They're kind of on the bubble. So, I mean, I tell you what, we got a flash up of that scoreboard. It is like 189, 188, 186 from like 4th to 6th. So it is super tight. So I love the fact that these guys are going to get to go again, with enkeo unfortunately suffering that game crash.
We've seen it come down to just 1 point be the difference maker. And so for them to kind of get the GG go next, get enkeo back in it, albeit out of the lobby. So opening up the supply crate will help whittle down the resurgence timer, and that should do it. enkeo back in just as the chow comes through, but you cannot take down Vifa's house.
He wants more of this, and he's going to step out. enkeo's here to join him. Can you finish this off? Can you begin to rotate on away? Interesting that they are together. It's very early in the lobby, so probably not an indication. enkeo gets found, actually. FIFA kill. Blocks one out of the sky. enkeo was cleaned up. Should have had the information though in the comms. Thief, you're in line of PA. Will be just outside of it. That's fine. I was worried that he was about to do it again, Tiff.
You never know. You never know what's going to occur here. This is likely going to be our last game that we'll be able to watch here for this third session. Now, mind you, $20,000 on the line, $12K for first place. But between these two POVs, we have to see what it is they're looking to replace. And it's still that 7-point game, actually. I think it might be 30 now.
Yes.
30 is the benchmark. We need a best.
Yes, they currently have a 63, a 56, a 40, and yes, the 30. You're correct. And with that, I genuinely think that they need at least a 40-point game here. Lift themselves by 10. They're right on that bubble. There will be teams still playing right now, so you can't sit there and think we're in third. You can't count your chickens before they've hatched. It is incredible to look at that scoreboard. 192, 191, 189, 186. It is so tight between these teams. I think I actually also missed a 188 there. What the hell is going on? Look at the state of that scoreboard.
I'm not envious in any way, shape, or form of trying to find yourself inside the top 5, because it is just so hectic out there. And honestly, one of the lower scoring series that we've witnessed, but I think the pace of the lobby and the sweatiness of it has just ramped up so much.
Thank you. Advise Thief back in. Portable goes out. Make sure he's got the information. High alert will ring out. Oh my god. Dodged what looked like an anti-tank rifle. The hell was that? Speaking of anti-tank rifles, by the way, I don't suppose you've seen the new RPK with the conversion kit?
Yeah.
LMGs are snipers now. That's how that works, and it absolutely fries. I watched FaZe Scope get like a 15-piece with it in multiplayer today.
I don't like it.
No. No, me neither. But that tracer was a big one that hit the walls. That's what I was thinking it could be. It is very strong. Thief, all the way out on this landmass, usually used to farm players that are resurging in, looking for safety. Right now, it looks like it's actually him that's trying to find a moment to breathe. He is on 10, so that's totally fine at this point. That's solid pace for beating the 30 that's needed. What the hell? Just absolutely lights up everybody. It's going to be mostly just cracks to the first two, but he does get the knock on the third. Can he push up to finish this off? It'll be Flesh that he actually gets on there, but I like the decision to check away. It feels like he could have been baited into a 1v2 down that corridor.
Oh, no. Down to 5. Now, mind you, Brett and Joa were farming 5 teams for north of 20 eliminations. That very well could occur here. But you have to make sure that you're calming so cleanly with your teammate to make sure that they're not getting that last elimination. Viva so out on that edge line of gas. The Car 98 just ahead. One wrong move and you can have your face ripped off, but he is able to get that player down.
Just has the 12. That's where that STG starts to fall off in terms of damage range. So, not a surprise. Someone just landed on him. And again, I'm never sure because I know that like FIFA, and FIFA's not the only one, but FIFA like sets up his audio to be very different. So he like understands certain noise cues that essentially don't come through to us in the same way. FIFA. 13. FIFA spots potentially 14 and 15, potentially 16 as well. This is one of those moments where you just, oh my god, potentially 17? What the hell's going on up here? You just kicked an ant's nest potentially. Everything comes sprawling out.
This is the string of eliminations you need that takes you from kind of where Joe and Redman were talking about. It moves us from 20 to 35 and putting ourselves on 14. We're getting closer to 20. However, we are down to the final 3 teams. This is a no climbing zone, don't you know? You cannot get on the rooftop of Superstore. Not while enkeo has something to say about it.
He falls. Immediately bought in though. enkeo wasting no time. Resurgence timer be damned. We need kills. enkeo. Up, down. I was about to say, I'm not sure what's French for parkour, but I think parkour might actually be a French word, so that would have been really dumb of me. Said I told you all. enkeo. Oh, but pushing in through. The problem is when you start to push in through these doorways, we've seen it a couple of times through this tournament. 1v2s through little bottlenecks. It can lead to your demise. feverkill gives the comms. feverkill's there. enkeo cleans one up. That's another 2 on the board for this team. And enkeo has 23 by himself. We know that feverkill's somewhere in the mid-teens at least. So this is looking at like at least a 40-point game. I said I wanted to see them lift at least 10 above that 30. They are answering my question about whether or not they could do it.
Here we go again. 23. Down to the final 3 still. We have to rely on teams buying themselves back for now. Across the way, the angles that are coming through. Around the pool table, looking still for more. I just heard a buyback, and there's another elimination. On to 25 we go.
I'm just playing safe up top, okay?
feverkill makes the comment that he's basically trying to anchor, ensuring that with that resurgence timer being disabled, that enkeo can just go nuts without fear. He's got to be very careful of that claymore, by the way. Please do not step out in front of that. Thank you very much. Always terrified about if he's managed to spot that. Beef just staying alive, again, playing that anchor role that he does in the World Series alongside Jukies and Len. And actually, feverkill is going to get pushed, so takes a lot of damage. Deals with it, though. And if they can farm this correctly, this can go from a 40-point game north of 45, even towards 50. We've seen teams do it.
Could be the real difference maker that says, hey, we're in the top 5 versus going home with nothing.
They're like on top of each other. They don't kill each other, you know?
Gas is closing in. Locating the 6. Friendly buy station is ready. Gas is inbound. The safe zone is far from your location. Get moving.
We're on 46.
46? Holy. Final team here left in the lobby.
Soldier incoming. Primary objective complete.
And there it
that?
is.
Is that 50?
A 50?
I don't know.
Thief? Same time, Jinx? 49. Okay, but that's 19. That's 19 up on what you had before. So that'll lift them from 189 to like... Cast math 208, I'm gonna say something like that.
That's solid. Breaking 200s should be enough to put you in the top 5. Now, granted, I'm not gonna say anything considering when we had the cutoff for top 5 after our last session, it was 190. But
Yes.
getting yourself above 190 would likely be enough. But let's bring it on back because we got a lot of things to talk about and dissect. Of course, that last session ran a bit over because we wanted to make sure that Jukies or FIFA and enkeo kind of got all of the rounds in that we could see. But man, we had some heavy hitting games, but also a very low scoring series for a lot of our teams.
Yeah, I think that there was maybe either an uptick in the the lobby quality or maybe some pressure being felt through our competitors here. Because, yeah, we're seeing like a 7, we're seeing a 12, an 11, a lot of 20s. Like in session 1, I was kind of like, oh, sure, maybe they're kind of figuring things out. Session 2, everyone took a step forward. Yeah, session 3, we were, trying to use that like 190 from last time out as the benchmark for where 5th might be. I don't even know if it will be that high this time out. In fact, probably not, just because of the fact that so many teams slipped en route. That being said, we did still see some big games, Huskers and Noobs in particular, putting up 66 in their game 4. I would hazard a guess that they're looking pretty strong. Also, Aiden and Adrian with a 60. So yeah, still some big numbers coming up on the board, but for some reason it's looking a little bit tougher. And I'm wondering as well, when we get to the next stage, top 5 prize money, whether that pressure increases a little bit more if they struggle that little bit more.
It's going to be a lot of pressure considering you have to field the top 3 out of that 5. But let's go ahead because leaderboards are ready. We'll start off with the overall kill leaderboard after our sessions that have been completed. Now, Gabekun did a heck of a job, breached 200 after the end of gameplay session 2. But my, oh my, has it changed. Enkeo now, after that gameplay session 3 performance, not only broke 300, but jumped towards the top. Enkeo just a few eliminations back, but Huskers and Noobs, Adrian, within striking distance of 300.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to see the numbers that they're putting up here. Enkeo's going to be very happy with that. He's been shooting straight all week, by the way. Pretty much every event he's been putting up serious digits. Just his squad's been lacking placements throughout the customs lobbies that we've been running. So I think today is just like unleashing the young man, the French demon, into these lobbies where he's just absolutely tearing things apart. So very glad to see those kind of numbers out of him. Again, Gabe still up there. I mean, honestly, if Enkeo does count as a rookie, I think he does. I can't remember exactly how we kind of clarified that, because he did play in last year's World Series LCQs. However, nothing more than that. So it's interesting to see the 2 players that are kind of in the Rookie of the Year conversation up there in our top 2 spots.
It truly is, and I just love the more competition that we get that is newer towards the scene or is still kind of up next. It just really kind of raises the ceiling and the skill gap of everyone in competitive Warzone. So I love to see that. Gorgo Knight still remaining in that top 10. Superevan's locked into the 10th place spot. We saw that after gameplay session 2, kind of remaining supreme here as well. Skullface for 275. We got a lot of players that are so close. Now, the issue here is Shifty fell down the top 10 and we don't have Biffle. We knew this was a struggle session for them and they did everything that they could to try and regain. They had to eliminate 2 28-point games, but let's go ahead and see. Was it enough knowing what they did to try and get themselves into the top 5? Your top 5 advancing on Team FIFA. You were right, that caster math, 208. Team Biffle, Team Huskers, Team Superevan, and Team Breadman.
I think the first thing to call it to is how damn close it is between like 3rd and 8th. And obviously that is hugely different in terms of placings, because Juki's, Iceman Isaac, Aiden, and then of course Rated and Soaker as well, they will all be out of here. Team Juki's, they miss out by 2 points. Iceman Isaac by 4, and Aiden also 4. No doubt, if you are one of the players in any of those lineups, you're thinking back to like one gunfight that took away those extra points from you, just to show that we are splitting hairs here. Because, I mean, we're watching like FIFA and Enkeo go out and pick up 208 kills, right, at this point, just through this hour. And when we're hyping up the kills, it's not because we've just watched them put up 200 kills, it's because every single one can make a massive difference in your tournament.
And they really can. And I want to give a huge shout out to all of the duos that were fighting tooth and nail to find yourselves into the final 5, to be able to go on for a chance to play for the top 3 with $20,000 in prizing separating between those 3, $12K for first place. We are so close to being able to hand out some significant amounts of cash. But before that, we're going to take one final break, get everything ready for our final hour-long gameplay sesh. We'll see you after this break. bienvenue à Warzone Total Frenzy. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry. You really wanted me to do it, Enigma, and I was gonna bait you out just a slight bit. No, but welcome back to Warzone Total Frenzy. We were about to jump into our final 1 hour gameplay sesh. I'm Spider Tiff, and I've got the British Enigma over there chuckling. What's up, guy?
Yes.
You ready?
So the reason why Tiff just introduced us in French is because, as I was talking about in the last session, I recognized that a certain word that's used in English is actually French. Warzone Total Frenzy clipped it and put it on their Twitter. I'm getting roasted for it. And it turns out that Tiff is not just multi-talented in so many different ways, but she also speaks a bit of French. So I'm getting cooked over here. I'm hoping that you're all having a great evening. It sucks here.
No, it doesn't. We got so much action, bro. We got our final 5 teams, $20,000 on the line, about to be divvied out to our top 3 squads. And while that gameplay session is getting kicked up, let's go ahead and remind them how that 20K gets broken down. Because we have duos playing, and you can just split that cash between 2.
Oh yeah, and the thing is, like, it's $12,000 between those two, 6K each, and that's a lovely bit of cheddar for your Thursday evening. Second place, $5,000, so 2.5K each. Third place, the 3K at 1,500 each. Obviously, if you're deciding to split it through the middle. And the thing is, for a lot of these sides, again, you mentioned it. Usually these events, they're 10K. We talk about, you know, the way in which you get the lion's share if you take first place. That obviously is doubled up here in the sense that we have 12,000. It is worth that bit more to you in the sense that there's just the 2 of you. However, there's also a little bit of something else to sweeten the pie here, is that if you go and get the prize money from this final session, you know that you've avoided the sting of being the 2 teams that got diddly squat for your whole day.
That's true, and you don't want to be in the bottom 2, but let's go ahead, dive right into the final 1 hour sesh. You've got to be the best, and, you know, 12K for a nice evening in Superstore sounds pretty banger to me, especially when everyone's down here shopping for eliminations. You can take that cash and maybe, I don't know what players buy these days, but we'll see. Ooh.
Yo, drill charges the box, expecting someone to be on the other side. Turns out not. FIFA kill on our screen. I believe these 2 finished top last time, right? So off the back of that last game, which was really strong, and they finished top in our 3rd session. So it's whether or not they can continue that. They'll certainly be wanting to rinse and repeat. Thief puts in the work with a pistol and finds himself a couple of plates. 8 on the board already. I'm gonna be honest, it looks like they have not slowed down much at all, although currently in a recovery position. This is one of those moments, though, Tiff, and we spoke about this a little bit in the last session. Once you start to get into this spot, it's all fun and games, getting yourself to qualify through, sure. But again, 3 of the teams will walk home with money here. 2 of them, nothing. That pressure amps on up. Your room for error diminishes. So you got to make sure you are always on it. There's no such thing here as a bad game. They've got to all be good. And with that being said, as we move on over to Biffle and Shifty, I think I was seeing something in the 20s there, but Shifty, who's on 11... is without Biffle for a moment, but he's coming back in. The Falcons are, of course, in the conversation when we start talking money in these tournaments. They've won every other event that has been played this week. Can they make it 4 in a row?
That would be insane if they could make that happen. However, we only have 1 chance for the Falcons to do so, right? We got Biffle and Shifty. Soka was a captain for a different roster, unfortunately did not make it into the top 5. So the last Falcons chance to go 4 for 4 is right here. And if we've got a triple kill, we're on 15, make it 16. This is a solid way to kick it on off. The silent assassin finds himself in a killer peak, waiting for teams to roll on in.
This is what I was talking about earlier when I said I was worried about the fact that, I mean, not worried for me because we get to watch them do stuff like this, but worried for everybody else when you see Biffle and Shifty struggle but still qualify, because it feels like, okay, they only make a small amount of mistakes in the tournament, and it feels like you've used up all of your 9 lives there for everyone else. Biffle and Shifty survive. Biffle and Shifty make it through to this final stage. This feels like one of those moments where they do what they do, just suddenly turn it on and turn into the absolute world beaters that we know they are.
All right, well, keep it on moving. Biffle on 16, Shifty on 14. Look, if we're going north of 30 for our first game and the lobby's still very healthy, this is it. Now, this is the squad that's put down some of the best games in any given one of our play sessions today. and they just keep feeding them to it. You're just playing these corners of the rooftop. You've got coverage here. And for someone to try and rip you out of this head peek, they've got to have a killer angle. And anyone that even tries to peek, Shifty takes it. You even get the audio cues from the climb up. You just got them down left and right, and we're even tanking the bullets, tanking the sprays, and we just keep going.
It was watching the cogs like kind of unfold there. I'm gonna shoot these guys. Hang on a second. Let me just deal with this. All right, back to you guys. It's just so simple for him. I mean, already on 17. Wants to confirm that knock for 18. He's not worried at all about the fact that he's getting shot at from behind. He's now going to start to look on over in that direction. What I will say, some of these players must be running cold-blooded because his high alert wasn't pinging there if you are Shifty, and he was stood way out on that ledge. We know there's at least 2 or 3 players down here. There's one in the stairway. There is another one just off to the right there. Pings will ring on out. Shifty catches one trying to cross. Shifty cleans that up. He's already at 20. We have 5 teams still left in this. And this is where you begin to put those teams in a blender and you just farm them on out.
All right, checking out with Bredman on 16 here. Kind of following suit on the pathing for the inside. The issue with standing here is knowing that there's so many angles from either lane here in Superstore. You can like nestle yourself up in that building that has that glass window, and you can take angles on where Bredman currently was. So you have to make sure that you're keeping an eye on that back line. But Joe up on the roof playing that same area in which we just saw Shifty. Ooh. From above.
Oh no.
Okay. I fooled myself.
Feels like pretty much everyone we've been on board with here is getting off to a solid start, by the way. It is only 30, though, between Red and Joe currently. Red, honestly, falling when he did. Silver lining to that, blessing in disguise, is that Resurgence was still enabled, so he's able to just get back in for free. As long as Joe doesn't do anything dumb in the next second, he's fine. High alert rings out. High alert tells him what he needs to be shooting at. Gets the crack. Player drops on down. Bread, the thing is, he gets back in, but his loot fell down below. So it's whether or not Bread can get down there safely, retrieve what he needs, and get back out. Joe's just shooting at absolutely everything that moves underneath him. He's going to get aggressive on this. This could be an important couple of kills. We've spoken about it before. There's teams missing out on qualification by 2 points, once by 1 point. Going to have to finish that off was absolutely gorgeous. Checks on through the doorway for the next. You get a feeling that Joe really wants to push this out. However, with Bread still trying to get his stuff back and recover, he doesn't have the luxury of doing that. Oh no.
Oh, it's chasing. Hot pursuit. Puts him right into one. Throwing knife makes it easier, but we've got to keep on moving. And my man is actually drone racing that bomb drone straight to Joe, but can't get through here. And now he puts himself with the upper hand onto this roster. They chuck the bouncing Betty down. They escape. What is this lobby?
I swear he just went from a bouncing Betty to a bomb drone. If so, that is awful luck for Joe. 35 between these two at the minute. Pretty sure we saw Biffle and Shifty slightly ahead of that in their game. Although Enkeo and Thief were around the same kind of digits. So, yeah, everyone that we've seen thus far off to a solid start. I was about to say that. First game for Superevan Trikempathy, 28. First game for Huskers and Noobs, 3.
That's a stark difference there. Albeit it's going to be one of those that we completely replace later on, that 3, for sure.
These guys are inside of our bottom.
Okay. I made it in a god spot.
Okay.
Okay, get in that god spot. Let's go.
Yeah, honestly, unless he gets flanked from a very deep gas rotation, he's just able to cover off everything. That's one such example. Joe sat above as well, so they should just be able to clean this up nice and quickly. It's just whether or not you want to, whether or not you want to try and farm anything remaining in this. Joe goes down 1v1. I'm curious about whether or not Bread's just intent on just sealing this off right here. Feels like a around 40-point game is enough to just end it and find your next lobby.
I mean, you gotta think, the exhaustion is starting to set in. You have to perform at such a high pace to perfection over the course of 4+ hours here. to find yourself in the top.
Nice, nice, nice. All right, you can back it.
I'm not gonna lie, I really like that nickname of Bready. That's cute. But 39 on the board for Bread and Joe. So of the scores that we are aware of so far, that will take them to the top. However, we're still waiting on 2 teams to confirm theirs. But every other team getting off to an at least all right start, except for these 2. But all that means is, as you said, you can just go and replace that game really easily. In fact, Oscars literally has 3 kills now. So this game would probably just replace it. And you didn't waste too much time in the first one because you probably died off rip. And then Oscars, yeah, I like that calm. Just trying to make sure that he's not farming a team, letting that second player, anchor player, whatever it is, stay alive so they can just continue to bring that squad back in and do that.
Hey, they're doing it. Like, honestly, I'd be getting delirious at this point, trying to play in a TKR 4+ hours deep, knowing that with the end is near, and we're just about to wrap up the first 15 minutes, and we are playing Ring Around the Rosie from the forklift, and, well, his friends want to get involved.
Here we go.
Goodbye.
Another team got wiped.
Okay, Tiff, it turns out I lied to you a little bit earlier on.
Dang,
there is a team that has got off to an absolute banger. Biffle and Shifty dropped 61 map 1.
Plot armor.
Right?
Super. Yeah.
Absolute plot armor.
I don't even know what to say. Again, I Googled a bunch of stuff to try and figure out how to say that someone's good at their job in different ways. One of them, excellent job on that project. Perfect. That sums this up brilliantly. So, love to see it. Falcons continue to roll on through. At this point, struggling to say much more this week.
I'm dead.
Oh no, Huskers. Oh, I thought Huskers was about to do something nasty. Yeah, I was going to say, I thought for a second that player wasn't coming back to finish that, but he does. Huskers down. We get to look over at Noobs then, who has 4 at the minute. Just trying to hold the stairwell because if that player tries to move on up, he gets cooked. Now bring Husker straight back in.
I also Googled it, just so you know. The first one. You outdid yourself today. Number 3.
Oh, I don't have that one. It must be different UK 20.
And beyond.
Oh, that's nice. I like that one.
10. You should feel good about your accomplishment.
I've also got congratulations on a job well done. That feels like one I've probably used before, actually.
It seems on par for that.
Noobs. Ringing out shots.
Like 15 seconds. Another guy landing roof right here.
And another. It might not be the fully loaded out STG that he's used to, but this thing's so damn good that it just doesn't matter anyway. I think actually a random person confirmed Noobs' kill for him there, so thanks for that. 6 on the board. Wants to get involved in whatever this is. Third partying the situation. Gets the 7th. Gets an 8th. Gets the 9th. Oh my god. Noobs. Okay, you don't get everything there, but honestly, that's going to be best case scenario.
Maybe they want to put up their own best game and beat that Biffle Shifty roster. I mean, I think 67 over the course of the past few hours is that first best game that we've witnessed, and I don't think anyone's eclipsed that.
No, but we do now have everyone's first game in. So, Biffle Shifty taking the lot at 61. FIFA and enkeo coming in at second with 54. Breadman and Joe with 39. Superevan and Trikempathy at 28. And then Huskers and Noobs obviously with that disappointing 3. Oh, Biffle nearly snapped onto the second there with a transfer. Honestly, I think that obviously Huskers and Noobs score just isn't going to matter at the end of the day. It just basically meant them wasted a couple of minutes, which will likely neither be here nor there. I think if you're Ev and Empathy, 28 kill game, it's gone on for long enough that it's actually affected enough of the time that you have available to you for you not to get the return, not to get the reward. So for me, that game there is concerning.
Yeah, you're not wrong, because we've seen people go down with 1 or 2 points, but this is when it gets real. There is money on the line after this 42 minutes is up. And for the squad on your screen, starting it off with a 61-point massive game, you know they want to at least get 2 of those. If you can get 2 60-point games, that's 120 points from 2 alone.
Shifty. Oh, for God's sake. Shifty just moves himself onto 6. There's a player underneath him. Enkeo and FIFA kill. Again, got off to a solid start. Currently sat in 2nd place after everyone's reported their first game. They want to go again. Sure. Wasn't getting excited for that at all. Don't worry about it. Enkeo. Thank you. Empathy. Superevan on our screens now. This is the team that I said probably burnt through a bit more time than they would have liked. Weren't as efficient as they would want from game 1. Empathy's trying to fix that here with a quick 2.
Better late than never. But this squad, I mean, look, you do not want to come all this way to find yourself in 4th or 5th place, right? Especially with 20k on the cusp, on the brink. Just mere 40 plus minutes away from you. But pretty calm start. Unfortunate. Superev thought he had that because we don't get any comms until the fact of the matter is that just Empathy's too far away.
Yeah. Empathy will feel that as well. Oh, there's 2 players in here. One was completely flesh. There's actually 3 players in here. C4 catches not just the player that he knocked, but must have been at least the player in behind. Another one comes flying in through the side door, and he's aware that he was getting third-partied, so Empathy bides his time. Finds the kill. I don't actually think he gets credited for the one that came through the doorway. I think that actually goes to the third party. Empathy with 4. Evan trying to get involved in things. Gets himself another kill. Problem is these two on top of each other. We've seen now a couple of other teams cycle through these lobbies. They tend to split up, right? You end up with one controlling Superstore, the other one heading out to catch the resurging teams on the other landmass. These two being on top of each other just means that they're essentially covering the same ground, fighting the same teams, and that also comes with the risk of eliminating teams rather quickly.
Very real. We're still making it work, and you know, I thought that wasn't going to go in Empathy's way, just based on the reaction time. We get the down. Looking to clean it on up, and Chow comes in. Freak Bob. Oh. But this is how you work it. Oh no, a player from every doorway. What do you mean? We keep running past him, running from him. And the bouncing Betty play doesn't even work for you.
You know, I believe in you, Empathy. You got this. It turns out it was just a 1 in the end, so I was getting excited for a 1v2. I thought for sure that that was what Empathy was running from. Sounded like a lot of footsteps, not going to lie. But Empathy deals with it. Up to 8. Just holding down this side of Superstore. Making sure this stairwell is controlled. We've seen a lot of... Oh, okay.
Okay.
The player comes in round. There's actually 2 players above as well. Potentially a third. So Empathy's a lot of work to do here. The way this works out, PA the top. Can you push those players in down the stairwell? Bottleneck them. Lure them to their death. FIFA kill enkeo on our screens. And... unfortunately... enkeo is down and out. Looks like they're going to reset that lobby.
Understandable. We do still have 38 minutes, so it's not like we're on the brink hurting for time right now, but teams that do have 2 games on the board. Shifty, Biffle, 61-22. Enkeo, FIFA, they still have that 54-point game. But for now, we're still looking for Huskers and Noobs to improve on that 3-point game. Now, granted, they might have already done so, but these are just points that have been reported to us.
Yeah, and Superevan and Empathy backing out there on 18 means they picked up 46 across the 2. Honestly, with how quickly some of these lobbies are falling, I don't think any teams are going to struggle to find 4 games. I think it's more going to be a case of trying to better themselves. Interested to see how Huskers and Noobs have gotten on, but for now it's Joe and Bread. After the first round of games, they were sat in 3rd place with a 39 kills. Beautiful stuff out of Joe. He finds the first 2. Smoke to cover to give him a second to reload and to play. Does he have more company? Yes, he does. Finds him. Gets the pings on the mini-map to find yet more. Could this be the fourth in this little passage of play? Yes, it is. Gets that kill too. Ping will ring out further on for where the fifth player in this passage is. And honestly, I like that Joe's just taking his time here. Doesn't push straight up on him. Gives time for those players to resurge back on in. And that's another one. We are on board with a player who is frying this lobby. He's on 20.
Everything that we need from this to find potentially $12,000 in a first place finish. Now, mind you, we need a north of 50-point average at this point if you want to take down Schiffle. Is that what you're going to call him? Schiffle? What were we talking about at the stop? Was it? No. It was Bifty and Schiffle?
I mean, honestly, I like Schiffle. I think it's a nice little cute duo name, but I mean...
I ship Schiffle.
Yeah, I could ship that. I'm with you. Yo. I've just clocked, by the way, that you still have 5 teams in this. And these two in particular, when they've gotten to these late stages of maps, they've done a really good job of farming teams through.
Yes.
So this could be a terrifying game for sure. And throughout this tournament, Bread's actually been slaying better than Joe. So if that's the case right now, if that is replicating, then 22... Let's assume Bread's somewhere around the 20. This really could be a massive game. I heard a call there, though. Team wipes are okay. I'm unsure as to why, because, again, these guys have been farming teams. Maybe they just want to narrow it down into, like, 2 other teams that they can control far easier.
It's interesting, right? But this 2-0, they have the ability to read the quality of the lobby so well. When it was looking dire for them mid-game, they're like, no, we're going to get at least 32, 35 out of this. And they do that. So they're committed to it, knowing that they're probably going to get a certain threshold that helps them. Now, granted, we still don't have a squad that has 4 games down and out just yet, with 35 minutes to go.
Enkeo falls in the back. You're right, by the way, about when it comes to the pace. At this point, honestly, maybe you just spend like 2 lobbies just farming through and don't worry about the pace of things. Like, don't worry about, sorry, just trying to blend to those teams, farm those teams, just get some points on the board. And FIFA Kill loses out to a Gundam. Enkeo's just managed to get himself back in, opens the crate, so we'll get FIFA Kill straight back in, and yeah, they just need to move on this one. They just need to turn it into a good old-fashioned pub stomp and just slay out on everything. Enkeo tries to get that started with a quick 2-piece. Minimap rings out with pings that suggest there's actually players on that same team trying to recover further away. FIFA Kill is going to be left alone in Superstore. See if he can control it. The answer is no. We did see a knock or 2 in there, but eventually a bit too much. This is one of the problems when you don't have your loot yet. You're lacking your favorite weaponry, when you're lacking utility. But you're still trying to control these public players. Enkeo finds yet another up to 4.
I mean, look at their first game, right? They were north of 50. That is what you want to lock in and carry forward. At least, I'm talking we need a 40 to 5+ point average if you want to land yourself at the top after 4. We had teams breaching 200. This squad, 208 after their last session, and that put them into first. Now, if they would have been able to mirror that here for this session, that gets them $12,000, hopefully.
Thinking about the fact that we are playing here for $20,000. In this next 33 minutes, we'll be assigning that $20,000 across those 3 teams. 2 sets of teams will be going home with absolutely nothing. A brutal way to end things. Enkeo is... Honestly, I've literally never seen this spot on the map. But Enkeo uses it to great aplomb. Finds the second as well. Check it out for the third. Go on, do it, you little French demon. That's disgusting. Love that. Wonderful work. Uses that water tower wall to just isolate that team. God, he's so good when he wants to be.
I'm just the comms. Go on, do it, you little French demon.
Hey, he was trying to teach me how to say you French demon or something in actual French. I could not do it, but yeah, if that's the name that he wants to have, he deserves it for plays like that.
You know what? You're gonna have to get that for LAN. You're gonna have to figure that one out. We'll put you through a session. We'll get it. We will
appreciate
talk you through it, especially if they're going to keep playing like this. It is needed and deserved.
I heard your French before. Get me the accent going. I'll be all right. For kill, by the way, out here for 15 seconds. Moving around the map will reduce it by 2. You do not want to fall here, enkeo. Just breathe for a moment. You're all right. You get the knock. You get the kill feast back in. Good lord, the LMG putting in work here. Reminder here, enkeo's not using his weapons. He does not have his loadout. He's just found some stuff on the ground and is putting it to work. Husker's actually is put to work on the ground instead. By the way, those skins with the googly eyes, they are the best thing I've ever seen. But not for Huskers as he dies.
I've seen some of the craziest ones. You've got the emojis. You've got the sock puppet skins. I'm just like, what is happening?
1 ground.
It's the eye. It's like the eyes when they like turn, like when they're spinning in gunfights. They just take so long to catch up. It's so funny.
From the inside, a Superstore. We stay relatively healthy, but the next chow. Yeah, you realize it. He's like the push. He's like, I'm dead. Like, you have to regain here. 10 more seconds. I think we should be good here.
Just going to update you guys on a couple of scores. So Biffle and Shifty, 61 points in their first game, but only 22 in the second, which meant that they fell to second after the second set of games. We will not have the second score yet for FIFA and enkeo, because they're running a little bit behind because they had some resets. But Breadman and Joel will be taking your top spot. They picked up 39 game 1 and then 51 in game 2. So currently, seems to be that Breadman and Joe are leading the way. Again, FIFA and enkeo 1 game in behind. Superevan Empathy continuing to have a little bit of a struggle here. Huskers and Noobs fixed their 3-point game of the first one with 50 points in game 2. So they're starting to find their form.
Corner is fucking active. Yeah.
You need an active corner. Exactly. Grab your weapons, get up and go. We're on 18. Still 6 squads up. These are the kind of lobbies that we're talking about that they end up farming for north of 60.
Practice going live. Yeah. That guy's 1A.
Biffle. Finds one underneath who's checking out something else. I think there's actually a third-party situation to potentially have here. Oh, that is a bouncing Betty. Biffle does the right thing, reacts just in time to get himself out of there. I mean, whether or not you want to push back through here, I'm not sure. You do not have flex perk. You're not aware if it's still there. There's 3 players in 1 doorway. Finds 2. Can you finish off the 3rd as well? He's just going to try and rain some fire out. The smoke will unfortunately stop him. That blanket coming on over to just cover up that team. The thing is, he did get 2 players down, so he wants to try and clean that on up. Transfer over to Shifty. He's on 17, so yes, this feels like a good game for these two. Not necessarily better than their first, which was a 61-point banger, but definitely better than the second. Oh no, that's a bomb drone. That is not good.
Not the bomb drone. Not like this.
Bottom floor on me. Yeah, I got people above me too.
Resurgence is no longer active.
Okay. One of these seems to be gonna respawn. I'm gonna play the kids above me.
Enemies dropping into the AO.
I'm 20 though. Still kind of healthy.
Oh!
Except for that. 2 bouncing Betties. It's fine.
I like ducked in my chair. I think they're on 42. Sorry.
Another one on the roof. Corner. Yeah, I might be able to play for him. Killed him, I killed him. Okay. Another one landing up here. Yeah, killed him. Okay, we go.
Alright, so Biffle and Shifty, they've narrowed it down to just 2 opposing sides. It's going to be potentially duos across the board here. Shifty finds one. I think we can hear another drone somewhere. Thankfully, I was about to say that isn't coming anywhere near Shifty, but it is. Oh no, it's actually underneath potentially. Yeah, I think it might be inside Superstore. So off the Shifty's fine. Shifty finds another, moves himself to 22. It is a 2v1 to see this on off. We get a flash up of the leaderboard. As you can see, your top 5 there. Currently, Breadman leading the way. Biffle in second, Thief in third, but again, Thief and enkeo, only one score reported thus far.
All should be well. Back on over to Bread. In a similar position, albeit less kills, on 6 squads left, looking for double digits if we can get there, which we should be able to. Okay, good. There's the comms, there's the positivity, and well, they dropped a 51-point game in game number 2. Now, we were talking about it, we're like, we need north of 50 if you want to take down Biffle and Shifty.
We start frying now, that's all that matters, Breadman says. Then follows that up instantly with a kill. Gets all the information he needs. Player up high, thinks he has a moment to breathe. Breadman's just going to let you drop out of the protection bubble.
Guns when it's not supposed to be.
Really?
Oh, he's actually having an issue with his mouse. Fair enough. I thought you were just giving him a moment to breathe. I thought you were kind of, you know, being nice, but actually he's got time to also check out what's going on with his mouse there in his configuration. Breadman.
Oh my.
Finds 11. In shot from multiple angles. Got to be careful here because Joe was out. He is back in. Oh, that is beautiful. Oh, that is gorgeous. Make it 12, potentially 13. There's a knock at distance. Just letting it breathe for a moment. Player gets back up. Player gets shot back down. Where's your teammates, buddy? Redman actually doesn't want all of them. He wants to let him stay up for a moment so that your boys resurge back on in. Push me, please. I beg you, says Breadman, because he's just going to work you like this. Hedge or not, doesn't matter. Bye-bye.
I mean, we are just going Joe on your screen right there. Still waiting to see if we can work this angle on the roof. The issue is Joe on 3 with 5 teams left.
Teammates are up front doors. And bottom over here.
One was parking lot still.
Yep, that was the other one.
These are the comms that I love, and this is one of the things about these teams. Like, you know, as they've played on through this afternoon, they've started to understand how to recognize which players belong to which teams. They know how to make sure that they're not cooking them. Joe gets shot in the back. Bread will land in. I'm not sure about the utility that Bread's gonna possess here. Oh no, he's fine. He's got all of his stuff. And actually, a player was shooting at him from behind. Not sure what that was, but all good. Bread says he's about to get world starred. Go on then, make it happen. Put it on the main stage. You're under the lights, my friend.
I'll throw my money down on Bread.
Broke one. One's on the roof too. Just dropped in on the roof. Just dropped in on the roof. Broken one shot. Absolutely.
It's the preemptive aim. Is understanding exactly how everyone's going to maneuver around this, exactly how to play. Oh, I think Brett's actually landed on by 3. He gets one knock. The thermite will actually cover. That is gorgeous. He's going to check on out for the second. Don't do it to them, Bread, man. There's not a chance in hell that you pull this off. Where's that final player? Have you just cleaned up everybody? Bread, man, what did you just do? You disgusting human being. Puts himself onto 19 with one of the nastiest plays we've seen all day.
Look, can we just go back 5 seconds ago where I said I had my money on Bread? Now Joe needs to hit that self-res. Not sure if he'll be able to get it off, but Bread will have to stay healthy here. Back to the roof we go. This is where we saw that last sequence of events. We said not to wipe any squads. Well, there one goes. He may be a god, but those mortar strikes, they're still effective.
Oh, I didn't grab it. Yep.
I can't believe what Breadman just did. Honestly, I thought he was down and out for sure. I kind of went into the moment thinking, all right, Bread, you're good, but you're not that good. Never mind.
Never doubt.
Somehow underestimating a superhero. It's his 22nd. Goes back in again. 23rd. Shouldn't be far away. Go give him those comms from up high. Global buy coming on in. Doesn't want to shoot that down. You want to just let that team continue to try and resurge. Let them think they have a chance. Let them push up on you. Still got 1 minute and 30 here of resurgence, Tiff, and the lobby is just getting fried.
But they are farming it just like they said they would. I had my doubts. And I swear, this duo just constantly makes me eat my words.
I got mosquitoed. Alright, there are 2 guys in the staircase. 2 guys in the staircase over here.
Oh, guy coming up at me. No.
Nice.
Oh no.
Right. 2 guys in the staircase for
With the
real.
clutch. With the clutch.
Broken one shot. Active. I'm about to get in there and get wicked.
Yep.
Get in there and get wicked. Wise words, Bread.
Bread on 24. Once 25. Thermite goes out. They're on 34 between them. They probably want to farm this a little longer if possible. They do have a 51 and a 39 so far through this tournament. 90 after 2 games. This will lift them likely towards 130 or so. Just recognize that the guy that Breadman just killed is called Cloud9. That's unfortunate. You just got dumpstered on by Cloud9. Shifty. Takes damage. I was checking something out a minute ago, by the way. We finally got the second game coming in from FIFA and enkeo. First game, they pick up 54. Second, they pick up 55. They're flying.
Consistency. That's what you gotta have, especially in the final moments. We're down to about that final 20-minute mark. Which, look, it's not a lot of time. This entire last hour has absolutely flown and fried by.
Thing is, at this point, FIFA and enkeo have to be a bit more concerned because of the resets. Just about making sure that they get 2 full games in. Because I don't know if they'll get many opportunities beyond that. enkeo has started to put the roof to work. FIFA kill's going to take down low. As a Superi already from the ground, it isn't looking pretty bad actually in terms of setup. So he's actually just going to make sure he's also then rocking his preferred AR. Superi shots through the door. Portable radar on the floor there, by the way, for Fifi. I don't think he spots it. That'll be given away momentarily. But as he backs on off, all that's likely to do is bait out the rest of that team. Fifi finds another. Already on to 4. This is very early on in this map, and we've seen enkeo get a couple of kills already. Fifi's trying to bait out the 5th. Checks in around the back of the doorway. Baits in Rhea Ripley. Slams her. Puts her to work. Great stuff out of Thief. Now trying to hold down the doorway. Just working these opposing teams. And of course, he's read it like a book. Clockwork. Perfection from FIFA kill.
Well, if you're going to keep pushing individually straight to where FIFA is, and we're not actually getting any team wipes, that is exactly what you need out of a lobby. Doubles on down, hits that alongside enkeo. There goes 2 knocked on the roof. No mortar to be able to hit that, but you know what? enkeo says, fine, I'll do it myself. Hits the zip, gets back on, confirms all those eliminations. We've got to be north of 15. But you're right. We have to make sure that we can put down 4 solid games, and we've done 2 north of 50. If we can continue that consistency throughout, that could be enough to land you in the top 3.
I'm gonna fight the front, okay?
Oh, a flyby public event, by the way. I mean, this could help you farm so much because it's going to let a lot of these teams buy their teammates back if they need to, especially later on because you've got these buy stations all over the show. It's going to mean you can just keep bringing lambs to the slaughter.
Everyone's like far away.
You're right. We gotta be pushing close to 20, surely. Keith, give me your scoreboard a sec. I want to see how you're doing.
One shot, that guy. 1 bullet.
Oh, beautiful shots. Wasn't going to finish it off, but that guy is likely to drop into enkeo's lap. He's just underneath. Oh, you flick it up that fast, though? That's not helping me.
Another squad wipe, too, and we're into the final 4. Oh, man. Hopefully we can farm a team for a few. Get nervous, but you can see the final pings on the mini-map. They're spread out all over the place. We should be okay to keep hitting these eliminations. Here comes the next victim. Dances around, gets caught out.
Hear that flex perk going nuts, telling Thief it might not be as easy a route in as he expects, and it's going to be even harder when he loses the gunfight in the stairwell. Move on over to enkeo. I think both players are on 9 then, so yeah, 18. It felt like a really hot start, but it seems to have slowed down just over these last couple of minutes. Not necessarily concerning because you're only in second circle and still have 4 teams remaining, but yep, potentially picking up a couple of early wipes in moments like that where enkeo is just having to leave that last player alive to ensure that they can come back. Desperately wants to farm away. Flash for the leaderboard here, Tiff. Currently Team Biffle leading the way over Bread.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, that 61-point game is going to say a lot about it. However, they've got 3 games locked in. So does Bread, though. But a 5-point differential between their 3 logged in games. Ah, that's pretty close.
This is looking tight. Huskers and Noobs do technically have 3 games registered. However, you can basically put them down as being at 2, considering that the first game went so horribly wrong. They were in and out with just 3 points. With enkeo and Thief, because they had a couple of resets, they're also on just the 2. The fact that they're sat in 3rd is impressive, but well aware that considering how the afternoon's gone and everything has basically been decided by very fine margins, they've got to push everything. FIFA kill falls elsewhere.
But every game will be better than that 3. But, oh, man, the reach out on that went crazy. But those are some of those angles that I was talking about down on that main floor of Superstore. Once people start kind of getting in the stairways and peeking through kind of those open windows, you can get held on a cross so quickly if you're not aware.
No, 100%. It's those upward angles as well, right? Sometimes you just... high ground really does pay off sometimes. When you're trying to take that fight, again, these are some of the best players in the world, but you are asking a lot of yourself. Noob's going to get a kill out here. It looks like there's actually a lot of action. So I love this play to push on out towards the village, because he might reap rewards really soon. There's at least 2 players just over this wall. They're trying to set up with a deployable buy. If Noobs finds one here, backs off for a heartbeat, just lets them believe that they could actually maybe counter this. Was that a mosquito? It was indeed. Got to be wary of that. Oh, actually, he's going to get pushed from behind. An attempted third party. Noob says, not today, son. See you later. Up to 8.
And he's just locked. This is what you need to be channeling the last 15 minutes. 7 squads up. Double digits about to go through. This is such a healthy lobby, especially in that second circle, about to be 3rd.
Just watched enkeo go absolutely massive on this water tower. And Noobs repeat. Oh, this player, and that was too easy to read. That was obvious. Always going to reach out that. Oh, this is one of those horrible angles we were talking about just moments ago. Noobs doesn't really care about it. He will get himself a knock. Player's body just lands on the opposite side, so Noob's going to approach this from a different position. A bit of parkour here, get himself up onto a different angle. Like a buyback coming on through as well, so Noobs gets yet another knock. How do you get yourself onto this roof relatively safely? Maybe you just try and bait them off of it instead.
That'll work, maybe? Oh, just resolute is the real MVP of that squad. Looking for a different angle if we can, but hey, that chow is what you wanted. Now you've got a knock on 2. Can we couple the distance? Can we get up there? Oh, and the 3rd is looking for the res. What?
Brother. It's wild to me. I mean, the thing is, well, Noobs is going to come away from that annoyed because he's invested so much time, only ends up getting the 3 kills out of it, and unfortunately wipes the team, which he's just not looking to do. So he pulls off a play that is quite frankly way beyond, and I mean light years beyond my skill set or anyone's skill set that I actually play with or know. And yet he's coming away and he's infuriated because he's just like, oh, well, I actually wanted to farm these guys and toy with them for a bit longer as well. So it just shows the level that these guys bring. The fact that he is just continuing to roll like this. We are hours into this competition. Still making these kind of plays. Oh my god, there's everybody in front of him. Noobs gets damage into pretty much everyone. Finishes off the second player in this little sequence. There's a third and fourth just beyond that doorway somewhere. But honestly, I'm not sure if you come on back at this. Numbers advantage or not. You just watch your teammates get eviscerated.
Such a powerful way to kick things back into gear, especially after dropping a 3-point game. When you get to the final 10 minutes, what does that time look like? You know how fast it's going to go, and we'd already changed things up to where you have to be in the plane for that last game. So they need to be able to get this one logged in and then go back and replace a 3. If you can do that within 10 minutes and find yourself in the plane, then you have to work past a 24-point game.
Ooh. Biffle and Shifty have set a new record for this session.
Oh, God.
And a new record for themselves in this session of 63 in Game 4. That could well be a dagger to the souls of teams like Breadman and FIFA that were keeping pace with them up till now.
That might be enough to take the lead and hold on to it. Mind you, we're still looking for north of 200. That is what's going to make it feel like you have done enough. But we're not there yet.
Hear all the sound cues, but informational gather will actually come from the portable radar. The player's just outside that door. It's just about whether or not you can check on out of it safely, and actually they're not even looking at you. So there's the first. Oh god, what was that? Was that a mosquito? Yeah, I'm with you, Empathy. What did you just get hit with? Ev was down, so that was a moment where you couldn't afford to fall yourself. Empathy checks out and accidentally finds a solo there. Doesn't want that to happen. Only on 10. You want these teams to be staying alive for longer than this.
Could be scary. Could be close.
Stop telling me you're by yourself.
Look, he's telling you lifelong lessons. Stop chowing by yourself. Chat, we're looking at you too. Don't chow by yourself.
There's just a whole team sitting on the loadie.
It's one team.
So they've potentially found a bit of a demon lobby here. A bit of a passionate lobby, as Joe phrased it earlier. The bio come in for Ev. This is surely just going to be one that they throw onto the board. But honestly, 28, 18, 37. This one isn't looking too hot either. You need an absolute banger after this. Otherwise, I fear we may have filled one of our slots that's going home empty-handed here.
I'm pretty sure that Biffle and Shifty have done enough to at least lock it in the top 3. At least the top 3, and this one, they fall in second. Oh, we don't get the scoreboard either. We just have to lie and wait for the scores to be submitted. But back on over to this squad. Now, mind you, looking for a better 4th game. 22nd or 22 eliminations is what we have to best.
I just can't believe I'm on my 4th day casting in a row, and all I've done is talk about these guys win on every single day. They're so damn good, so damn consistent, generationally talented. What are those shots, Biffle? At least look excited about them. At least blink. Tell me you feel emotion about lighting up an entire team like that. It is easy work for this guy. On 7, pushing on out, and just destroying these poor souls. Finds another. Live ping picked up as well. Gets the kill. Oh my god.
I'm about to start referring to him as like the Revenant of Warzone. They just can't be taken down. Biffle finds another knock. Shifty gets traded out. Now that Resurgence timer is ticking. Have to be careful here. Now, mind you, we still have plenty of time to try to drop into another lobby if we need to. But so far, so good.
Biffle. Tracks another, gets the knock. 10. Finishes it off so that he gets the live ping on where the remaining player is. It tells him that there's just a solo. It tells him, okay, there's one player. So what I want to do is just back off. Don't kill him. Make sure this team stays alive. There's a deployable buy right next to him. So if I back off far enough, that player will push the deployable buy. Think he's made a hero play. And there they come. They're back in. Doesn't even need that. Sorry. There's a resurgence timer, of course. So those players are just going to float back in. Biffle's going to continue to ruin their day.
And now we got the fire sale. So if you needed your teammate back, you're just going to go ahead and get them in early. Squads ahead, still farming. You've got the high ground. The chow comes in. I don't even know why. A wise man once said, don't chow me while you're solo. It was empathy. But Biffle is finding all the benefits.
I'm like glancing over at my screens, keep an eye on the numbers that are coming in, the kind of things, you know, the bits of data that we have in the back here. Glance to my right, and I feel like I'm watching Biffle fry the same soul for the 15th time in minutes. It just so efficient. As Shifty is obviously putting on a tear over by Superstore. The thing is, individually, they're so damn good that you can just let Shifty run around Superstore by himself because it doesn't matter. He'll just tear them all apart no matter what he comes across. And at the same time, Biffle can just go and have his fun elsewhere. So bloody good. I mean, sure, best of luck to you. See you later. 15 kills for Biffle already. 5 teams remaining. Shifty finds another. Oh, Shifty actually gets knocked. So this is one of those moments where ideally for Biffle and Shifty here that you want to get back in and start to light up the board as players collapse in through the smaller circles. Yes, you have.
I admire the persistence of this squad, right? We've got to get past him. No, he's going to keep on farming. Again, we get it again. There's still 2 up. And if we wait to approach for when that resurgence timer is over, there's another one. And we're still pinging 2. Like, this is fine. We can keep on farming.
Yep. Oh, he's getting chased after. He might fall. Of course, he does not because plot armor. Oh, no. I was enjoying watching that. Honestly, you can have the assassination. You've earned it for the trauma that Biffle just put you through. They are on to 32 already. 19 from Biffle. Beautiful work from him. It was funny. Like, he gets that first kill again on that team, and one of the voice comms goes, "Oh, I thought we'd finally got rid of him." And it's like, "Oh, yeah, no, you haven't. He just gave you a moment to think you had."
You know what it's like, though? You get that personal vendetta after you've been killed by the same person so many times. It's like, okay, fine. Yeah, I'm going to keep challenging this, and I'm going to keep running at it. And maybe it changes. It finally did, right? But another squad wipe brings it to 4 teams left in the lobby, but we need another squad that they can farm.
Biffle goes down again. I wonder if that team just hung around for a minute to make sure that he wasn't coming back. Oh, Shifty. Oh, Shifty. Shifty's got to win this. Shifty doesn't. Oh, it's a 35. It will replace the 22, and they do have enough time for another game, so maybe a silver lining if they can go bigger than that in the next one, but yeah, that felt like a kind of game that you can push to a 50 for sure.
I really thought that we were going to be able to farm that just a few moments longer, but they have plenty of time to drop into another one. As we jump in onto FIFA, I don't think we're getting this. There goes the full. Not now. Not like this.
Frustration there coming out is because FIFA and enkeo have been ridiculously consistent. A 54, a 55, a 55. However, they needed to have some resets of their lobbies so they don't actually have a 4th game on the board. Thing is, right now, if they were to match that again for top 4 games, they'd actually be leading the way. So this game means everything to them. You've also got to pick your moments, though. If you're in a lobby that you feel you can't handle, if you're just not getting things going, or if you're just not moving quick enough, this is the exact moment where you make that decision about whether or not you back out and try and find another lobby.
And you just gotta like time it right as well, because it could take longer than a minute or two.
Enkeo's on 16 here. He's actually having his way with this a little bit. Oh, hello. Gets the kill. We get 17. Frenchman gets to prowl the rooftops. He doesn't... I may as well be, because you just got absolutely slammed, my friend. Make that 20. The problem is for him, that is a squad wipe, and I'm not sure you want that. Then again, some teams prefer to narrow it down to less sides, make it 2 other duos or squads so that they can control them better and farm them better in the late game. Enkeo. Oh, God. STG, the little bunny hop coming on through, uses the ping as well. My God, up to 22. Out goes the Semtex as well to try and cover on over. Still plenty of resurgence time, so you do want these teams to continue to live for a moment. Thief. Yeah, and that's the exact comm that I want to hear. Beautiful work.
Don't kill that kid. Do not, under any circumstances, let that occur. Now, mind you, Enkeo is on 22. We're tanking bouncing betties. We're hitting full. We don't care. We have less than a minute left, and there's a very good possibility that this is the last game this team will be able to finish.
This feels good. This feels real good for them. I don't know if it's a 50 because Thief was struggling for a couple of minutes, but with what they've had, averaging basically 55 kills per game in this session, they might not need a 50. Final 30 seconds before that timer ends. I mean, at the minute, if you're pushing around 40, do you... Nah, you're not going to have time. This is it. They're committing. They're full sending. 25 on the board for Enkeo. 1 minute 20 left of resurgence. Make that 26. Make that a 27th. Has to finish off one of them at least, however. A lot of footsteps going on above him. FIFA Kill's trying to give all the comms in the world, and that's perfect. Just take your time with it. Let the player resurge in, and yeah, make sure that Thief doesn't then farm the guy coming back on in.
It's risky. It is risky. Portable radar down. Information incoming. We're... Oh, come on. One more after this to find that 30. But FIFA down and out, and the resurgence clock, well, it's at its highest, but now is perfect to make that happen. There's another one. Get a life, man, bro. 20K on the line. We've got a life. Warzone is life.
To be fair, I'm going to be honest. I'm one of those guys where, yeah, if I don't know it's a pro player, I'm also like, dude, how are you this good? What kind of time are you committing to this thing? But obviously, these boys do it for a reason. They are professionals. Accidentally a wipe out of Enkeo. Moves himself onto 32. I don't know what the highest kills is individually in a single map, but this must be pushing up there.
I want to say it's close to 20 or 67. I was like 27. No, 67.
I mean, just from this guy's point of view as well, just as a solo player, Enkeo rocking 32 by himself is quite frankly ridiculous. PA goes out over the top. FIFA kill restabilizing. We are in with Shifty and Biffle to update you on where they are currently at. They have a 63, a 61, a 49, and a 35. So trying to improve on that 35 to hold on to top spot and take all 4 events in the same week.
Okay. I mean, time is of the essence. We're coming down to the wire here. I'm starting to get really nervous for our 5 duos. Shifty, down and out. Biffle still kind of healthy, but that should be enough to get Shifty back into it with ease.
Dropping into the AO. Gas is inbound, marking a new safe zone.
Biffle. It's to the roof. Looking to control a little bit of Superstore again. Shifty comes in with his pistol and absolutely works some poor soul. Biffle has spotted a couple out in the parking lot. Gotta be careful of that PA. That PA could directly Oh, that was very close. I thought for a second there Biffle had maybe mistimed that, and it was good that he hadn't, because Shifty falls in the background. Who's a little bit of a blender himself right now. Nothing to really be concerned about. And honestly, I like that play. Don't risk it. You have all the cash, get the buy-in, and honestly, use it as a signal flare to bait in other players. Biffle finds one. Those shots are ridiculously straight over the top. No self-res for you, sir. Biffle wants 16. Biffle wants 17. Door gets slammed on open. Honestly, I like the idea of the bait, but you get absolutely cooked by arguably the best player in the world.
I mean, we're still going. We just tuned in and they were sitting on solid numbers, but this Resolute, you know, working harder than Biffle is at this point.
This is a 2-man, right? So 1 on the right, 1 on the left. I'm killing
But on 17, 5 squads up. He wants to find someone that he can farm similar to what we had witnessed in that prior game. That roster got absolutely worked. But that spot, that pop-up, is being heavily guarded, so we have to find a different pathway.
Be advised, UAV exiting the AO. Fire sales done. Prices are back to normal.
Swap on over. Shifty's point of view. Fire sale comes to an end. Just stuff like that as well. Like, right as fire sale's coming to an end there, Shifty just makes sure he takes full advantage of it. Just being super efficient. Someone who sounds about 6 is in voice chat saying about no one talking to him. I sure hope not, young man. It is way past your bedtime. Get out of this lobby against 2 of the best players in the world. Shifty on 15 himself. So this is at least 31. What was it we said that they needed to break? 35? So well on course to do that right now, Tiff.
I think so.
And lift their score even higher.
They had a 22. They got it. Broke it with something in the 30s. So if we get a 40 plus here, we are still well into the 200s, and we would likely be putting up the best scoreline of the entire day.
Oh god, I've just seen what FIFA and enkeo finished their 4th game on, Tiff.
What was it? What was it?
Game 1, 54. Game 2 and 3, 55. Game 4, 58.
Okay. All right.
Consistency is insane.
That's what you love to see. FIFA and enkeo out here putting in the series. Dang, that's all almost, well, besides 1, that's all above 55. So trying to best, that's insane. Even Team Biffle, they've only got 2 games in the 60s. And some that are close to 50, but not.
It's kind of weird, right? Because you and me are looking at the same set of numbers, and it's just like throughout the entire afternoon, like a lot of these teams have been inconsistent. You know, you're trying to hit 50 and 60 every time. It's high risk, high reward. Trying to maintain that level of consistency and put up those kind of numbers is very difficult to do. It's so bizarre looking at FIFA and enkeo's stat line right now. So good across all 4 games. Right now, they look like the team to beat. But of course, Biffle and Shifty hold the 2 highest kill games in this session with a 63 and a 61. The 49 is their 3rd. If they get a 4th banger, they could definitely still take it.
Maybe 3 guys.
All right. Looking for 20 on the roof, but when you've got down to the final 3, resurgence timer about to expire.
Yeah, I hear someone below me too. Okay, they just wound up.
There it is.
Okay, kill that kid. I'm gonna shoot this other kid in the air.
You know, I'm not too sure how this respawn protection looks, because we've seen players, I feel like, at such a high ground get taken out, but then others, it's so finicky.
You know when, like, sometimes Call of Duty put out, like, numbers about how many people have been killed, how many shots have been fired, and stuff like that, and I genuinely wonder how many have been contributed to that overall number by these TKRs. Like, what was enkeo on before? Like, 300 and something kills just as an individual before we came into the session.
Yeah, actually. We had 2 players north of 300. Enkeo did get towards the top slot. I think it was like 317.
Good God. They've only improved from there. Could well have put up 400. I'm sure we'll find out who our top individual slayers are later on. PA over the top for a brief moment. That's actually going to have Biffle and Shifty inside of it.
It's actually insane.
But because of that quality of life change, they're able to step outside of the range. Do you remember playing with PAs before they made that change where you could see them on the map? Just blind terror, head in any direction and hope for the best.
Heard that.
Died a lot inside of buildings where I thought I was safe.
Oh, yeah.
And they just thread right through the window. And I'm like, you know, this is fine.
Yeah. Yeah, my PA don't do that, though.
No, definitely
Just
not.
watch them bounce off walls.
The craziest heat-seeking missiles I've absolutely ever seen. 27 here for Biffle. Final squad. Final player. This has to be such a stellar game. And there it is. I couldn't see what it was. Did you see it?
I think it's a 50. I think they just dropped a 50. If so, 61, 63, 50, 49. I'm not 1,000% sure, but that might have just given them the victory right there. I mean, Thief and enkeo, I believe, is still going in their last game. Bread and Joe still going in their last game. I think it will be out of reach for Bread and Joe because they've got a 39 and a 37 as part of their digits. So I think that they're fighting for 3rd place. But Thief and enkeo, despite their incredible consistency by hitting mid-50s on everything, they might need to go even harder here.
They have a chance, right? We just need a 60-plus point game out of them, and I don't know if they've done that today. I know it's been close, but not when things are looking like that.
Okay, that's the call that comes on through. We need 56 to win. They've done that already in this very session. Last time out, they got 58. They've already had 255, so they can put up those kind of numbers. It's just got to be pretty much perfect. And enkeo's going to turn, and enkeo's going to burn. And enkeo, he snaps. He gets the crack, but it's not enough.
Oh, no.
FIFA kill has to stay up for 10 seconds here. Loot away. Bring that timer down. So, ladies and gentlemen, if FIFA kills math is correct, which, by the way, I'm going to put out a disclaimer. He is not the best at math. However, if he has the correct information and is 56 to win, we know what our target is. We know what we're aiming for in this game.
Is that what FIFA said? He said I need 56 to win?
Yeah, so it could be any number realistically, but let's say that he's correct.
Good. No, I've definitely seen him on stream bumping some music, calculating math, and it went fine. In asterisks.
Oh, the weapon swap could have been awkward there, but gets it in time.
Oh,
no! I think that prox might actually belong to that player. So as he slides out, the door opens, the prox mine goes up, and that guy on the deck just watched his own prox mine finish him off. As brutal as you like. It's like something out of Kill Bill. Oh, Thief. He knows what he needs to do. I've watched him do this in TKRs before. Trials of Ashika, Trials of Urzikstan. I have watched him lock in moments like this and pull it off. And it's because he can shoot like that.
This is flow state. This is a different level. We are ascending. You know it's demon hours over there across the pond. And if you've got to lock it in, we are just weaving through these bullets that are coming through towards him on the roof. Now let's bring on the streaks. You jump on down below. 6 squads remaining, and, well, enkeo's got tracker. Enkeo finds 1. We fall a little too low there, so trying to just kind of finesse your way where the rechow could come through.
Alright, well, FIFA Kill doesn't agree with the way that gunfight went. It's all good. He's going to be straight back in. Enkeo finds another. On to 10. enkeo finds yet another onto 11. Shoots some bodies just to make damn sure. It will be a squad elimination, though. So, I'm a little too locked in. It's all good. A lot of time yet still to go.
My money is bugged.
I was gonna say, you know how Zombieland goes. You've always got to double tap just to make sure. Oh, from behind. Still make it work. Throwing knife to pour the salt in the wound.
All right. That's what you like to see. At this point, this is to stop Shifty and Biffle winning every single event this week. This is, I guess it's EMEA representation on the board as well. Not that I was too worried about that, but also the fact that we get to sit here, front row tickets to a game to decide it all. God, we are blessed. Thank you. 14 wants to finish this off for 15. That player's tucked in a corner. That player is bye-bye out of here. Oh, enkeo's in trouble. He's got a lot of numbers around him right now. No backup from FIFA Kill, and he will fall. Is onto 15. That squad up top have control of the high ground right now. And if you're Thief, you want to get back to that. He's getting shot at, and you've got 20 whole seconds. Definitely the right play to make the buy.
Of course. On 14, here comes the man diving on down. We get the full, but we are so focused on that the play coming in from the roof, and here comes the chow. We get out. Oh, the Hail Mary play. Through the stairways we weave. And the pre-fire on Rhea Ripley, and here comes the chow for more. We've already finessed one. I'm not afraid of this one. Oh no. Not with enkeo down like this.
Enkeo.
Classic.
Fall straight back in. Yep. This point. Yes, you can. And positivity, we've seen it work so much for Bread and Joe earlier on. Continually reaffirming your belief. You can make this happen. 17 kills on the board. We've seen enkeo with high teens as well. Oh, that gunfight was messy. Oh, no, not that. Oh, God.
It's okay. Remember, we have Spider-Man on the team. We're just channeling from it. It was all to style on. It was all for that moment there.
Still one of the best shouts ever. So at this point, I'm assuming that these guys are somewhere low to mid-30s. A reminder, they need 56. So this has got to be one of those moments like we've seen Bread and Joe do so often throughout this tournament. Just farm these last two duos over and over again. It's got to be pretty much perfect.
Okay, mosquito drone to the air. Down to the final 3 squads, though. And we have to rely on these teams buying back players now.
I mean, that guy tries to hit one from the top rope. God knows what that plan was. enkeo will eat that up all day long. FIFA Kill gets a knock elsewhere. This looking like they need quite a bit of time, and players just buying back in. But this buy station's all over the place here, and enkeo, you've overstayed your welcome there, young man. Get the first. Doesn't need to push the second. You hear it in his voice. We're on 37. They need 18 more to tie.
Oh.
19 to win.
As much as I want to believe that that's going to happen, we need these 2 squads to buy back that many times.
Yeah.
No, we got the gas. Are you fucking serious?
Oh no, not to gas. Not like this.
No, I got gun.
On to you, enkeo. What can you do? It's been a hell of a fight. He gets back to his loot. It's a 1v3. Does have the money to buy Thief if he can make it. Buy station, obviously, central Superstore below. One up top here as well. There's a player off to your left. Manages to get the knock. Gets the down. Can you get Thief back in? Yes, you can. Also finishes his off. 2v2. The thing is, you've got to just continually try and farm them. And you got a limited window to do exactly that. Enkeo gets the kill on 19 himself. You continually need these players to just buy back in. It's a tough ask, Tiff.
It really is. And I mean, I heard another buy come through, but when you said that we needed like well into the teens, this is a miracle. And you have one player left. There's only so much cash left on the lobby. They're down below. The PA coming up towards the roof. We get no nodi for Enkeo there. I mean, it's only on the mini-map, and here comes FIFA.
Looking out of reach without a miracle. 16 needed to win. Oh, Enkeo. Oh, and that's not great. FIFA kill. You've done a great job to take it as far as you have, but that looks like it will be that for the 4th time this week, Tiff. We may be confirming Bifty and Schiffle. Sorry?
Yep.
Shifty and
Are we
Biffle
going Bifty or are we going
champions.
Schiffle? Which one is it?
Honestly, I much prefer Schiffle. I think Schiffle is the correct name now. I think
It
that
rolls.
is...
It kind of rolls off the tongue. I'm digging it. I don't know, chat. Let us know. Come up with a really good name for that duo ship over there, and we'll throw it down.
It's unfortunate for FIFA and Enkeo. Honestly, as well, looking at the kind of numbers that they put up consistently, 54, 55, 55, 58. Like, in terms of consistency, no one else was matching that. It's a hell of a performance. You're just lacking that big banger, which you're seeing out of like Biffle and Shifty when they're putting up 61 and 63. It just means that even if they don't match that consistency, they can afford it because of all the extra kills that they've invested at that point. We are obviously still going to need to do the maths and calculate everything, but yeah, it is looking like we know where the prize money is landing.
It's got to be really close, so you never know.
Yes, it is.
It could be, like, we've talked about it. We're talking one elimination, 1 point is usually the difference maker between thousands of dollars or placing in the money and being the first one on the outskirts of it. Now, it did come down to the wire. We had a crazy timed kill race over here in Superstore Resurgence, and it looks like gameplay session 4, 223 points.
Looking at the kills as well, honestly, I've spoken a lot about this over the last couple of weeks. Shifty is typically the superstar slayer of that squad. Not that any of his teammates are sluggish, not a chance in hell, but Shifty typically puts up the big numbers. But it looks like here in session 4, at least, Biffle goes massive. I mean, that's 69 kills just between those first two, 54 after that. What's that? 120-ish. So, I mean, the fact that you're putting up those kind of numbers when the pressure is on, when it matters most, to continue to seal off your story as being this dominant, consistent champions. We're talking about potential dynasties at the back end of this competitive season. And also, I gotta say, Biffle and Shifty have a little bit of extra spice when it comes to Enkeo. They really do love beating the young Frenchman.
Hey, and I mean, it had to come down to the wire, right? You think back to just like maybe halfway through or with 20 minutes or so left, they had that 22-point game that was really that Achilles heel of their gameplay session. And we knew we needed to best that. So Biffle goes on a crazy tear, farming this one squad out into that kind of circle of villages, we're calling it, basically all those buildings, and he keeps getting the same team and just takes them down at least 10 to 12 times. And we're like, okay, this is the game. This is the one that's going to do it for him. However, they fall. But they do have enough time to get into one more game, and then that is where they just go nuclear yet again. However, we've got to be close to having those leaderboards finalized, and I'm not sure production wants us to kick things off with the overall kill leaderboard again, because you think back to after gameplay session 3, we had Enkeo at the top.
Yes.
And he was holding it on by a lot of points. But some teams are going to want to breach that 400 margin, and Enkeo is the one who does it. 454 elims throughout the entire gameplay session.
Quite frankly, outrageous. You look at a lot of the names that are in this tournament. Obviously, we saw some big ones fall out early, but we're seeing, you know, for the squads that have gotten through to this final session, the likes of Shifty, the likes of Biffle, I mean, they're down there on 370 apiece. Breadman not far in behind that. Hell of a performance out of him today. When you consider that enkeo not only beat all of these big names, but by that much of a margin, showing why we think as much of him as we do over here in the EMEA region.
It's just so wild. And you've got Huskers about to hit that 400, was really close to doing so. Noobs is on here. When you've got 2 members of your squad, the duo, obviously, because I'm used to us seeing trios, in the top 3, you would think that that would be enough. But it only matters if you were able to get a lot of those eliminations in that final gameplay session. But now that we've looked at kind of the overall individual elimination leaderboard, let's bring it on down. And by 1 point, do they win yet another tournament? $12,000 going to Team Biffle, $6K apiece. Team FIFA, second place, and Huskers rounding out your top 3.
I mean, everyone who's managed to make it through to this final stage can be very proud of themselves. It's been one hell of a format. It's been an absolute juggernaut to get through. So very impressive from all 5 of these duos. However, it is so difficult to talk about anything other than the continual domination by Biffle and Shifty, the Falcons, whatever you want to call them. They are your Warzone Total Frenzy champions yet again.
Do you have Siri on your phone, Enigma? I feel like you need to ask Siri at this point. What do we say when we've got a team that has just created one hell of a dynasty in competitive Warzone? And we're not even done. We have so much more action to round out the rest of the year. Like, how do we keep winning?
I asked them this in an interview. I asked Biffle this in an interview on Monday. Like, how is it that you guys have that within you? Because they set the bar, and typically, we've spoken about this many a times, the teams that set the bar, eventually they get overtaken, right? Eventually the throne is unseated. Eventually they fall. We talk about great teams always in the past context. And right now we are watching this side turn themselves into that dynasty discussion because of the fact that they just keep on going. I said to him, how do you have that conversation? Do you not just sit back and go, oh, well, we're winning everything, we can have a nice, easy evening? No. Straight into VOD review after they won on Monday. This is what we need to improve. This is how we get better. The mentality that they possess, absolutely unreal.
It is unreal. And to see them granted another $12K, a $20,000 Warzone Total Frenzy here on a Thursday with Superstore Resurgence. It was phenomenal throughout the course of our 4-hour total sessions. I had a blast, Enigma. It was so much fun kind of being here on the desk alongside you, witnessing the memes, the trolls, learning French alongside you, the realization that parkour is a French word. It was phenomenal. So I'm going to kick it over to you one last time. Give me the final thoughts. Give us the lowdown because it's been a blast.
Absolute pleasure, as always, getting to work with the Warzone Total Frenzy team. They do a fantastic job, have ever since they stepped into the Warzone scene. Really showed that they care so much about our space, which I can't thank them enough for. Incredible people behind the scenes, of course. Dawson and Aria, as always, as well, doing an amazing job. So a massive thank you for you guys getting us involved in particular. And of course, to you, Tiff, always a pleasure. You're an unbelievably talented, wonderful human being. So to get to sit on this side of the desk of you, the honor is mine.
Hey, no, right back at you. I get super awkward when I hear nice things. But regardless, guys, chat, I hope you enjoyed your stay here. It was absolutely phenomenal. Please make sure that you go follow at WZ Total Frenzy over on Twitter/X, TikTok, Instagram. So many cool clips will be thrown down there. And also keep in mind, we've got so much more to come. Job's not done. Competitive Warzone. We are on the up and up, and we are so grateful for all of those behind the scenes. And most importantly, the players that bring us all their talent, all the skills, putting in the hours that they do to keep raising the bar. But that's it for us, guys, over here. We'll see you on the next one.